And now, you're tuned in to RBLR, the home of Tampa Bay's Reveler Sports.
What's up, RBLR Nation? Hope y'all are having a night. It's draft day, huh? I mean, who's excited? Let's get pumped. We're going to have a bunch of guests coming in, a bunch of people coming in and out. We're going to try to keep y'all updated, with who's in here and all that stuff. But, quite frankly, my head's going to be spinning. We're going to have so many different guests. So definitely stay tuned for that. If you like what you're hearing, if you want to keep hearing more of it, definitely hit that like and subscribe button as well. And as you can see, we've got a full house, including our producer, Eureka Wheeler. He's never in here. He's always in the background. But obviously, we've got Mr. Tyler to my very right? Yeah, okay, I got that right. Mr. Musab Tariq, who you all know from previous RBLR shows, obviously. And then Zach Dobb, if you like the Rays, definitely check the RBLR Rays show out. Him and Pat Davenport and all the various guests and all the various people that they have connected to that. They do a great job over there. But he's a Patriots fan, so boo. No, I'm just kidding. But he's down there in the bottom right corner. Good gracious, I'm gonna have a tough time with those directions. But hope y'all are having fun, and we're gonna get right into it. Obviously, the Bucs are picking at 19. Tennessee Titans are the first team on the clock, and they're about to get started in 8 minutes and 10 seconds, but that might be a bit delayed because I'm watching, on some stream or something. But hope y'all are doing well. And Zach, since your team is picking soonest or most soon, anyways, I want to get your opinion on the Patriots. Who do you hope that the Patriots draft?
Good evening, everybody. Pleasure to be back on. I hung around for a little bit last year during the draft, at which time I said that I really did not want the Patriots to draft Drake May. I have partially come on this show here to apologize for that opinion because I was wrong. Drake May is very good. And to say that I am very excited about this draft for the Patriots because we are now drafting with, I believe, a competent leadership team for the Patriots coming in. I really like the hiring of Mike Vrabel in the offseason. I trust Elliott Wolf for now. I trust Elliott Wolf for now. And at number 4, we're in a really good spot because I think there is it seems to me like there's not a whole lot of drama about who's going in the first 3 spots in this draft.
Yeah.
After that, it gets kind of crazy, and I think that there are some teams that really want one or two of the players that are probably like top of board at that point. The big one being Ashton Jeanty, and there's a couple other players that are kind of there that people might want. I think, are looking really, really strong at Will Campbell. I would love, and as you can see in my handle that I have so creatively put down there on my name, I would like the Patriots to trade down because I think you could get Will Campbell later in the draft, the number 4. I'd really like to see us move down a little bit and maybe get, maybe another second rounder. I don't know if we could get another first rounder. We'll see. That'd be cool. But if we could get another second rounder, maybe, because this team, the Patriots need good players. We have a few good players. Most of them are on defense right now. The good players that we do have, Christian Gonzalez, Keon White had a nice year last year. A couple other really nice players on defense. We need offensive linemen, and we need a weapon somewhere in this draft. I do not want to see us drafting a weapon this high because I don't think any of the weapons other than Travis Hunter are worth it at this point in the draft. Wow.
Dang.
Hi, Zach.
Hi, guys. No, Travis Hunter is not bad, but if you're not playing him on both sides of the ball, you're drafting him too high because he's not a number 1 receiver or a number 1 cornerback in the league.
He's not a number 1 receiver.
In the league. In this draft, maybe, but in the league, he will not help the team as a number 1 receiver.
You don't think so?
No.
That's intense.
I don't know about that. Not a number 1? You think he could be a number 1?
Not a 1A.
No, I don't think so. I'm sorry, I don't think so either. I mean, I was
Really?
watching the routes he was running as well during his.
Yeah, he's good because he's so athletic. That won't fly.
Yeah.
But you don't think he could learn to run a route tree that would make him elite as a 1 with his athleticism?
Why has he not learned it yet?
Because he didn't have to. They didn't ask him to at Colorado.
Well, because his daddy was the coach.
Well, but I don't
Same
know.
reason why
you're right.
Do shit in the NFL.
Well,
Man.
I don't. Man, hot, steaming hot takes.
Steaming.
Thank God they retired his jersey at Colorado.
He was a two-way player for the He was a two-way player for the University of Colorado. I mean, I don't remember how tough their schedule was, but
they went 1-8 against Pac-12 schools.
Right, and it's just like, I mean, it's easier to do those. I mean, it's still hard to do that even in college football, but I mean, to now make another big leap into the NFL. I wish him all the best, but I didn't know we were live already. Sorry if I heard you.
Yeah, hi Zach, we're live, pal.
I didn't say any bad words or anything.
Man's came in hot. Yeah, that's
red
hot. Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Yeah. Oh, that's incredible.
That was fantastic. That
was phenomenal.
It's unfiltered.
Let me hijack this for 1 second. Thank you for all of you who are joining us tonight. As you can see, we got a whole panel, and we're here all night, guys. We're here all night. Where people are going to come in, come out. Hopefully we get some cameos and things throughout the night. But we like you. So you in the comments, you sitting there. We want you to be part of this too. If you're on YouTube, we are at RBLR Sports on YouTube. Get in the comments, get in here. You can be part of this conversation. This is not a one-way street. So all night long, we want to hear who you want. Who is your big thing? We had a hot take right here. What are your thoughts on Shedeur or Hunter? So there might be a lot of trades going on tonight. If you're not a Bucs fan or anything like that, what do you want to see your team do? Throw it in the comments. We want to hear them from you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Shedeur thing is so fascinating because, like, he went from like borderline first overall to now, like, does he even make it in the first round? You know, like, there's a lot of question marks about it. So yeah, it's a lot of hot takes being thrown around. But the Shedeur one, not necessarily steaming. It's definitely kind of an interesting thing. His stock has plummeted recently. So, but getting back to the Patriots, because I know Zach Dobb is itching to talk about his favorite team. So let's say they don't draft Will Campbell, and you say let's say they trade back, but then Will Campbell for some reason gets picked, and the worst case scenario happens. Are there any other options that you think the Patriots should explore?
I mean, if they don't, if Will Campbell isn't there, it depends a little bit on how far back they trade, right?
Sure.
I mean, I still think they need to do something at the offensive line if they're not going to draft Will Campbell. I mean, it's tough. I mean, the tackle from Missouri, I've seen some good things on.
Yeah.
Armand Nibu.
Yeah, the tackle from Missouri, I would be fine with that. There's a tackle from Texas that I like. What's his name? Banks, Kevin Banks Jr.
Kelvin Banks.
Kelvin Banks. Excuse me. I watched a lot of SEC football, so I'm very SEC biased on these guys. The other name that is going to be talked about a lot with the Patriots probably is Tet McMillan. He's kind of projected as wide receiver one if you don't consider Travis Hunter wide receiver one. And I like him a lot. I just don't. I mean, unless we are trading back to like 10 or 12, and at that point, I would hope we'd be getting some serious compensation. But if we do trade back that far, my only thought on that is maybe Dallas decides they really need Ashton Gianti. Maybe if we trade back that far, then maybe I'm fine with Tet McMillan at that point in the draft. But honestly, like if we are not getting Will Campbell and we're not trading back to the 10-12 range for somewhere in the middle there, I'd still like to see us go offensive lineman at that point in the draft.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different options that the Patriots can explore there. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how those quarterback needy teams or potentially quarterback needy teams operate, especially towards the top of that draft, because there's even before the draft started, there was Schefter and Peter Schrager. Is that his name? I don't know.
Schrager.
Yeah. Schrager.
They were both talking about the second and third picks, the Giants taking a lot of calls. There was there's a lot of chatter around that top five because Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback needy teams are always going to be quarterback needy. But we've got another guest coming on, Miss Tammy Davis. She works at USF, but she is a huge Bucs fan. Miss Tammy, how are you? Tell us where you're coming from and how you're doing tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. Huge Bucs fan. Yeah, I was 5 years old when we acquired the Bucs, and
There you
been
go.
a fan ever since, thick and thin, no matter what. So
Absolutely.
yeah, so it's kind of tough when we're doing bad, but I adore them. I'm from Tampa, Florida. I do work at USF. I am the office manager in the history department. So go Bucks, go Bulls, I should say.
That's right.
All of the above. Yeah, I just like football. So,
Absolutely.
but I consider myself a rookie in a lot of ways because I just enjoy watching football, like from kind of like a fan perspective.
That's
And
okay.
about a year ago, I started playing Madden football on Xbox 360.
Oh,
Heck
That's
yeah.
awesome.
So I
I
know
can't-
you tell the
What's that?
audience what year Madden are you playing?
Oh, 06.
oh,
That's a good one.
Wow. Is
It's
that the
so
one with
old
Drew
school,
Brees?
but it's so much fun.
Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. So I'm assuming you started like a Bucks franchise sort of thing immediately.
I did. Very disappointed. Sorry.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it was bad, and I was constantly. Chris Sims was getting sacked constantly. The only thing I had was like a good Joey Galloway situation, and
There you go.
and Mike Allstott. I couldn't figure out how to make him run, so like I was kind of stuck with Cadillac, which is great. He got me out of a lot of trouble in a lot of ways. But
that's my favorite Bucks player of all time.
Yeah.
awesome.
I love me some Cadillac Williams.
Yeah, I've got a
He's so
signed
much
Cadillac
fun.
Williams rookie card. Yeah, he's one of the greats. Man, Cadillac Williams, Mike Allstott. We're talking about all these old school
Wow.
Bucks players. Yeah,
It's
that's
so old
fantastic.
So, but now, like, I can't watch football the same anymore. It's just different now. Everything's like, like, are they gonna even like the defensive plays, like figuring out like why wouldn't they? Why are they lining up like that? Are they going to do a sync play? I was like, what are these things called? Oh, they have names. Oh my!
Yeah, it's
And people spend their whole entire lives training for this kind of stuff, like.
Yeah.
And I'm just like coming into it as a football fan. Come on. Anyway, it's been great.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we all. I know Zach plays a lot of Madden in college football. Tyler, I don't know, you venture and yeah. I mean, we're all playing video games, but
It's
none of us
unhealthy.
have like the old. I mean, unless you have like an emulator or something like that. I can't really play the old school stuff because I don't know what I did with my Xbox or Xbox 360. Frankly,
I'm sitting right next to my 360 actually right now.
Taylor, you're so young. I'm shocked you even have a 360.
I was about 10 years old when I got mine.
Oh
I
man,
have all those retro consoles and the games that go with them. Yeah. So,
I actually got
I
my
remember
360.
NFL Game Day before I was a Madden guy. So
Oh,
on PlayStation,
Oh, wow.
Or you could have the helmet view.
yeah, Game Day and NFL 2K5 is the GOAT.
2K, that's the one. It was where you had the helmet.
2K5.
Yeah.
I still have that on my 360. It's the GOAT.
So
Absolutely.
unfortunately, I got my 360 right before they came out with the Xbox One. So I was kind of left holding the bag. But I have so many games for it now.
Absolutely. Yeah, I remember playing NFL Street. That was my
Yeah, there you go.
that was a
That's
really
elite.
fun game. Tammy, I don't know if you
Street?
can. Yeah, I don't know if you ever can get your hands on NFL Street, but that game, top notch, really,
Yeah.
really fun.
Arcade
Awesome.
style.
Yeah,
Awesome.
super.
Well,
like,
I know
Yeah.
they're fixing to start, but I just want to mention my favorite franchise so far has been the Seattle Seahawks. And
Okay.
yeah, so Sean Alexander's my boo. I love him.
Ooh,
right.
Yeah.
Sean Alexander,
The
shout out.
beast.
I love it. Yeah,
Oh,
Sean
wow.
Alexander. I mean, my goodness, he was. I think he won an MVP, right?
He did.
Like,
He did.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he's on the cover of the the jacket. So
Yeah.
Right, that's right.
you have
It was
to you have to
05.
give it a try.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think man, 05 was Ray Lewis, right? And 04 was Michael Vick. I can't remember the exact.
I think
order.
6 was Vic.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, these games are just so much fun. Like you can't. The new Madden games are all just so kind of like same game released every year. That was back when it was like they had to work to make like a good
It's
video.
so bad. I was just talking to a group of guys that I'm in a few leagues with, and I was like, the game is so bad every single year. We know it's going to be bad every single year. Yeah, I'm about to drop $130 to order the
Oh, yeah.
MVP bundle for both games again.
Yeah,
I know I'm going to do it every year. but I know I'm going to hate it. I know I'm going to talk trash about it all year, but I'm going to have it.
Yeah, we're all the chumps that keep feeding the machine and keep allowing them to keep producing slop.
I want to say
it never corrects the issue. Maybe because we give them $70 a piece to buy the game still.
Roger Goodell just got on stage, and he literally has children flanking him, and he's still getting booed. Like
Nice.
no shield of it.
That happens. I think that happens a lot. Almost every year, I feel like I always hear that roar of boos.
Is that also Lil Wayne on the TV that I'm looking at?
I think so. I know he's a big Packers fan.
Is that Lil Wayne? Oh,
no.
Yeah. Clay Matthews is up there.
And Clay Matthews as well, yeah.
Okay.
This is an interesting lineup they've got out there. But it
Really
seems to be
big
benefiting
sisters.
kids, so yeah, that's definitely Lil Wayne. Wow.
Oh yeah, these are like New Orleans kids
right now too. Yeah,
yeah,
they're all wearing.
They'll walk out with human shields.
Yeah. Oh, yikes. But Tammy, shifting our focus back to more current Bucs, because I think we're all nostalgia. We've got our nostalgia fuel for the day for sure. What do you expect the Bucs to do with the 19th overall pick? Like what position, or do you want them to trade back? How are you feeling about the pick tonight?
Okay, so here it's again. I don't know everything, but
Neither do we.
Neither do we.
Okay, so my concern. Okay, Chris Godwin's my favorite of all time, but I'm so scared of him getting hurt again. And I think there's enough depth there in that area, but I don't know. I'm kind of worried about some of these receivers. Kind of worried about that. But I don't know. I mean, what about? Do we need any? I don't know. That's my biggest concern. I don't want to see him getting hurt again.
Of course.
And then we have it gets too thin there. So
yeah. And of course we have to have Hazel join the show. Hello,
hi Hazel.
Have to say hello to the crowd. But no, your concerns are not unfounded. A lot of mocks have the mock draft and all that. What the heck do we know? But a lot of them do have him taking a wide receiver. So that's certainly not a bad route to go.
It'd be, I don't know who's going to be the perfect person in that position, but can we talk about special teams though? Like,
okay.
Okay.
I kind of feel like we need a little bit of, we need someone who can run back some of those, nice long kicks. And I mean, this whole new rule with the, like the kickoffs and all that, it'd be so fun to have someone like that is just brand new into it. And they like, this is their culture. It's not like, oh, got to try something new. Got to relearn everything. Just someone kind of comes in is like, okay, this is how I'm learning it from this perspective, and this is my job. That's what I want to see. I want to see someone that.
Yeah, no, that's a valid point because, I mean, my goodness, there's the new kickoff return rules are so much fun, and it's supposed to promote like that kind of play where you're actually encouraged to return the ball and take it out of the end zone. The Bucs drafting like sort of a special team specialist, maybe like some guy that's just really, really fast. I know Isaiah Bond is going to be available in the mid to late rounds. He's a wide receiver out of Texas. He is really, really fast. That's definitely an interesting possibility. Maybe drafting a guy not only just to be a wide receiver or a cornerback or a running back, but also have that versatility to be a punt returner or a kick returner.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Because special teams can win games. Bill Belichick would always talk about that.
That right there, Zoff Frazier sticks out to me.
Yeah, Zoff Frazier, he would be great. He's stupid fast as well. He is really, really athletic out there. Just guys that can make some people miss. That would be wonderful. I'd be excited for that too. Hopefully not a kicker in the second round. That would be that would probably not be ideal. But
what team would ever do that?
Oh, definitely right. What franchise would do that? Who would trade Roberto Aguayo in the second round? That's but what are you gonna do? Oh man. So Tammy, you say you've been a Bucs fan your entire life. Obviously the two Super Bowl teams might be your favorite teams, but other than the Super Bowl teams, are there any Bucs teams that really stick out in your mind, having grown up being such a huge fan?
Of course, having like I have to first off say shout out to Gene Deckerhoff who calls the games. I love him, back in the day before everything was delayed. it was so fun to listen to him talk. You know, I would turn the TV down and just crank up the radio. But
Very
you know,
cool.
people like Doug Williams. I loved Doug Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Him.
Yes.
And of course, remember, I'm going from like the guy who throws a ball down the field and makes those points go onto on the scoreboard. That's a guy, because I don't know. You know, I didn't know. But he was so much fun to watch. And Dave Logan, I just remember him being a super. I know exactly where I was when I heard he passed away. So, you know, those were my old school favorites there. You know, and I don't know why I'm blanking on him. The guy who brought football to USF.
Leroy Selman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Leroy Selman. Yeah, he was great too. I got to meet him in person, and just a truly remarkable human being. So yeah, kind of like the old school stuff. Love that. And you know, like the faces started blurring, you know, kind of from, you know, like late 80s and into the 90s. Just kind of everything kind of cooled off for a bit, but still a fan. But yeah, but once we started getting closer to like the Mike Allstotts and you know, like wow, I'm blanking again because I do that.
That's okay.
Derek Brooks. And
Derek Brooks.
Yeah, you know, that defense was so much fun to watch. I have to say, Warren Sapp, they were just a lot of fun to watch. And oh, gosh, work done. Miss him. When he went to Atlanta, I was like,
heartbreaking. I get you.
Yeah, you get a little attached to these people, but
of course,
but you know, it's fun to watch these teams evolve and some of the crazy things they do when they brought in Tom Brady. I'm just like, you know, do you remember when, I don't know, y'all are young, but when Metallica started putting out like cover tunes, I'm like, we just got a cover tune in Tampa Bay. So I love Tom Brady. You know, I'm not, he is the GOAT, obviously, but I'm like, this is what it's going to take. Okay.
Yeah.
This is what it's going to take.
Right. Absolutely.
Here we go.
Yeah.
And he did not disappoint. And I was really happy we had him. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say, like, I got my start sports writing because of Tom Brady. Like, I owe him literally. Without him, I would not be, you know, writing about the Bucs. So yeah, he was great. But of course, at the same time, as soon as Tom Brady arrived, cost of living in Tampa went up. Darn him, you know.
Absolutely.
Oh man,
and you sure knew how to harass.
True. Yeah.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Brady doesn't get enough blame for the cost of everything rising in Tampa.
Right.
You're onto something with that one, Carter.
For sure.
Absolutely.
All right, so
think outside the box.
Titans pick is in. Are we all on the same boat? It's Cam Ward.
I mean, I've seen just Cam Ward. Yeah, I can't imagine.
All I've seen is Cam Ward, but I think it'd be pretty funny if they went and pulled like an Abdul Carter here or something like that.
I think that'd be a great pick for them.
I'm calling it. They're going to do Cam Ward.
That's a great call.
The question, though, was that apparently the Giants offered their first round this year, their first round next year, and extras to get Cam Ward, and Tennessee did not take that deal.
Yeah, because Dora is not good.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel you, but like that's a huge draft. Wow, that's a lot of draft.
That's a massive haul, and like I don't know that Cam Ward is that good.
Right.
I think he can be. I think he's got a solid potential, but I think that shows how far the separation is from Cam Ward and the rest of this draft class.
So the way I think about this from like a team building perspective is, do you believe that Cam Ward is going to lead your team to the playoffs perennially for the next 10 to 15 years? That answer is no. You need to trade back, get Abdul Carter at 3 or 4 or wherever.
Yeah.
And then get the quarterback next year, because you're going to win 2 games this season anyway with the way that roster is built right now. Like they're not going to be successful regardless.
Right.
I disagree with you. I think Cam Ward could be a playoff level. Is he going to win you a Super Bowl? I don't think so, but I think, and I'm not comparing him to Eli Manning, so don't take this as me saying it, but I think that that's the type of quarterback. Like, he's not going to win you games, but he's not going to lose you games either.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, Cam Ward,
it all kind of just depends on.
Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick.
Jaguars.
Officially in. Yep, Cam Ward. I was actually about to ask. I mean, I don't know how y'all feel about this quarterback draft class, and if there's any guys that you think, may have a more successful future than, Ward or Sanders?
Real quick. Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick to the Jags. The Jags are sending the number 5 pick, a 2nd rounder, and a 4th rounder, as well as a 1st rounder next year to the Browns.
Another first rounder next year. That's insane.
That's
so
crazy.
So who are they going for?
It's got to be Ashton Jennings.
Or
No, Abdul Carter. It's got to be Carter or Hunter. I wouldn't be shocked to see them take Hunter.
I think they could take Hunter. That's a Jacksonville pick all over.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Jacksonville needs help at corner, and their wide receiver room is kind of thin.
Yeah.
Well,
that's huge.
Shad Khan will do things for attention, so
Oh, for sure.
they won't exactly make the most solid decisions.
Right. Tammy, do you have any thoughts on this Jacksonville Jaguars trade?
Oh, I don't, because I'm not sure what can fix their problems right now. I think there's a whole
great point.
listen. There's a whole culture problem there. Like they had this little boost going on, and everything was fine, and then all of a sudden, their house of cards started falling, and I don't know how to fix that. So,
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I don't know.
absolutely.
I think they might have to take a couple years to rebuild. So I don't know if that's such a bad idea. I don't know.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah, it's weird. The Jaguars are definitely a weird team. Like you said, it's gonna take a lot to fix the Jaguars. But he's a big name. Travis Hunter is a huge name, and like we were saying, I'm assuming that's where they're going. So yeah, I don't know. That's a great start to the night, though. What a fantastic way to kick things off after the Cam Ward kind of boring. Like, all right,
where do the Browns go? Where do the Browns go at 5, though?
They're so bad. There's just so many. I mean, they're the
They
Browns.
could go anywhere.
They've got that whole tackle.
Yeah, they could draft an offensive lineman and
defensive
cool. They
lineman.
could draft a receiver and it would be cool. They could draft a cornerback and it'd probably be okay. Yeah, I don't know.
The Browns have 97 corners already. They don't need another one.
Yeah, I don't know. Greg Newsom was
They
bad.
say
last
98 is
year,
a lucky
but-
number. Yeah,
Exactly. 98 is the lucky number.
Give me Greg Newsom. I'll take him on Tampa tonight.
Word.
I'll give you a 7th for him. I don't need that 7th. I've been throwing that 7th at just anybody who has a cool name at this point in my mocks.
Word, for sure. That's how it be.
What's up, big dog?
Yeah.
Nope, I'm doing the show. No
Yeah,
VR.
what a great start to the night. That's a really fun start. Hopefully this means even more trades because that would be really exciting, honestly.
Oh yeah, we're in for a chaotic night, I think.
Yeah,
See, I can lie to you after talking, or not talking, but seeing what Jason Light was saying. I wasn't expecting very many trades this draft.
Really interesting.
No, I thought that because of the density of like top talent and then just sort of everybody else, like there's going to be guys that are first round grades that are in the 2nd round, and there's going to be guys that people thought was going to be in the 2nd round that get taken up just because I think the disparity of like what other teams might value a guy more or less, I think is going to be very wide. The Giants might think a guy's the best guy in the draft, where maybe the Jaguars think he's like okay. I think there's a wide variety of those kind of guys, other than the top. What are we? 6 guys, 5 guys that are like okay, these are the best.
Yeah, there are a lot of those like weird reports about like, oh, teams only see like 13 guys as having first round grades, which like,
Right.
What the heck does that mean? Like I don't know. That's such a like bland, nebulous like label to put on a player.
Yeah, but I mean that means that late in the draft you might be able to get guys that you have high grades on,
right?
That were just undervalued, and then you just sit back and wait until the 3rd round and grab your guy.
For sure.
Or trade back, which is what every team should do.
Right. Yeah. Now the pick is in. Are we here? Mine's a little bit delayed. Are we hearing anything? Is it officially Hunter or?
I don't think so. I don't know yet.
Yeah.
I'm still seeing picks on the clock, but it's got to be Hunter.
I'm not hearing.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be Hunter.
Yeah. All right.
Yep. And it's Hunter.
It's Hunter. Wow.
Yeah. I'm also seeing that the Browns are potentially trying to get back into the 1st round with another pick to get
Ooh.
Sanders
See, that
before
to me-
21.
That to me says that they are thinking not quarterback with that 5th overall pick.
Right.
And then, they're going to try to trade back in to get a quarterback, which that's interesting. That's an interesting approach.
Yeah.
Wow, Travis Hunter, he's a Jaguar. Wasn't
expecting that.
Yeah, that's a crazy.
Up to get
That is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, so with Colorado and their all their the hype around them, I know these guys are great. They're a lot of fun to watch. But like you're saying, it's kind of they're kind of boosted by their notoriety. Is it?
Yeah.
Can their actions back up their words? Deion Sanders Coach Prime did a really good job hyping them and believing them in themselves, and that goes a long way, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You have that confidence, you can do anything.
500
right.
What's that?
I mean,
I said it goes like a 500 record.
in his
Travis
defense,
not a bad player. I'm not.
They had a bad offensive line. They
had a lot of bad.
They had a lot of bad players, man.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter, the thing about him as an NFL prospect, though, is 6 foot, 180?
Yeah.
I don't know where you put him. I don't know where he wants to be. If he wants to be wide receiver
He's
first.
already said that if you're not drafting him to play both, he's not playing football.
Yeah, but okay, great. But in reality, they're gonna play one position the most, and then a little bit. He's probably the closest thing to a real two-way prospect, but I think the reality will set in where you can't put him in as he has to play one thing first and then minor in the second thing.
Yeah,
takes one hit at wide receiver and goes,
he's not a great tackler, but he can be a shutdown corner.
I don't think he can.
Wow. I don't
he
know.
wasn't targeted enough for us to go.
I think he has potential at corner, but
yeah, I think he's a better corner than he is a receiver.
I agree with that, but I think he's middle of the road.
Wow. Well, we'll see. He is very skinny. 180 is not big enough.
Tiny.
Yeah, it's
You're
not big
looking at
enough.
Emmanuel Forbes type.
I'm sure he'll size up.
And what's Emmanuel Forbes doing?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, it's going to be tough because the physicality, like you said, he's gonna get a hit and then he's gonna be like, "Ooh, deuces! I'm just playing corner." So yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see how that all plays out. Oh man.
So who's New York taking here? Is this Shador or Carter?
No, it's Carter.
Okay.
I don't think it's Shador.
But yeah, I don't know. I think these first 3 picks are the trade was super fun, but I think the first 3 picks are kind of established. They're kind of gonna, it's not gonna be a lot to talk about. I think it's Carter and then
I think we have a lot of trades.
It's the Giants. They could go ahead and pick.
I can't hear it. The kids took my phone and they're talking to their mom that I was watching the draft on.
I got you. That's all right.
Duval.
But Tammy, getting back to some Bucs stuff, because we can talk about the NFL a lot. Who's your all-time favorite Bucs player?
Ooh, I like this.
Yeah.
All-time favorite?
Yeah.
Oh, what category? I mean,
I have to say Bucs player.
Yeah, player that played for Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Right. No, if you want to do an offensive and a defensive player, I'll let you.
Okay, I can do that. Do that. I think Warwick Dunn, my all-time favorite.
Very good choice.
And I think not just because of the person he is on the field, but what he does outside of that. I just think he's a stand-up guy. And defense.
Defense is tough.
That's a lot of good players on defense.
Yeah.
There's so many.
Defense is so much easier for me than offense. I'm not gonna lie.
I want to hear yours. I have 5, but
mine is Rondé Barber. All day.
Me too.
Okay.
All
Nothing
day.
wrong with that.
What a great guy.
You could say Leroy. You could say John Lynch.
Derek Brooks.
You could say Derek Brooks.
Lynch.
You could say Warren Sapp. You could. There's
a ton of players.
Gerald McCoy.
Gerald McCoy. Levante David.
Levante is up there.
Yeah.
I like Gerald McCoy so much because of what he does, trying to recruit players to play in Tampa now. He hasn't played in years, and he's like, you know what? You should come play in Tampa.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. But Tammy, we just laid out a bunch of options defensively. Do you have
You
a
did.
wild
I know.
card or-
I love the A Train. I do. I love Mike Allstott. I
Okay.
think it's fun to watch. And of course, I'm going back to that, because I'm immersed in that right now.
Mhm.
So, but I did bring my daughter home from the hospital in a Warren Sapp jersey.
Let's
It
go.
happened.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's hard to just pick just one. But I do. It's a lot of fun to watch them all, and I like watching to see what happens, how they evolve. And it was fun watching how Mike Evans just blew up. That's been a fun evolution to watch as well. So it's hard to pick just. There's like potato chips, you can't just have one.
Right, that's a good point.
That's
a good
fair.
point. Yeah, if you try to limit yourself to one, then it's a loser.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, who's your favorite special teams player? You brought up special teams.
Oh,
No,
okay.
you don't have to go that. I'm just saying.
I can't say because he got in a little trouble.
Okay. I'm understand.
But I really enjoyed watching him play. He was a lot of fun.
Sure.
Yeah. But
I'm over here trying to figure out who it is.
I got nothing.
okay. So I
she's
think-
Tell us what it
Oh,
rhymes
you're
with.
gonna say it. All right.
What's that?
No.
Tell us what it rhymes with.
Yeah.
That's what it rhymes with.
I think he had the wrong girlfriend. So
Madly Schminion?
which one?
I was just trying to pick a name that rhymed with Bradley Pinion.
Oh, a random. Okay.
Bradley Pinion would be a nuts pull though.
Ryan Anger.
Oh man,
Jalen Darden?
Jalen Darden. Oh God. Yeah, that's a North Texas legend right there. That's a mean green machine.
Great.
Oh,
Man, I miss those Bobo Wilson days.
the Bobo Wilson days.
I would have to go
Oh, man.
with Martin Gramatica.
I was about to say
Yeah.
Martin
Yeah.
Gramatica.
So I don't think I truly have a favorite Tampa special teams player.
Oh man,
terms
well, you're
of
not a true
names.
fan, Zach.
Like if I had to,
Abdul
Bidwell,
Carter.
I really liked Bidwell, but only because I knew his cousin when I lived in Oregon. Not his cousin. Like no reason for me to like him, other than I knew his family. Like I had a bunch of signed cards from him. Punter cards aren't getting me any money anywhere, but I had autographs of him.
That's cool.
That is
I think
cool.
if I had to go
Like, yep. Bill
pure
Carter's in.
names out of a special team, it'd be Donald Igwebuike.
Okay.
Donald Igwebuike. He was like the original kicker.
Oh man, I haven't heard that name in years.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
we're going just Tampa, I mean, like, I feel like we've had a lot of them.
Yeah, we have. I want to know what happened to Camarda. Okay, I know what
Me
happened?
Don't we all?
Tell me.
I think Jake.
One day
Camarda
he's here,
wants
then
to
the
know
next
what
day
happened.
he's gone, and I'm like going,
Yeah.
and who replaced him? Was it Carr or
No, it
There were
was
four of them, I think, that replaced him just last year.
Browning.
Yeah.
Was that his name?
I didn't know what happened. I got a little
Yeah.
like, hey,
Jake Browning,
wait,
Cap
what
Browning.
happened?
Right.
So, yeah, that was a little frustrating. But
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, 'cause
run the
they-
place.
It was more annoying because they didn't even really say anything about it. Like, I just remember watching one game
Mhm.
and it being Camarda, and then the next game it was somebody else punting the ball. And I think Carter messaged the group and said something. I was like, wait, who the hell is this guy?
Right. And I still can't remember who. It seems like it's a 4-letter word.
Yeah. No, because he was a punter for the Bears, and then he ended up on the Bucs. I don't remember.
Got you.
Oh,
And of course, the duck. He's an honorary Buccaneer. The duck that changed the whole. That was so fun to watch the duck come on in there and kind of change. Like, how did that whole thing happen? Like, he blocked the kick, recovered, and ran in for 6. So
yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, because I was in it was a weird sequence of events. Like, they showed the duck on the jumbotron, and then I was super concerned that the duck was going to get killed. Honestly,
me too.
like the duck. Yeah, exactly. The duck was just like.
Thank
on the
goodness
field.
if it did.
Yeah, thank goodness they
Oh,
handled
no. I'm definitely afraid of ducks, so
it.
I would have been okay with it.
I'm surprised you're not underrated on the duck. I'm supposed you're like, ducks just don't have the strength and ability.
No, ducks.
You fly, you run, not a two-way duck. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No,
Well, that's
swimming,
the whole,
kinda-
that's
yeah,
the whole
the
plan.
two-way
It's
duck.
It will
confusing.
mess
and I
you
think
up.
that's the
Yeah.
best part of the
The duck's
duck
RAS
factor.
score is kind of lame.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I guarantee
They
you,
just mess
it's not.
with your
I
mind.
ran from them before. They're fast.
They are.
Oh man. Well, I'm glad. I was glad to see the duck save, even if Zach Blaine doesn't. It was not. Because honestly, if they don't block that punt, like the ball could have very easily went into that path, and things could have gone very south very quickly. But yeah, that was a crazy turning point because they did not look great. Like they did not look great. But the other punter was Trenton Gill. That was the other guy that they used.
That's it, yeah.
That's the one that I
That's
remember.
Yeah, because
And
then
he was, like,
they went
just as
with
bad.
him for like 2 or 3 games, and then they brought in this Browning guy who looked like he was like an accountant or something. He was so like thin, and anyways. But now they have Riley Dixon, right? That's the guy they signed? Or,
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like
Yes.
that.
something like that.
That was our big free agent signing this year.
That's right. He was the headliner. He was definitely it was Riley Dixon. I mean, he's supposed to be an upgrade. Hopefully he'll be better than Camarda and the rest of the folks were last year. But hey, Camarda saved the Bucs playoff appearance a couple of years ago with that
Yeah.
weird play against the Panthers. So, without Camarda, they aren't NFC South Division winners that year. But yeah, Abdul Carter for the Giants. That's a good.
That's a great pickup.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
because now it's him and Brian Burns, and they don't have to worry about extending Thibodeau. Like they can just.
Yeah, I think that makes Thibodeau expendable, and I would love to have Thibodeau in Tampa.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know because Thibodeau's been rough. Like Thibodeau has not. Thibodeau's not been very good. He
He's
definitely
not
has.
been great, but neither has our edge rushers. So
Yeah, for sure. He would be an interesting addition. Absolutely.
Yeah, Abdul Carter is definitely my favorite player in this draft. I think that is an absolute steal at number 3.
Yeah.
yeah,
I
he
think.
would be one at any other draft.
Yeah, I think
could've-
Abdul. Yeah, I think Abdul Carter is probably the first overall pick if like you just set aside positional needs or any nonsense like that.
I think he was the number 1 rated player on the big board. If we're going like, that's my opinion.
Ooh, Will Campbell to the Patriots. I'm sure Zach Dobb is happy. There he is. Yeah, I like Will Campbell a lot for the Patriots. I think he's going to be a pretty good tackle because they need some offensive line help. My goodness. But yeah, we'll see how that goes because he doesn't. poor Drake May. He doesn't have whole lot of players to throw to. He's kind of got a bunch of guys running routes. But yeah, interesting start to the draft. Loved the Jaguars trade. That was really interesting. But yeah, so far kind of just ho hum with picks. Not a whole lot of unexpected stuff.
I expect the Browns to maybe move down again. I think they want to move down again, which would be
Wow.
the smart thing to do. They should move down again.
Yeah, they're like me with the PFF mock drafts. Like just trade down.
Keep trading down.
Just racking up picks. I love it.
Just
I love
gather all the 3rd and 4ths you can get.
Yeah.
Zach loves it. Good pick. Drake May got sacked way too much for a rookie.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, and it wasn't really his fault. It wasn't not his fault, but it certainly wasn't all his fault. So yeah, I dig it. I dig it a lot. So yeah, we'll see. Tammy, are there any other teams in football you like watching at all, or any other players in the NFL?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the Commanders, the Washington Commanders, a lot.
okay.
They were
Yeah.
so much fun to watch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love. I like watching the Steelers play. I love Coach Tomlin. Like,
Yeah, he's
he's so much fun.
Yeah.
And I do want to comment on the pick for the Patriots coach, like Vrabel.
Mhm.
Any thoughts on him?
I mean,
Zach,
I don't know.
Zach seemed to like him.
Yeah, Zach Dobb, our resident Patriots fan in the group.
Yeah,
He was
because
with
he
us.
played for them, right? He was a player
Yeah.
for them
Yes,
back in the day. Yeah,
absolutely.
okay.
Yeah.
So, like, is that a good pick for them? Do you think? Is this like an honor thing? Is this what do you do? What do you do with that?
I don't know. It's weird because they hired that guy Gerard Mayo, who was another former player, and then they got rid of him after a year. I didn't necessarily love that, but at the same time, like if they thought they found their guy, they found their guy. But I'm a big, I like Mike Vrabel. I think he got kind of a raw deal in Tennessee where he was coaching before. because they traded AJ Brown, which was just such a weird move. And then they, of course, whiffed on the draft pick that they got for him with Treylon Burks. So I don't mind it. To answer your question, it's not bad, but we'll see, because like Vrabel's a defensive-minded coach, and it's just weird, like the whole defense versus offensive-minded coach kind of philosophy with teams nowadays. So I don't know. We'll have to see how it works out, but I definitely didn't love the way they handled the Gerard Mayo situation, the coach before him. It was kind of weird, but
well, I think the same thing with the Jets too. I think they let his name escapes me as well. I'm not great with names, but when I don't know, that whole Aaron Rodgers situation is kind of blows my mind, and I feel like he had a lot to do with the way that turned out. But that's just me, that concerns me. But that Jets are not my team, so I don't have a dog in that fight, so it's fine.
Yeah, who cares if the Jets are bad? But I do feel you. That was and now Rodgers is gone. Now Rodgers is probably not going to be a Jet anymore.
I don't think he'll be in the NFL anymore.
Yeah. Right.
What was the talk? He was going to the Giants, and then then all of a sudden they have all these quarterback. How many quarterbacks do you need?
Right.
So
he was going to the Giants, and then the Giants brought in Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston. They still have DeVito, so he's not going to the Giants. And then they're talking about him going to the Vikings. I'm like, JJ McCarthy's not sitting behind 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, no shot. It's going to be weird to see how it all shakes out with the Jets, because I think they signed Justin Fields, and like you said, they let go of Robert Saleh.
Who got Justin Fields? Because that's
the Jets signed Justin.
Oh, they got that's nothing makes sense to me. I mean, I know Russell Wilson, are they tied at the hip?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Right. Anyway. Yeah. It's they're both going to be in New York now, just playing for different teams. It's
just weird. It's just weird.
It's weird.
Mason Graham.
Each other around.
Yeah, and also
Mason Graham.
Oh, Mason Graham. Okay.
Yep.
I've seen the Rodgers to Pittsburgh rumors as well, and I don't think they're super sold on him at all.
No,
I wouldn't be either.
Yeah, he's just played himself into such a corner at this point of his career, because he's just kind of a weirdo, and it's just like he just seems to demand too much control, and then once he cedes it, it's like, oh, everything went poorly. Who could have seen that coming? And it's just I hated the way they handled the Robert Saleh situation, Tammy. I'm right there with you. It was really weird. Just letting him go mid-season was kind of strange, and they didn't get any better afterwards, so clearly he wasn't the issue.
No, that just seemed like a really political, I don't want to play with him for him. I want my own thing. It's that's just but what do I know?
No, I'm right there with you. I think it was very much it was very much an Aaron Rodgers made a call type of move.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. But then I love for Green Bay. What a remarkable story that was. I love that QB. He's so good.
Oh yeah. Jordan Love's great. Yeah, and it was kind of the circumstances surrounding his signing or drafting was kind of weird. It was kind of awkward, but Green Bay did it again. They've got another franchise quarterback. They clearly figured something out. They're doing something right, which is really impressive.
I agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fun watching all these moves though, because it's I don't know. There's a lot to when is someone's a free agent here, and can they do is there a deadline when they can start trading people or letting people go, or it's just. That's part of the nuances I'm still kind of learning about the game, because I never really cared before. Now it's so important, so it just it makes the game a lot more fun to watch when you got deadlines coming, you got to make some decisions, you got to make a hard decision. It's not going to be pretty, and no one's going to maybe agree with you, but but it's fun to watch those things come to fruition after it happens, and so that's been a real fun thing to watch. So
Yeah, I mean, playing franchise mode in Madden, it'll get you, it'll get you thinking about the thinking about the game differently. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a fun time. The cuts and the trades, like you said, you got to make some really difficult business decisions.
Yeah.
That are
Yeah,
not
it's hard to
always.
watch that happen. What didn't Culver House?
Oh gosh,
Sorry,
no, you're right.
Culpepper. Culver House is a whole different thing. But I was
Right.
thinking like Culpepper when his son he didn't get signed, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh no, my heart broke.
Yeah,
Emotions
yeah,
came in. I was like, that's so sad.
yeah, yeah. It's
So,
tough.
yeah.
You get hit with a bit of a reality check. It can be hard for sure.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure. So, but but those things are fun to watch. And then you see like John Lynch right now killing it in San Francisco,
mhm.
just kind of building his own franchise in a way,
Yeah.
his own dynasty in a way. I know they're not winning a lot, but they have something to build on, in my opinion. But
Yeah,
but I'm a
and
John Lynch fan too.
right, and they've been super successful. Like they've got two Super Bowl appearances in the last 6 or 7 years. I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at by any stretch of the
Right.
imagination.
And they were plagued with injuries, and it was just like, but they kept on pushing on, and that's just kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, they're definitely, you can't fault them for not going for it. They were definitely pushing their chips in, absolutely.
Yeah.
With the Debo stuff and bringing back Brandon Ayuk and bringing back Trent Williams, and trading for Christian McCaffrey, like they definitely were going for it. It'll be interesting to see because there's rumors about the owners being sort of dissatisfied with the amount of money that they're spending versus the return on investment, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
I'll be interested to see how they play things out, especially with Brock Purdy's contract expiring soon. Like they're going to have to re-sign him, and that's going to cost a pretty penny. So, yeah, San Francisco is going to be tough. John Lynch definitely has his work cut out for him moving forward.
He does. I think he's going to be able to do it. I think
yeah.
if they don't listen to him, we'll just tackle him and throw him across the room. It'll be fine.
Right. Yeah, you can just tackle the owner.
Absolutely.
No. Exactly. Yeah.
I'm just picturing what that would look like. They're in some corporate, like big conference table situation. And here comes John Lynch flying across the room, and kind of like putting a hurt on him. But I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just my fantasy.
Right. Yeah. I mean, who doesn't fantasize about the owners getting tackled?
Right.
I mean, they be doing stupid stuff all the time. So yeah, I don't blame you at all. Oh,
Absolutely.
Man. Yeah. Well, shout out the Browns. Mason Graham. He's Cleveland Brown, right? Is that
I like that pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really, really good pick. I thought he was going to go 5 to Jacksonville, but
yeah, now that Cleveland's there, that's yeah. I mean, they have a need. Their interior defensive line has been really questionable at best, and him and Myles Garrett.
It's gonna be insane.
That
This,
pass rush is going to be really good.
this to me is where the draft gets crazy because Vegas could legitimately go Genty right here.
Raiders going Ashton Genty here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. I saw it was either going to be Genty or Jahdae Barron, and I wasn't really sure.
Man, that's
and it all kind of cascades there.
I kind of expected Genty because their run game was so bad. Like they had no running back last year.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not shocked. Now, with that being said, I don't know that another pick at pick 6 makes sense for the Raiders.
Yeah, because they could have very easily drafted literally like anything else, pretty much. Like they have so many needs across.
And for you to need running back as bad as you do, I mean, I think you take the best player on the board, and that's Ashton Genty right now.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of it's a difficult balance. Because you want to talk about like positional impact and all that stuff. Like when you have Geno Smith as your quarterback, like he's a good quarterback, but
I forgot that Geno. Oh yeah, no, I'm all for the Genty move then.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. I would have been interested to see them take like a wide receiver or something there because like Brock Bowers, great. One of the best tight ends.
Kobe Myers is solid though.
Oh man,
if we're great, don't get me wrong, but he's not bad.
Yeah, it's just that's wide receiver 2, and like, oh man, that's a tough wide receiver too.
It's important to note too, though, that while he did all the running last year, the year before that he led the NCAA in receiving yards as a running back.
Absolutely, yeah. NCAA football had him as a receiving back archetype at this beginning, when he came into the season. So take that for what it's worth. But no, I feel you. He can definitely be a dual threat guy. It's just it's going to be interesting. The Raiders just they've got a rough team. Like they are not. In my mind, they were not an Ashton Genty away from being competitive.
No.
So don't spend a 6th overall pick on him.
But I think that Ashton Genty puts you in more games than you were this year.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We'll see how it plays out. Tammy, you got any thoughts on Ashton Genty to the Raiders? How about that? The first running back off the board.
I don't because they're not kind of on my radar right now, unfortunately. So I don't know. I don't know what they can do personally. I don't know. I don't have a clue. But I'm happy to admit that.
No,
but,
the Raiders are not on very many people's radars at all because they're the Raiders.
Right. I mean,
radar. What's the difference?
Couldn't be happier. As a Broncos fan, couldn't be happier that they suck right now.
Oh man, they're in Las Vegas at this point. That's
right.
Kind of their,
that's different.
Yeah, that's really the only thing they have going for them right now. Is that they're in
good
Vegas.
for them.
Now all their players will get hit with gambling fines and gambling suspensions.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and Tom Brady's running the team from the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
And where's Gruden in all this? I don't know. I might have gotten an email from him somewhere, but I don't know.
That's brutal. Man.
Sorry, I had to bring it up. It had to be said. But
guidelines.
Oh man.
But with the Broncos and Sean Payton, I love Sean Payton. I'm sorry, that's probably not nice, but I do like him a lot.
Yeah, let's talk all the trash on the Broncos we can. I'm so for it.
It's all good. We're right after the Bucs. We're at 20. We're right after the Bucs. So
heck yeah.
That's funny.
You guys are gonna get Amari on Hampton. That's my call.
I mean, we need running back. We need offensive line. I think we need wide receiver. There's some decisions that need to be made, but basically we just need to give the defense is good. We need to give our boy Bo Nix more weapons. That's what we need. And Peyton's creative enough to make do with whatever is there. So I mean, they could be getting a guy late in the draft that is a impact player. So,
sure. Yeah.
I mean, they need depth and starters at a lot of those positions that he's brought up.
Yeah, he can scheme his way towards turning a round 4 wide receiver into a productive player.
Yeah.
I do have a question though. Who are the late, the later round picks that you think are going to make? I know because there's, we're talking about the top 5 people that are getting picked today, but who in the later rounds do you think are going to make the most impact for any of the teams?
Hidden Gem.
Hidden Gem.
As our very own
Mr. Musab Tariq's ears perked up.
Ears perked up. Hidden Gem, maybe?
My ears. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think my biggest one, we touched on it earlier, Carter and I did, but Zaw Frazier. I think whoever gets him in the 5th, 6th round they're going to get a steal. I think he could be very good. And then Billy Bowman, the safety out of Oklahoma, I think he's going to be a stud as well. But a later round pick guy.
Yeah. I think those are sometimes some of the most effective players that maybe they're just the unsung heroes that come along and be like, yeah, I got this. I'm just doing my job here. Nothing to see. That's fun to watch too.
Absolutely. The whole next man up, the sort of the underdog mentality, chip on your shoulder, all those cliches. Those guys are really fun. That's my favorite part of this whole draft season is talking about those sort of under the radar guys. Cause we can all sit here and say, man, Ashton Genty sure is a good running back. Yeah, no duh, but it's a lot harder to try to find those guys, and that's where a lot of teams make their money. If you spend your later round draft picks well, then you can sort of make up for any errors that you might make earlier in the draft. Those
Brady wasn't a first round, he was not a first round draft pick, was he?
He was a 7th
199.
Yeah,
7th round pick.
Yeah. So you never know.
Do we think Real quick, the Jets are taking Membu here, or do we have
Yes.
another?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, they are.
How are you figuring this out so fast?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Twitter's
we
way
got
ahead, man.
sources.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he can't
I
reveal
feel
his
like I'm
sources.
getting these good questions, and he's like, "Oh yeah, it's already decided, brother."
That's exactly who they are.
Yep. That's
Oh man.
Membu. Yeah.
Well, hey Zach, I'll tell you, no cornerbacks taken yet.
I know, dude. My hairs are standing up, brother.
Yeah. Yeah. Although I will say Jahad Campbell hasn't been taken either.
I don't
And-
care about Todd Campbell. He's got injury issues. I don't care about him.
Okay. Yikes! All right.
Just kidding. I like Campbell, kind of. There's the injury concerns are a little worrisome, but Will Johnson has the same issues.
Yeah. No, it's
The more and more that I watch, I want to take Maxwell Harrison at pick 19, brother.
oh man, I think
stretch.
that
It's a stretch. I know it is, but I
It is
think
very
that he's
much
going to be
reach.
very, very good. Watching his gameplay, he's solid, bro.
Yeah, I do agree that he could be a really high impact player. I just like you said, it is a pretty massive reach for them.
I don't think it's massive. I think he's like the 34th ranked prospect.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just that high of a jump is a bit tough for me for a team that could theoretically just go best player available. You know what I mean? Like for a team that's not like an immediate, you have to get a first round cornerback. Like theoretically they could wait a little bit. So I don't know. I kind of go back and forth on it, frankly. But we'll see how it all plays out. You know, there's a lot of.
We're going to see cornerbacks come off the board at the 49ers and the Dolphins. I think that's where Will Johnson and Jade Barron go.
See, I think the Dolphins are offensive linemen.
They do, they do, but they're talking about trading. They're talking about trading Ramsey. So I think that's an easy way to replace Ramsey, and trade or release him without needing to fill that hole.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Tammy Davis, I know you've got to go. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Tammy, for joining us.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
This was so much fun.
Oh yeah, I mean, like you saw, like we're all just, we don't know anything. Like nobody knows anything. Like the guys on.
Oh, y'all are great. It's so much fun to talk about these things, and because I don't have a lot of there's not a lot of people like me that are talking to me about this stuff. So this has been refreshing, and it'll be a lot of fun to see how this season progresses. So
absolutely.
Yeah. So go Bucs, go Bulls.
Go Bucs. We'll have to have you on again sometime. Absolutely.
Oh, I'd love it.
For sure. Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again,
Thanks
Tammy.
I'll play any of y'all on Xbox 360.
Yeah.
I just got an Xbox. I'm gonna have to make that happen. I've been.
I would love to do it. I'll even try the
forever.
new games. I'll try the later ones. It'll be fun.
All
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a great
Have
night.
a good night, Tammy.
All right. And now I think we're going to have Mike Freeman. Is he still in there? Mike, you still there, buddy?
Mike's here. Haven't seen his video. And we also, with the next pick after this pick, we is that we have a Saints. Is this?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, it goes Panthers, Saints. So we got two NFC South rivals. I don't know if there's been.
No, I think he's saying we've got a Saints fan.
Yeah, another guest that's
boy.
coming on for the Saints pick as well. No, Mike's not the Saints guy.
Okay. Yeah.
Mike's
I'm sorry.
not the Saints
No. Yeah.
No, you're
Is
good.
Mike a Saint?
Is Mike a Saint?
Mike
He's a
is.
nice guy.
I don't know.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
saying,
I'll bring him on. He doesn't have his video. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Oh,
we'll wait on Mike.
Okay,
He's currently fielding calls, trading down in the draft.
Oh, for sure.
That's-
Knowing Mike though, he's
Alright,
probably like.
this is where I think Ted McMillan goes.
Really? Yeah, I don't
I
know.
agree.
I was just thinking.
Yeah.
Warren. I mean, I've seen a couple of names. Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked to see Tyler Warren go here either.
Yeah, Tyler Warren would be interesting. They just need a pass catcher. Like it doesn't really.
Exactly. And I know
Yeah.
they just drafted what's his name last year? Why am I
Xavier
blanking?
Leggett.
Yeah,
like,
Leggett. And I like Leggett, but like
I love Leggett, and I think that's why
Yeah.
you don't draft Ted McMillan here, because essentially they are the exact same receiver.
yeah, but it doesn't hurt to have two of those types of
It
guys.
doesn't hurt, but also like you want to
Yeah, no, I get you. You want
have 3 just giants on your wide receiver core. You don't have that speedy guy.
For sure. Yeah, no,
I think Warren makes more sense here.
yeah.
And if the Panthers don't get McMillan here, I think New Orleans probably picks him up then. That's my
I think New Orleans goes defense.
Yeah,
think
I think
so?
Yeah,
New
they need
Orleans either
corner,
goes
they need edge. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they either go defense or offensive line because they signed they brought
Offensive
back
line.
Brandon Cooks, right? Or am I tripping?
I don't know.
So who brought in? Someone brought in Brandon Cooks. I'm looking it up.
Someone signed him.
Well, I'm just thinking back to the Saints this season, watching them sign guys off the street.
Oh yeah,
Late
no,
in
their
the
wide
year.
receiver room was
Saints.
absolutely
He's back with the Saints.
super depleted. But like, it's just their other needs are just so pressing. like their offensive line is just so bad. Like it might be one of the worst in football, frankly.
This
and
picks
you
take
know,
a minute. They might be moving out.
yeah,
I saw
I
that
don't
Carolina might be trading back as well.
Yeah, Carolina trading back would be really interesting because then they could because the Panthers defense is not very good either.
This is true.
That Panthers defense is rough. Like they're in desperate need of some talent. So there's a lot of different directions that could go. The Panthers and the Saints, in my opinion, could both afford to stay
Yeah.
down. But it's we'll definitely see how it all plays out because the Saints could screw around and draft a quarterback. They could draft Shador or something weird. That would be
That'd
awesome.
be crazy.
That would be
Minutes
awesome.
after drafting edge rusher Abdul Carter, Giants GM Joe Schoen says his team is picking up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it makes sense. He's still a good enough player to pick that up, and it's not a bad thing to have two really good pass rushers and a third pretty good one. Like he could still theoretically.
Jalen Walker could go here too in one of the next 2 picks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
He's still there. I think he goes to the Saints.
Wow, I wouldn't mind that. I don't know. The Saints just have so many different directions they could go theoretically.
Pick is in. Do we know who it is already, Eureka?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Waiting for your sources, huh?
Yeah, I gotta wait for the
phone call to come in. Yeah.
My phone is buzzing at the moment.
I'm currently on the ESPN app with all mine. I'm watching the Bleacher
You're
Report.
gonna be behind, buddy.
I'm watching the Bleacher Report one because I thought it was a good idea to not have cable.
Well, the pick is in.
Panthers select T-Mac.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'm on a roll here, even though I'm not seeing it.
Sure, you don't.
Yeah, you guys can't see it. Zach has a crystal ball
Zach-
screen.
Zach literally has all the sources. Yeah.
I just want to watch the draft, if I'm being honest with you. I'm kind of irritated that I can't. I tried streaming it on my phone to the TV and it won't work. So I'm just like, I quit.
Well, we're just watching a name scroll across the screen. It's
That's literally
Yeah, watching
exactly what that's doing.
yeah,
Chris
exactly.
Davis and Daniel Jeremiah talk.
It says like the Kayvon Thibodeau stuff.
Right. Yeah, I get you. Well, the Saints are on the clock, and we've got a Saints fan waiting in the wings. My uncle Chris Wally. What's up, Uncle Chris?
What's up, Chris?
Wow. He's
What's up,
standing
guys?
up. He's got a beard.
Look at my guy.
Oh, he's
Oh,
draft
my
day
guy
ready.
right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
We're gonna get
Yeah.
I don't have a
oh
whole
my
lot of
goodness.
my Saints, so I'm going to start in 1998 when the Saints drafted Kyle Turley with their number 1 pick.
Yes.
1999, we gave away the whole draft for Ricky Williams.
Let's go.
2000, we still didn't have a first round pick. 2001, we got Deuce. 2002, Dante Stallworth out of the University of Tennessee. We're going to skip to 2006 because he brought home a Super Bowl, Reggie Bush.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
That's really all I got because I don't know what
You just made my night, Chris. Honestly,
Oh my god.
we needed that.
because the Saints won the Super Bowl, and I never thought it happened.
Saints man I liked until tonight, brother.
Yeah, man.
Oh man, that's great. So, Chris, you're coming from us from Johnson City, right?
Johnson City, Tennessee. Now,
Hey,
No.
I'm in Knoxville.
y'all all know the song? Wagon.
Johnson City, Tennessee.
Oh.
Except they're going in the wrong direction.
They are. We are not west of the Cumberland Gap.
Not at all.
No.
I'm in South Knoxville.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, absolutely. We're bringing in. Santiago's joining us too.
Santiago.
Hey, Santiago.
What's up, homie?
Good.
What's going on, man? Checking the draft, homie.
Oh, it's good to see you. So
good to see you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So who do we think we got to get a group consensus here? Who do we think the Saints are taking? And Uncle Chris, since you're the Saints fan, you gotta come up with the name first.
I think we're going to skip on the quarterback and go after Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, really?
Wow. Dude, we're the Saints. We don't do.
You know, I earlier when I was doing my mock drafts, I really thought that this could be where Shador goes. But I think that they're sold on Spencer Rattler being the quarterback this year with Derek Carr being hurt. Just this year. I don't think that he's a long-term solution.
Right.
But I think you guys take Jalen Walker.
That'd be all right.
Back here on dressing, presented by FedEx. Steve Carroll.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Saints just have a lot of needs on that defense and on the offensive line, frankly. It could go a lot of different directions for sure. But Uncle Chris, I got to ask, you got the Reggie Bush jersey on. Are you missing any jerseys, or is that all you got?
No, I'm missing lots of jerseys. This is the point where I decided that buying jerseys every year was kind of dumb. It ended up like the next year they were on another team.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Turley was good for 5 years, and then he ripped the Jets headgear off, and now he signs all the. Well, I don't know what I could say on here or not, but Kyle Turley likes the F words that are 4 letters, and y'all can figure it out.
For sure.
Half he signs is F the Jets, which is pretty awesome in my book.
Right.
Dante Stallworth, we all know how that worked out. Who else is there? Deuce. Deuce was all right. I like Deuce. He was, but I never bought a Drew Brees jersey because that just seemed too, like the thing to do. More recently, I'm into, I buy the Joe Burrow jersey because I just want Carter to see me wearing the Burrow jersey.
Absolutely, man.
Chase jersey just because, well, it's like his boyfriend. So.
I've got Derek Brooks. I bought a Temu Baker Mayfield jersey.
Oh, really?
And I've got my Bucky Irving. This is my only legit. Well, I got my.
How was the quality for the Baker Mayfield one?
I gotta say, I talked a lot of trash on it because Michaela, my old lady, ordered it for me, and I love her, but she's big into that, and I'm like, if I'm gonna spend the money, I make money, I'm gonna spend it on what I want.
Yeah.
But she ordered it, and I got to admit, I can't tell a difference.
Look, the jersey that I bought that's paid off the most, a Brett Favre Southern Miss jersey, a Brett Favre Green Bay.
Wow. Southern Miss jersey? Damn, that's crazy.
Now, kickbacks from some welfare money since I bought them. He was sending me but then that was followed with some dick pics. That wasn't so cool.
Yeah, man, we're going deep in the bag of the Brett Favre allegations, or not even allegations, the misconduct.
You might have split me a Vicodin to it along the way as well. So.
Oh, for sure, right. You got to get into a car crash while you're off the Vicodin.
I need.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, now y'all see where I get it from, because I'm always bringing up the trashy stuff players do off the field, and I get it from my Uncle Chris.
Her sister. So.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's tough. Oh man, but what are you gonna do? Well, the Saints are on the clock. Has anyone heard anything? Anyone heard any confirmations or anything like that?
Pick is in. That's all I know.
Pick is in.
Yeah, my sources haven't reported to me yet.
Well, Chris,
okay,
is Mickey?
We're a Bucs podcast, so who do you think we got?
I'm not disclosing it. We're okay.
Okay, so Mickey told you in confidence.
Yeah. Big sucks.
I'm seeing Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle.
Wow,
that's all right.
This is good news for us.
Wasn't expecting that.
I like Banks a lot because Ramczyk just retired, so they have a need at right tackle.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Thanks for having me. I got to put some chops on the grill here.
Absolutely.
Eating a little late dinner here, working craft. So.
I gotcha. Well, hey, thanks for hopping on, Uncle Chris, and I hope you like the Saints pick, Kelvin Banks.
I don't even know who Kelvin Banks is, to be honest with you. So.
Oh man.
Oh, what a character! We love our Uncle Chris. He's
the GOAT.
He's a guy.
Possibly one of my
Uncle
favorite
Chris.
in my entire life, Carter.
Yeah, yeah. He's always the guy that we go to Key West with. He's one of my
Brother,
favorites.
when we play the Saints, we have to have your uncle on.
Oh,
yeah.
At least like a segment. Like
We may have to bleep some stuff out, which is so cool.
Yeah.
I love that.
So Santiago brought up a good thing. We're now about halfway to the Bucs pick. Has this unfolded the way we thought? Are there people dropping to us that you are very excited about? What's up? Where
This is like best case scenario, I think.
Okay.
Everybody I want is still on the board.
This is right where I thought that we were going to be. The Tet McMillan pick, I called it when it happened, but like in my head, I wasn't calling that at all today. So I thought Tet would fall a little bit. I think right here coming up after the Saints is where
Tyler Warren.
some pieces go that are what we're looking into.
Yeah, I agree. I do think Tet going pretty much eliminate. I don't want to say eliminates, but I think it severely reduces the likelihood that the Bucs don't draft a defensive player. Like I think that was probably maybe one of the only players that the Bucs would have maybe taken that's not on the defensive side of the ball.
Him and I think Tyler Warren. If Tyler Warren falls, I think they would take a shot on Tyler Warren. I think Tyler Warren is a generational.
Yeah, I think Tyler Warren gets picked by Chicago next, though.
Yep,
Yeah.
I agree. Either Chicago. I think I've been putting him to the Colts because Chicago needs so much more.
Yeah.
Tyler Warren's been my pick for the Colts in my mock drafts, but he would be a great pick for the Bears.
Yeah,
I also wouldn't be shocked to see Matthew Golden go to the Bears.
Yeah, I think that would be cool too. Yeah, but Santiago, I got to ask you, man, who's your favorite for the Bucs? Like, who do you think the Bucs pick?
To be honest with you, I haven't seen a lot of. I mean, I know you guys. I follow you guys all the time with what you guys been talking, but I really don't know much about.
No, you're good.
You know, I know we're like everybody's talking edge. You know, people, defeat defense and stuff. So, I mean, I've seen like a lot of. You know, there's a bunch of really good players coming out of the big schools right now that are edge, and you know, I remember you said that if there's one available, you know, we should definitely go for that if it's available, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many routes they could go. You know, there's just so many different places they could spend this
struggle
football.
with edge so much.
Yeah, I know Zach's not.
I know.
We've taken an edge guy. We've taken an edge guy 3 of the last 4 drafts, and it's not worked out in the first round.
Yeah.
Well, let me rephrase that. With our first pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why keep doing it?
Right. I mean, can we go like later rounds and see about is there good quality in this draft for that?
I think this draft is deep on edge. As much as I want us to take a corner in the first round, I think we're deep on corner in this draft too, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I agree.
And then wide receiver, I think it's surprisingly deep as well.
Yeah, I think the biggest drop off on the interior defensive line and maybe a little bit on safety, but safety even safety is pretty deep as well.
I think the biggest drop off is linebacker, if I'm being honest with you.
Really?
Wow. Campbell, Carson Schwesinger, he's my favorite linebacker in the draft.
Me too.
I don't know that he's there for us day 2 though.
I don't think he lasts in the second round.
I wouldn't be shocked to see a team trade up into the end of the first round to take him just to have that extra year.
Yeah, I think that after the second round guys like Schwesinger and Demetrius Knight, I think there's a huge drop off in talent after that.
Yeah.
Wow. See, I'm pretty high on Barrett Carter and Bassa out of Oregon.
I am high on Bassa, but those are the only other 2 that I could tell you anything about.
Yeah, but see, they're both going to be available like in the 4th or 5th round, I think.
I think you're going to be surprised. I think those are 2 guys that go in the third to fourth round.
Really? That'd be interesting.
4th at the latest.
Yeah, I mean, once you get into the middle rounds, it gets so nebulous. Like you can really like
it could be anywhere.
It's so hard to really say. But I'm pretty high on Carter. Like I love Barrett Carter. I think he's going to be a really good player. And
it's weird because outside of Schwessinger, Jeffrey Bossa is my favorite linebacker.
Really,
honestly,
I like Bossa a lot too.
I think we should definitely get it.
My sources
I think
are
we should
telling
get
me
like a wide receiver or something like that. I think we should.
Who?
I think we should get like a wide receiver.
What?
Yep.
They skipped Tyler Warren to take Colston Loveland.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's kind of wild.
Okay, so the Bears are the dumbest franchise I've ever seen in my entire life.
No, Loveland is still really good.
Yeah.
He's
I
just
still like
when you have
Warren
on the table,
I feel you. It is weird. It is weird. But
Loveland is not bad. I even said something. I think Musab said something that he did a mock draft where he didn't pick anything.
Yeah, I had.
At
Had him
19,
going to the Bucs.
Warren gone. Give me Loveland. I think Loveland is very good.
But yeah,
do you think
that is nuts?
Loveland any day of the week.
Do you guys think we should get like a wide receiver to strengthen that? I mean, we got Evans and
I mean, are you talking like round one? Get a wide receiver?
I don't know.
That's important. I do think that with Mike Evans coming up on his contract year again, no guarantee on Chris Godwin. I do think wide receiver is something that we need to address this draft, or free agents. Now, with that being said, I don't think there's any free agents that I would want to necessarily sign right now.
Right.
But I do think that we need to at least look into it. Maybe a later round pick, 3 to 5 range.
Yeah, there's definitely some talent in that mid to late rounds. Because like Torrey Holton is probably one of my favorite like mid to late round guys out of Colorado State. Because like there's no production there at all, but the upside is massive. And then I also Trey Harris out of Ole Miss would be.
I really like. He's out of Colorado, Jimmy Horn Jr.
Yeah, former Go Bulls.
Former Jimmy Horn Jr. and Lejon Webster, however you pronounce his last name. Both out of Colorado. I like them a lot too, and they're talking 7th round, maybe undrafted.
Yeah, Jimmy Horn would be a really fun undrafted free agent because he could also be a return specialist type of guy like Tammy was talking about earlier. Because he can be dynamic. I think I could be completely off base here, but I think for USF, I think they even had him lined up as a running back at some points.
I wouldn't be shocked. He's an athlete, like all around athlete.
Yeah. So
the NFL, Adam Schefter just said that the NFL schedule is being released May 14th.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey, that's very fun. We love the release schedule. Gives us more content to talk about in the off season because there's just such little to talk about. But yeah, that's going to be fun.
I'm seeing Michael Williams for the 49ers.
Wow.
Have informed me.
I wasn't expecting that so early.
Yeah. I mean, Michael's great. I really like Michael, but
Michael Williams went over Jalen.
Williams is not a crazy pass rusher. That's my concern there. Is he's a much better run defender, and he's not been a productive pass rusher at all. Like, he's got all the physical tools. He's huge. He's quick. But he hasn't been able to turn that into
You're talking about Williams, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that those are 2 picks now in my mind that missed. As much as I think Jalen Walker plays this like in between position, I think he's better than Williams.
I agree.
So in the first 3 rounds, let's say the first 2 picks, what do you guys want to get? Like what would you be satisfied with starting off with the draft? Like, I mean, like round 1, round 2?
Corner, linebacker, edge.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
in any combination of the 3.
In any order for me.
Yeah. I would like it to be that order or linebacker and edge mix. I want to take a corner around 1.
I gotta say, Will Johnson would be nice, but
Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron, which
they're both still there, and they last.
They're both still there, yeah. But
it's Williams going to the Niners. I think it makes it a much better odd that one of them gets to us.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because
I don't-
I had the Niners and the Dolphins taking a corner.
I think we're going to see wrong.
I don't even know that I'm completely sold that the Dolphins even take a corner. You know, like I don't even know that that's a. But I do feel you like they could easily like just replace Jalen Ramsey, but they just have a lot of other needs too on that offensive line. It's so atrocious. And what the heck is going on with Tyreek Hill? You know what I mean? Like they could even pick a wide receiver or a tight end, frankly, just because like, well, maybe
You're
not.
I'm telling you, with Tyler Warren being on the board still, it messes up a lot of stuff in my books. Like,
But see, I think Tyler Warren probably goes to, like Dallas would be a good fit for Tyler Warren.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I think the funniest possible option is if Tyler Warren went to Atlanta. I think that's the funniest.
Great Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
Oh man, either that or the Falcons draft like who's
Shedeur Sanders.
Well,
Yeah.
not too, but there's a wide receiver from
Navy, right?
Oh man, he's like a white guy, and there was some draft that had him going 9th overall. It was like really stupid. But
what school?
TCU. I think it's Beck.
Oh, okay. Oh man, I don't know, but
yeah,
I saw that Deion Sanders' son Shedeur, his number was retired in the stadium, but then there was another guy the same day, Hunter.
Yeah, Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter. Yeah.
Yeah, he went 3rd overall.
Okay.
No, 2nd. He went to the Jags.
Oh,
Travis
second.
Hunter was 2nd.
Yep.
See, I'm Marty. Sorry about that. But yeah, I don't know. This has been the Loveland stuff.
Interesting. Yeah.
The
What do you
Loveland
think?
and the Michael Williams stuff has got me thrown for a loop right now.
Yeah,
it's been a weird draft now. Yeah.
Who
do you think? Who do you think the Cowboys are going to get? What position at least? I mean, I feel like wide receiver or running back.
I wouldn't be shocked if Marion Hampton go here.
Wow. Yeah. I think
I was actually going to say
that would be a Jerry Jones thing to do,
and that's full on. I don't think he should go here.
Right, but that's
being Jerry, I would be shocked to see that happen.
See, I know a lot of people are high on Amarian, and I like him a lot, but I think Travion Henderson, the Ohio State guy, might be
Ohio State guy. Yep.
I don't know. I'm pretty high on Henderson, to be quite honest. But
hold on Tyler, what were you saying, brother? I know you were saying something.
Well, I'm thinking back on this Bears pick. It makes even less sense when you think about Cole Kmet just extending his contract this offseason.
I took all that out of it. I didn't even think about that aspect of it.
Yeah. Doesn't make sense.
This was the Falcons drafting Michael Penix after signing Kirk Cousins' $200 million contract.
Yes. Pick. And then I'm thinking Dallas goes pass rusher here as well.
Yeah, that would make sense. Because
who do you think they go? Do you think they go Jalen Walker or like Donovan Ezraku, Mike Green?
It would be very Dallas of them to just go with Mike Green, ignore all the character issues.
100%. Yeah, that would be very on brand.
I mean, based on talent and tape alone, I think that Mike Green is probably the second best pass rusher in this draft. I think if his name wasn't Mike Green, we could have a debate whether he's better than Will Carter. I just looking at his film for Marshall, he was a game wrecker.
Yeah, when you're playing at Marshall, it's not hard to be a game wrecker against that level of competition.
That's true.
Yeah.
I went through and I looked at, because I know a lot of people are projecting Ezraku Tampa. And it's like against any kind of big name school, he had like 3 sacks all year.
Yeah. I'm not crazy about Ezraku.
I'm just tired of these small school guys. Like, everyone gets their rocks off because they're athletic and their stats pop out real big. But then you go and look deeper into the stats, and it's like against ranked opponents, they were mid at best. But then you have like a 7-sack game against Akron State. Like, I'm obviously making that stat up, but still.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah. For real.
Classic Zach underrating Akron State, bro.
I know. I really – to any Akron State fans listening, I apologize.
Well, if you are one of the Akron State followers out there, we do deeply apologize. But I wanted
Does Akron State have a football team?
Who knows? That's
Yeah,
a joke.
they do.
But
Last week in NCAA.
But for
I hear
all,
you.
yeah, that's a good dynasty on college football. But to everyone else that's rocking here with us, thank you. There's a lot of people that are from X. There's people that are from YouTube. If you get on YouTube, it's the best way to be part of the action. We've had a couple people putting comments in. We'd love to hear your comments. If you get to youtube.com/@RBLR Sports, you're going to see the live stream, and you can put some comments in, and you can be part of the conversation. So get on there. Also, hit the subscribe button when you're there. We're on our way to 1K, and we'd love to have you be part of the first 1,000 people that follow us here. So thank you, and let's go.
Follow all of our shows.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's crazy. We've had Zach Dobb on from the Rays show. Santiago, of course, runs RB LR Deportes, which we do a weekly show in Espanol.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, a lot of Akron State coverage on the RB LR Deportes.
Right, that's right. RB Deportes Tampa Bay.
So,
yes, sir.
But then we also cover, if you are new here, if you're a first timer here, we cover the Lightning, which unfortunately they're not playing so well right now in the playoffs as we speak. We cover the Rowdies, we cover the Sun, we cover the Rays. We in depth across the board. We talk about your favorite professional Tampa Bay sports. So, like I said, hit the subscribe button, and then you can see every time we upload something, you'll get a notification. That's the best way to do it. So. I know Santiago listens to the Bucs. He was on the Bucs podcast for a long time, but I know it's a weekly listen for him as well. So
heck yeah, Santiago Musab and myself, we were the three.
Yeah,
the OG. Yeah, exactly.
The three Buccaneers.
Exactly. And then Eureka tells me, "Hey man, we're gonna open up to the Hispanic community." I'm like, "Let's go, man. Let's do it.
Gotta do it.
Let's open that up."
You said Vamonos.
That's
Vamonos. Let's go.
With the red beard came in and Santiago left.
Yeah,
and the show
I
really
was
went
like,
downhill.
adios.
It really went downhill.
The guy who just hates edge rushers came along. And
Yeah.
The Lightning just lost 2-0.
So I had to pull him over here. Yeah.
The Lightning lost 2-0. They're down 2-0 in the series. They just lost.
Yeah,
they went.
I was losing all excitement in the Rays podcast because of just the Rays in general.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Great podcast. Zach and Pat over there do phenomenal work.
Bro,
It just wasn't my thing anymore.
Yeah.
Some might say that their show is more entertaining than watching the Rays at this point.
It's pretty good. Yeah, exactly. You'll at least learn something.
I'd like to give them more props than that. But
Right, that is a low bar. Oh man. Yeah.
Hey, they were fun last night. Went 11 innings.
They were.
I was up at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
I woke up. I went to bed. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I've watched one game all season.
Yeah.
I will say though, Chandler Simpson.
Hold on. Cowboys select offensive lineman Tyler Booker.
Oh,
Okay.
that's good.
That's kind of a reach.
Yep. I see that now. Well,
Yes and no. I think so. It's a reach as far as like where he was projected to go, but I think the skill level between all the first round. Take Will Campbell out of it. I think the skill level between like Membu and Booker and Banks, I think they're all pretty close. If I'm being honest with you.
Yikes. Okay.
So seeing them go where they've gone, I'm not shocked. That's a smart pick, in my opinion, by Dallas, as opposed to taking a Omarion Hampton or Tyler Warren, which I still cannot believe Tyler Warren has not been taken yet.
Yeah, I am with you. It's smarter than Hampton. I don't know. I would have been curious to see how long Booker would have lasted. Like, excuse me, in my mind, he would have been there at round 2. You know what I mean?
I had him going to Seattle.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how he does because the Cowboys' offensive line is it's rough. You know. So.
Yeah, which is so weird seeing how they used to have one of those.
Yeah, the most dominant offensive
lines where you go play Madden and you'd be like, "Yeah, I'm going to trade one from Dallas."
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, we want to welcome our next guest. It's Mike Freeman or Mookie Freeman, whatever you want to call him. He's coming at us from Sanford, Florida.
That's my neck of the woods. I live there.
There you go. And look at him. He's got the
Yes, sir.
jersey on and everything. Shoot, look
What's
at you.
up,
Mike.
guys? I got Tom Brady.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I'm digging the jersey. First things first, though, who you got the Bucs picking in this draft with 19 overall?
I'm self-admittedly not a huge Bucs prospect follower, but I would like to see him strengthen up the line, whether that's on the defense. I always like edge rushers, but if we go offensive line, I'd be happy to. I'm one of those boring guys that thinks games are won in the trenches.
Or no, I feel you. I'm not opposed. So you don't have any prop bets on any of the picks at all, huh?
I had my favorite prop bet that already cashed was Cam Ward to go 1-1. That was minus 20,000. I made 66 cents. That was pretty nice.
66 cents.
Hell
yeah. That's cool.
Big night for me. Man. Big night.
For sure. Big day indeed. You got to declare that on your tax.
Buy the next round, boys.
Right. Yeah, Mike is definitely buying the next round.
Don't spend it all on
Travis Hunter at 2 overall. That was too risky for me.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you because Abdul Carter is good enough to where he could have maybe jumped him.
I fully expected Carter number 2 overall.
Really? Wow. Yeah. So, have there been any big surprises to you, Mike? Any picks that kind of stand out that kind of made you raise your eyebrow, so to speak?
I just really love Genty. I'm a fantasy football guy, so Genty to the Raiders will be a lot of fun. I got Brock Bowers as a keeper in one of my leagues, so the Raiders should be pretty fun to watch this year.
Heck yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
so you're a proponent of picking running backs in the first round of the draft.
Oh no, it's just fun. It's just fun. It's fun to watch. You don't want the Bucs doing it, but it's fun to watch.
See, Mike, you're speaking my language, man. That's exactly what I was.
2019, I would have been pissed off if the Bucs didn't take him.
Really? Wow.
I've been furious, bro.
Point, yeah.
I love Bucky. Bucky is my favorite player on the Bucs right now.
Yeah,
I will say
he's a beast.
You see Bijan and Jahmyr Gibbs helping their teams out quite a bit. Those picks have worked out, but of course,
I mean, you look at you're 100% right. Look at Gibbs and who's the other running back? Montgomery. You look at Montgomery and Gibbs. Imagine Bucky and Genty. That would be nasty, bro.
Yeah, that would be exciting.
That'd be nasty for about 3 years.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And then they both get enough. They both get enough hits laid on them that they. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was
sends them both
for sure. No, I feel you, but I was kind of surprised by this Booker pick by the Cowboys. We were just talking about, it was kind of surprising because it would have been very Jerry Jones for them to pick a running back.
Yep.
Omari and Hampton out of North Carolina. So I was kind of surprised that they went with maybe still not what I would have done, but it was at least more rational. It was at least like, oh, okay, I get it. But the Dolphins, who you got the Dolphins picking up? Because they've got some weird stuff with Tyreek Hill and all that stuff. So who you got?
Yeah. Oh Lord,
They need to pick up Morgan and Morgan.
That's for damn. Yeah, with the way Tyreek's been living, yeah, he they could use more.
I think it's Tyler Warren here.
Yeah, Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
If it's not Tyler Warren, it's Will Johnson.
They've ruined so many tight ends.
Hopefully not.
They have a lot, but they need a weapon.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill had a down year. Waddle looked pedestrian last season, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's just tough because Tua keeps getting,
I was just going to say, I mean, if you're the Dolphins, do you continue to trust Tua or do you maybe?
I don't think they fully trusted Tua the last 2 or 3 years, dude.
Right.
Nah, man.
Can Tua trust his own?
They should draft a. I'm just saying but if I was a GM for them, I would draft a quarterback to see who would be, because it's like he's got too many concussions, man. He should retire, honestly.
Yeah, but they're not taking Sanders in the first round.
Yeah, they're definitely a team to watch later in the draft if Dart or Sanders fall.
I was just gonna say maybe Dart
in the second or third round. They're definitely a team to watch in that aspect because Skylar Thompson, he ain't it for their they've seen enough. I think Yeah, I think they can move on.
I think they already did.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting.
Probably
But,
say maybe something. I mean, I don't know if they want to go back-to-back offensive line. It would be interesting to see that in the draft. I know Teron Armstead
Yes,
is
Skylar Thompson's in Pittsburgh.
done.
oh, Skylar Thompson's not even in Miami anymore. Look at me.
Yeah, that's great.
Speaking out of my butt.
So,
Yeah, that's how it be.
There's a lot of ways to look at it. I mean, yeah, Ramsey, is probably on his way out.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's so many different
Armstead retirement,
Yeah.
so
they're sort of like they're in the same position the Bucs are in terms of like there's a bunch of different ways that they can go, but for all the worst reasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's not because they don't really have any glaring needs, it's because they have so many glaring needs. They could literally go like anywhere. This guy Tyler Booker is having the time of his life. He's partying.
Oh yeah,
up.
he's living it up.
I saw a tweet that said, Miami, you don't need Tyler Warren, but you should really want Tyler Warren.
Yeah, it's just tough because McDaniel doesn't seem to incorporate tight ends into that offense very well.
Yeah, it'd be a terrible place for Tyler Warren to go.
Right. Yeah,
I agree.
They made Jonnu look good last year.
That's true.
Hey, I'll
That's
give you
true.
that. Jonnu did look pretty solid last season.
Yeah, Jonnu was a serviceable tight end last year, which I didn't really say that about him before. Oh man, we'll see. So, Mike, do you think any quarterbacks go in the rest of the first round, or you think that Shador and Jackson are going to be sitting and watching?
I think Shador might have to wait a while. I don't think
Really?
he's, in my opinion, I don't think he's the best quarterback prospect, but I'm no NFL GM, but
yeah.
We're going to get along great, Mike.
I think this year's quarterback depth is very thin. I wouldn't be excited to draft any quarterback. Maybe, Cam Ward will work out and
Zach Wilson's the backup in Miami.
Right.
Oh man.
And Tyler Hunt.
Yeah. But no, I'm with you, Mike. I wouldn't spend a first round pick on any of these quarterbacks either that are left. But
I thought you were high on Shador.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I was higher on Cam Ward than I was on Shador. I've always been like Cam over Shador. I was never a first overall for Cam Ward type of guy. Like I didn't.
Oh yeah, see, I think Cam Ward is a good quarterback. I think he's the only good quarterback out of this draft. I think that there are a few that have the ability to be good. As far as like, I think Jackson Dart could be good. I think Dylan Gabriel could kind of surprise people like Bo Nix did.
Sure.
But
Dolphins select defensive tackle Kenneth Grant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yep.
They said no offensive line, no wide receiver, and no corner.
Wow.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like they needed a defensive lineman too. Like
that team's looking murkier and murkier, brother.
They're such they're a bad they're a bad organization.
Another pick closer to what we'd like. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron could be.
Yeah, Johnson, Barron, and Campbell.
Yeah.
Like at least one of them is going to be there.
Right.
I think Campbell's taking a slip. I think if Tampa doesn't draft him, I wouldn't be shocked to see him last two in the first round, if not a second round guy, because of the shoulder injury.
Wow. I would be interested if he falls all the way to the Eagles. I think we're having a very different conversation about Campbell at the end of the season. Like if he gets to play on that Eagles defense,
he'll be rookie of the year type numbers.
Yeah, but they re-signed Zach Bond, right? They brought him back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then they don't have any playing time for him anyways. But
they would put him in where they got 97 defensive linemen that they play and still get good stats.
They just get a nice rotation going on.
Colts are selecting tight end Tyler Warren.
Hey, there it is.
There you go.
Wow.
And that means that reduces the chances of the Bucs picking him or picking an offensive
I
player.
would say that does reduce the chances of the Bucs taking
Oh man.
The question now for the Bucs is, if you have Jahdae Barron on the board and Will Johnson, and you have Jalen Walker, and you have Jahad Campbell on the board for you at 19, where do you go?
I'm taking. I want to say Will Johnson, but Jahdae Barron doesn't have the injury history.
This is true.
So for me, it's between Jahdae Barron or Will Johnson. But Jalen Walker being there at
Walker,
19,
man.
very intriguing. I'm not going to lie to you.
I think I'd take.
You can't go. In my opinion, you can't go wrong with any of them. But I would.
Yeah,
I would lean more. I would lean more Johnson or Bear. And
yeah, literally, that's how I feel too.
I did this last year, and you guys all laughed, and then they did it. But what are the odds? It can't be zero that the Falcons take quarterback here.
That would be crazy, man.
Oh Lord.
Oh my God, dude.
Well, now
For real.
Now the Falcons can't take Tyler.
It's gonna be like Kyler McCord from Syracuse or something.
Oh God,
I like him. He can be good.
Yeah, I like
Howard.
him.
I liked him, man. He's a good guy.
In the later rounds for sure. Like in the mid rounds, he would be a fun pickup.
I can't lie to you. Part of me wants Tampa to take Quinn Ewers. I don't know why. I just want that.
Oh, he's so bad.
Yeah, I don't.
Trask has a
You didn't watch that playoff game?
He struggled.
You didn't watch any of his games?
I don't care. Look at Kyle Trask. He hasn't done shit in any part of it.
But that guy looked like he couldn't throw. He had the yips.
Yeah, he did have the. He looked rough.
That's curable, brother.
That's curable.
Not for me. I was a pitcher in college, and I didn't get cured from my yips.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't play pitcher, so I don't know about that. But I know yips at the plate are curable.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big Quinn Euros.
I'm not a fan of the guy. I just want to see him and Baker together. I think would make it a phenomenal, just group of guys to be around.
Word. I don't know. I viewed Ewers and Carson Beck in like they're the same player in my mind. Like they're
but Carson Beck, he's got tattoos and
he's a drama queen and.
Zach, I was about to say, Zach, you're
Miami
showing off
right
your
now.
tattoos while you're saying that he has tattoos. But
PJ is playing. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I viewed them in the same bracket talent-wise. Like they're both just equally inept. Like they're just game managers.
What about that? Excuse me, that Tyler show.
Oh yeah, he was rumored to like be jumping up draft boards. Like
he's at Louisville now, right? I remember him at Oregon.
Dude,
right?
So,
yeah.
I saw something the other day that it was like Jawan Johnson's on his third NFL contract, and him and Tyler Sowell played together at Jawan Johnson's last year of college.
Yeah, yep, that's right.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy the amount of longevity that some of these guys have. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Ewers was there for a while too. Like Ewers and Beck are both kind of old, right? Like
I think Ewers is I think this is his fourth year.
Oh, okay. He was not a like,
I could be wrong. I'm not promising you that, but I think everyone was surprised because he was eligible to come out last year, and he decided to go back, which I think hurt his stock significantly.
Yeah.
Had he gone out last year, I think he would have been one of the top 5 quarterbacks taken.
Yeah,
I don't know,
just turned 22.
Yeah, I think from his view, he looked at it. Oh, I'm betting on myself. Next year's quarterback class sucks. I think I can play myself into the first round next year.
Turns out you also sucked.
Right.
The third round.
Yeah, it turns out he's also just ass. So like it was kind of tough. But that's how it goes sometimes.
I think Jalen Walker goes here.
Really?
Yeah. It's gotta be Jalen Walker or just another very odd pick.
I think with all these guys
do you have any insider
connection?
I think it becomes more and more likely with all these guys falling that the Bucs end up trading back as well. Let somebody else come up for Sanders.
Yeah, no,
I don't think they were going to come up for Sanders.
He's a big question mark. The problem with as the resident Colorado guy, his problem is like most of his stuff was checked down and screen anyway.
Bubble screen.
So you don't know how that translates. The other part of it was his offensive line was so bad that like he had to be on the run or throw under pressure or do some stuff. And again, it's just we don't know how he reads defenses that well. Like there was very little where he actually got to drop back, have good footwork, follow a progression, make a decision, and fire a target.
Yeah.
Wasn't there rumors that came out too that it was like, well, there was rumors that he bombed in his
his interviews.
So talking to him, you will think he is the most arrogant, cockiest, idiot dude. Like seriously, like on even joking, they were like, "Oh, who's the best NFL team?" He's like, "The one that picks me." Who's your GOAT quarterback? Me. Who's your like? Some of it is a gimmick that they're putting together.
So
on
WWE.
purpose. Like,
Exactly. But then
prime time was a gimmick on purpose. Like that, and so this is the same thing. However, I think teams are definitely shy about that. They're like, you're going to bring this guy in and he's untested. You don't know what's going on, and he's going to be a magnet for attention, and he's going to say dumb stuff in the media. He's going to say, I'm the greatest. We're winning the championship. I'm the GOAT. And then when he's not playing, he's going to be like, the quarterback ahead of me is trash, and I'm the man, and I should be playing, and this coach is whack.
But then you also got to look at, he didn't play in a pro-style offense in college.
Right.
Colorado didn't run a pro-style offense.
Right.
There were rumors that he would take sacks just to keep his completion percentage up.
I mean, I don't know about all that, but
that's just rumors that were coming out last season where it was legitimately like,
I mean, you're throwing bubble screens, dude. Your completion percentage is going to be like ridiculous.
There was this video of Cam Ward and him working out together, and Cam Ward called him out for it. He's like, they gave you an award for completion percentage because you touched or checked downs and bubble screens.
Hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm thinking Falcons either get Jalen Walker or just they get Jackson Dart.
Harmon out of Oregon going here too.
Oh, Harmon. Yeah, Harmon's really good. I like Harmon.
Oh, yeah.
Also be pretty funny if they went running back and got like Omari Hampton.
Oh, my God. That would be the Falcons.
Or John Henderson, some of them.
Yeah, just something stupid. But, yeah, going back to the Shador thing, he also had those weird moments where he'd just throw his teammates under the bus. Like,
yeah.
He was always,
like, he just seems like a shitty person.
Yeah,
it was really hard to root for the. Yeah, it sucked.
Yeah, he was always actively passing the blame to others instead of like stepping up and trying to take ownership. Plus his, like, I'm not gonna lie, like he is not like I'm not calling him Matt Ryan or Tom Brady or anything, but he is not athletic. Like he is not.
Surprisingly, like watching him at Jackson State, I was like, okay, he's got wheels on him, and then he came to Colorado. I was like, oh no, he's a pocket passer.
Yeah, like he got to D1, and it was like, yeah, you don't have D1 wheels, and if you don't have D1 wheels, you ain't got NFL wheels.
No, exactly. He is a bona fide, like, he needs to be a pocket passer to be successful.
That's a project. He's a project guy that's going to act like a franchise guy. So I think teams are saying we'll take a chance if he's not 25% of our salary cap.
Yeah.
Yes,
for sure.
Second round might be where he goes, just so they don't have a first round. And to be honest with you, teams might not give a crap about the extra year in the first round because they're like, we might cut bait on this dude, 12 games in.
So he might only get 3 seasons with us anyway.
Right. Yeah. I'm honestly like, I still think Shador is better than Jackson Dart. Like, I'd still take him over Jackson Dart because I don't know. I don't like Jackson Dart either. He's kind of a weird dude, frankly, too. But I still wouldn't spend a first round pick on either one of them. I wouldn't really spend a second round pick on either one of them either, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I would spend. The Falcons are taking a little awfully long.
If I needed a quarterback, I would take Jackson Dart before I would take Shador.
Yeah, I mean the margin is like super thin.
Solely based off of attitude, and like I feel like Shador is going to be a prima donna and have to get the spotlight.
Headache wherever he goes.
So I mean, there is a sliver of like that he could be pretty good. Like, I mean, it's not.
There's a shot,
there's a shot, and it's not all bad, but it's a lot of ifs and buts and maybes. Unfortunately,
I just feel like there's a lot of maintenance you have to do with him.
100%.
Because he is super accurate. Like, I do think that he probably like is more accurate than Cam Ward, just purely like from a passing perspective. But like all the other stuff factors into it where it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like it's a non-factor.
Well, and I think you're not going to doubt he's going to work. Like, he's cocky, but I mean, we'll see when his coach isn't his dad. This will be the first time that's true.
Yeah,
but
for as much high school too.
I'm not sure, but like for as much talking as he does, like I've never heard that he like doesn't watch film or like,
or he's a lazy guy
or he's lazy. Like, I think he talks the talk, and like his dad is like, I think his dad is definitely like pushing him every day. I mean, I don't know what that was gonna.
Hi, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, you're the man. Yeah. Sorry, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. He had to hop off. He's got the wife and everything to take care of, so he had to hop off.
I think my biggest thing with Sanders is just not even like to take all that out. and put it to the side. I think
Yeah.
the biggest issue is he's got all this hype. You know, Colorado just retired his jersey. Look,
I think it's stupid. It's so dumb.
dumbest
Yeah,
thing
that
I've
was
ever
nonsense.
There is a line of Colorado greats.
Yeah.
Crazy as it is to say. Colorado
I'm a
greats.
Buff, or I did undergrad at Buff.
There you go. So there is a line of Colorado greats that should be retired.
Yeah.
And for you to go, you know what, Shador, we're retiring your jersey. He had a 1-8 record against Pac-12 schools.
Falcons select Jalen Walker.
There it is.
Yep. That's
Tyler called it.
Sorry, Zach. Didn't want to.
No, you're good. I think it's crazy for him to be like, now he's got this hype, and I don't care what you say, even though it's your dad. Now he's got it in his head. My jersey's retired. I'm the greatest quarterback to ever play at Colorado. Like, it's just all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, man. Like,
It's our boy Nick Porcelli. What's up, man?
Yeah, they have a Heisman winning or a national title winning quarterback that is still waiting to get his jersey retired. Yet here we are giving a losing record quarterback who accomplished absolutely nothing in Colorado outside of putting more eyes on Colorado. I'll give them that. They 100% got people.
Yeah, but his dad was the reason for that. Like,
Agreed.
His dad was the reason for that. But like, 100%. We've had Heisman Trophy winners, Rashad Salaam. We've had Cordell Stewart. Obviously, is a big name that everyone talks about.
That was the name I was thinking of.
That's the one I was looking for.
There's my boy. Yeah, no, Cordell was phenomenal in college. It's part of a young Eureka Wheeler. Those were my heroes growing up, and that's why I wanted to go to Colorado. Right? That's why it was he ended up playing for the Steelers and the Bears eventually.
Right. Yeah.
He had for 1 second, Cordell Stewart. Well, I don't know if you remember, he was known as Slash. He could play wide receiver, he could play quarterback, he could punt, he did all of those things for Pittsburgh. Yeah. But in college, Cordell Stewart was a phenomenal quarterback. Sure.
He was always stupid fun to use in NFL Street. Like, that's how. And honestly,
no. And I'm glad he's getting love because, like, I think that people get forgotten. I think people forget a lot of these big names like LaDainian Tomlinson or who did we bring up from Seattle? Sean Alexander and stuff like that. Like,
well, I think the biggest thing with these college kids too is these college kids have a great college career, and it's like they go into the NFL and they don't produce, and everyone's like, he's always sucked.
Right. Yeah. Right.
It's like, brother, you can be a great college player. And like, I think a big thing that we're seeing lately or not lately, but recently, Nico Iamaleava. I don't know how to say his name. Like leaving UT to go to UCLA. And it's like, I think a big part of that is he knows he's not going to be good in the NFL. Like, he's not going to produce the NFL level. So he's going to go try and get as much money as he can now and like produce at the college level. It doesn't mean we can't say you're not a good quarterback. You just weren't good at the NFL level.
Yeah.
I mean, something that I like now is like, that they have like spring ball, you know what I mean? Like UFL players can go and build their, grow their development there, develop over there, and then they can be, they can be picked up by an NFL team.
You get a guy like Josh Johnson that sort of revitalized his career with that.
Go and strictly play in the UFL, or you don't ever play football again after college.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't, in my opinion, determine if your number in college gets. That shouldn't determine whether your number in college gets retired. Because, I mean, Tom Brady's number realistically at Michigan probably shouldn't be retired. He wasn't a stud at Michigan.
Right.
Yeah.
Then again, it is Tom Brady. I sort of get.
I see, but Tom Brady's the greatest of all time. So you look at the greatest.
Tom Brady's not Sanders either.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I see both sides.
Do you think Brady would get his number retired with the Bucs, like in the ring, get in the ring of honor?
100%.
Do you think that would 100%?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he took us to the Super Bowl. I understand, but because he wasn't here, he was here a short period of time and did amazing things.
It doesn't matter. If it weren't for him, we'd have a second Super Bowl.
Do you think do you think a statue would be built for him here as well? I mean,
I don't know about statue.
But he is the all-time.
I'm willing to say 100%.
But I mean, Tyler brought that. It just said like his couple years here, he's statistically already like one of, if not the greatest quarterback. No, exactly. But that's going to be longevity versus,
Well, they might pull the statue of Baker if he does well.
I was going to say, when Baker wins the championship this year, there might.
Yeah, that's right. When Bucky Irving leads the league in rushing,
bro. I'm excited for this year, man. I'm excited for this year, bro. I'm excited. Like, I really want to win that 5th NFC.
What gets you excited about this year, Santiago?
I mean, like the players that players believe in the players that we have coming back. They believe in the team. I mean, that's awesome to that they feel that way. You know what I mean? And it gives the fan base, expectations of, hey, we can win the NFC South again, a 5th time. You can't see me, right? Right. And then we can maybe have a surprise. Do something. I don't know. Do something in the playoffs. The playoffs are tough. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Maybe move past the wild card. Or I don't know. Maybe past the first round of the playoffs. I mean, get into the second round.
Yeah.
Maybe do something. I don't know.
So what I was going to ask. So is there was there someone that came on the scene last year that they're keeping, or like is there a player specifically or something that you're excited about?
Yeah, man. Like, the jersey that Zach's wearing, man. Bucky Irving is a beast, man. Like, this him as well. You know what I mean? Like, Baker Mayfield has done so well here. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's great to have a leader, because a lot of people were trying to think, like, how is he going to fill Tom Brady's shoes? And he's done super well. You know what I mean? Like,
people around here that were high on him.
Yeah. Right? There you go. Also, Jalen McMillan, bro, he's a beast of a wide receiver as well. Like,
yeah, he's a lot of fun.
Who do you think the Cardinals
here? They're taking Walter Nolan, interior defensive lineman from Ole Miss.
Bro, there's no way both these corners are falling to Tampa.
There are, man. Because since
he could use a corner.
Yeah, but Seattle can't. Like, Seattle's not.
No, Seattle's set.
Telling you, man, one of them's gonna fall, and Jihad might also be there. That's going to be a tough call. I don't know. I don't know what I would do.
This new injury on Jihad seems to have dropped his stock a lot. Really? You agree?
Carter, you're the GM of the Bucs right now. Who do you select at pick 19?
Oh, man, that's the pressing question. I'd probably pick Will Johnson, Frank, to be quite frank, but because that's more of a long-term play. But Jihad Campbell immediately starts. Oh, hello. I heard her crying about Jihad Campbell's injury history. I feel her. I'm kind of upset.
Nobody likes a knee injury.
That's right. Nobody does. Nobody does. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on who Cincinnati picks. If Cincinnati picks Will Johnson, then I think it probably secures Jihad for me. But it's the Bucs. They could really do anything. Any of those 3 players. Done. 2 thumbs up. No worries. But Tyler, how about you, man? Who do you think the Bucs should pick if all 3 guys are there somehow? Who you got?
Walter Nolan.
Such a hard call. I'm a huge fan of Jahdae Barron.
Really?
I think the versatility is something that the Bucs are sorely missing.
Very underrated.
Yeah, I think that having a versatile guy like that and having Tyke Smith who can play corner and safety, because Barron played an awful lot of cover 3 safety at Texas.
Oof.
I think that having a wealth of defensive backs that kind of way would be very, very nice. And, if they take Jahdae Barron now, they go linebacker and edge in the next 2 rounds. It's very likely they take another corner in 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think take the safe bet in Jahdae Barron with none of the injury history. You know what you have. He's a package deal. I think that would be best case scenario at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's all coming together, because it's coming together where you really can't be disappointed with whichever of those 3 players that they pick. Like, I'm kind of, just shrug. I don't know, not indifferent. Like, I'm still excited about who they pick, but oh man,
she's got some thoughts.
Yeah.
So, Tyler, you've been writing up amazing articles on RBLRsports.com about this draft class. Big surprises so far as we're 17, halfway through the first round here.
I kind of felt like we were gonna see all the defenders fall again because it happened for like the last 3 years in a row. Offense has turned into like the premium side of the ball.
Yeah.
I think it was 15 picks before a defender was picked last season.
I think it's a record. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the record. And so I was kind of expecting that part. I'm very curious about how the second and third round shake out. Because the Bucs have turned second and third round guys into productive players.
Absolutely.
Especially in the last couple of years.
That's their money zone. Yeah.
I'm very curious to see where they pick a wide receiver because it's coming at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I think it could be as early as the second round. I wouldn't be happy about it, but I know they're high on that Stanford wide receiver Ayumanor.
I'm really high on him too.
I think he's going to be really good. I
think he's going to be okay. I'm not as high on him as I think Carter.
Zach, you're such a party pooper, man. Come on.
I'm trying to be realistic. I got to play devil's advocate here because I think that's all agreeing on everything, bro.
Yeah, but I'm very happy with the way this first round went. And, based on what we're seeing with guys like Mike Green and Jahad Campbell and Will Johnson falling, I don't think it's out of the question that even more players are going to fall in the second round because now instead of picking those second round players, you're picking the first round guys.
The pick is in for Cincy.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is another edge rusher.
I think this is Will Johnson here.
That wouldn't surprise me either.
I think this is Will Johnson. If it's not Will Johnson,
I could see Will Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, the Bengals just have so many defensive needs. I think they could have really used Walter Nolan.
Bengals defense is just so bad.
Yeah, I think they're probably pretty pissed that him and Kenneth Grant are both gone. And I think they're probably pretty pissed about that. Because the Bengals really need some interior defensive line help.
I expected both of them to be here at this pick, if I'm being honest.
Shamar.
I got a source. Yeah, Shamar Stewart. Yep.
All right. Well, I'll get you.
See, there it is.
I like Stewart as well. He's very similar to Michael Williams. Both in size and measurements.
Yeah,
but the physical aspects are the same.
Though.
No, I think Stewart graded really well in the combine.
Yeah,
I think that's what got him drafted as high as he did.
Because I think his RAS was like almost a 10.
He was a combine stud, but he didn't produce very much at A&M.
Yeah, what's with all these defensive ends just not being productive but being like athletic freaks?
Yeah,
it seems like it's all Shamar Stewart 9.99.
Yeah, he was an animal.
Yeah,
and I think James Pierce scored right around there as well, except James Pierce produced. You just got this character concern, and it very well could be real, but being here, I literally live 20 minutes from the stadium. The fans around here have not had said, or there's not been any rumblings or anything of any kind of character issue out of him.
Zach, which stadium?
Neyland Stadium.
You live 20 minutes from Neyland Stadium? Oh, okay. I've been there.
So part of the thing with Pierce was there were rumors and rumblings that he wasn't motivated to play football, didn't want to be at the school, didn't want to play, and he had about the same snap count every single season. I don't think he eclipsed like 500 snaps.
Yeah, I think you're
correct. But part of that is because Tennessee, kind of like the Eagles, just had so many pass rushers, and they just
so many good
team swapped them.
Exactly.
And I think that's part of what plays into that.
Right. I was with you. I was a little bit concerned at first when I read into some of that stuff, but then, like you said, you looked into a lot of like the background and the context of it all, and it didn't necessarily pass the sniff test after a little bit.
And that's what I was trying to say when it first came out. I was just
right.
Being here, I've not heard that one time from a UT fan, and I'm not necessarily a huge UT fan. I support them because I live here, but they're not my favorite school in the world. But
it's also kind of one of those things where Tennessee has not looked super good in the media recently with Nico leaving.
Right.
Yeah, that's just Nico, though. Nico and his dad. That really is his dad because his brother just left Arkansas, too.
His brother's at UCLA now, too.
Yeah, they're both at UCLA. Both quarterback and they're both at UCLA. It seems like a great idea. Definitely going to work out.
Try hard, LeVar Ball.
I think the Tagovailoas did the same thing. I think Tua and his brother were both at Bama. at the same
No,
time.
his brother went to Maryland.
Yeah,
I feel like he was at Bama at one
I think
point too.
I think he did actually join for a hot sec, and then he went to Maryland. Yeah.
There is smoke to a Seattle trade, but
oh,
I know every team is looking to trade or whatever, but there's smoke to a Seattle trade right now.
Yeah, so
Okay, if Seattle trades, this is without a doubt for Will Johnson, in my mind.
Tualia, his brother, started at Alabama and then went to Maryland. That's what
Okay, was Tua at Alabama when he went there?
Yes,
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Which is kind of weird.
It doesn't make sense if you play the same position. Why would you go where your brother? Like best case scenario, you beat out your brother, and now there's beef between you and your brother.
Yeah.
Right.
Worst case scenario, you're sitting behind your brother, and now you know your brother better than you. Now there's beef between you.
And he wasn't bad at Maryland. He was actually
he was solid at Maryland.
Yeah, he had a productive college career there.
Sometimes I'm looking at some of the players when they got drafted, and they got these big chains, man, like around their neck. I'm like, what? I'm like,
NIL
deals.
Yeah,
man.
And not even necessarily NIL deals. Once you enter into the draft, you start getting there's some shows that follows like this, and they will give you necklaces. Like companies will give you a necklace.
Yes.
To be like, this is my necklace from.
Right. Yes.
It's like the Oscars or the
and everything for free because the company wants you to.
Right. I'm wearing Rick Owens.
For it.
Right.
So I will say, time check. It's 10:01. The Bucs are about to pick.
Yeah.
We're ahead of schedule.
This draft has been prompt.
Yes.
I might get to watch most of the Nuggets game then.
Miami doesn't play till tomorrow, and I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to watch that either.
MPJ was a solid questionable.
At this point, I know we're in an NFL draft, but at this point, if Miami doesn't see that Bam Adebayo is not the answer, then we're destined to be just a mediocre franchise.
They should just cut him. They should trade him. They should trade him to the Pelicans for CJ McCollum.
Brother, I wouldn't do that, but
I trade him for Zion.
I would trade him for Zion. I would take the half a season of Zion over a full season of Bam.
The Pelicans are a mess. You won't even get a half a season with Zion.
Give me a third of a season. I'm okay with that.
You'll get a quarter.
Such a bum lately, bro.
Yeah, it's been tough. What's the meme? Is it Dan Adebayo? That's like the alter ego of Bam.
I think so.
No, when he's playing bad, you just call him Idris because that's his given name.
Oh, okay, Idris. Yeah. Wow, this Bengals guy, I'm loving the. He's definitely. Wow. That green suit. He's Shamar Stewart. I love the green jacket. That's a good look.
I'm not. I can't see it. Oh, is it good?
It's a cool suit. It's a cool suit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's
got the Ray-Bans on. Yeah.
It's probably the ones with the glasses with the camera in it. I'm telling you, that's they're wanting you to be a walking advertisement for them.
Right. So the Seahawks are keeping this pick.
Apparently.
Yeah. Like it.
Apparently. Yeah. Because it's saying the Seahawks pick is in.
Pick is in, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So with that being said, where do the Seahawks go? They don't need corner. I wouldn't be shocked to see the Seahawks take Donovan Ezeraku or Mike Green, one of those two.
I forgot Ezeraku's still there too. Oof.
I think it's going to be an edge. If it's not an edge, this could be a spot for Jihad Campbell as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, the Bucs. I don't think the Bucs could. I would actually be really happy if they traded back because they have.
I think Pittsburgh's going to trade up.
Who's going to take Sanders?
Pittsburgh.
Who's going to take them between now and Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh's 21.
Yeah, that's a good. Well, I think
Pittsburgh would have to trade up to prevent somebody else.
Looks like
yeah, it would be to prevent the Giants from trading back up to get him, or or some other quarterback needy team because the Browns have 33 overall.
Wow, Seahawks take
Gray Zabel.
Gray Zabel. Oh,
Dakota State.
Oh, the tackle. He's out of one of the Dakotas or
North Dakota State.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, that means the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock.
Tampa cannot take.
Oh shoot!
Oh, there's too many.
Here we
Let's
go,
go.
gentlemen.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Man, I might have
To everyone watching us live around the world, thank you
This
so
is
much
it.
for checking us out. We will still be here for the rest of the first
Don't
round.
get excited. I think we might trade back.
Hey,
I
we
think
might
we
trade
will.
back. We might trade. We might just get out of here and pick up some things. But
I don't want to.
yeah, thank you for being here for all this time. If you could do us a solid, please hop on YouTube. We are RBLR Sports on YouTube. Give us a little subscription or follow us and hit that notification bell. And then every time that your Bucs podcast goes live, which we do every single week, you will be the first to know, and you'll be able to come in and hear Carter, Musab, and Zach with all their hot takes and analysis. So
Yeah, and Tyler's in here sometimes too.
yeah, exactly.
Every once in a while.
We have a full roster, guys. Like we have Tyler, not only with the written word, but obviously you've seen it in real life what he's doing tonight. We got a nice full squad for you. We put together a nice team, and we hit it from different angles. We have Zach the hater, but we have fun and we give you deep analysis.
The guy Gray Zabel had Settlers of Catan like posted up.
Dude, this guy's
What?
awesome.
On his side desk. I'm not kidding.
This guy knows
That's
ball.
what's up.
Had it like standing up prominently in his living room when they
Yeah. Look, they got a whole board going. He's like playing Catan.
Well, it's just the box. It's not the actual board.
No. I see the game. I see the board.
Yeah.
There's cards. He's got cards.
I'm telling you guys, this is feeling a lot like last year, where we had two corners on the board that ended up being very, very good corners in the NFL.
Debbie
And
Downer,
here we
Zach.
Here we are.
I guarantee you we take Mike Green. I'm calling it now. We're going to take Mike Green.
Okay.
I unfortunately do see that happening. Like I could absolutely.
And we're going to miss out on Jahdae Barron and Will Johnson, and I'm willing to put money on it. They become Pro Bowlers in the first 2 years.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but
It's gonna be that Quinion Mitchell Cooper DeJean situation.
Yeah.
I would be very sad to see them take Mike Green, though. I would not like that one bit.
And NFL Network goes to commercial during the Bucs pick, like clockwork, every time.
I don't have it yet.
Mike Green is pretty much the only player that if the Bucs drafted, I would be disappointed. Like
I would be
literally.
disappointed in Donovan Ezeraku right here as well.
Ooh, see, I would be okay with it because like him and
He has
He's
no
not a bad person, right?
schools. That's my issue.
him and James Pierce to me are sort of like 1A, 1B.
James Pierce has production against good schools. That's my only argument.
I would take Pierce over him as well, but like, I'm a little less.
I said it in the beginning of the year. If we don't take a corner around one, I want us to take James Pierce. Not beginning of the year, beginning of the offseason. That if we take an edge, I want it to be James Pierce.
Ooh, okay. I wanted to bring this up earlier. What if they take a safety here, like Malachi Starks or the guy?
The only safety I'm high on in the first round is Eman Wari because there's talks of him dropping down to linebacker. Because of
he's
size.
interesting. He's massive.
So I think that as a linebacker, Eman Wari is better than a safety.
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard a lot of those because you read his scouting report and like everything is literally like run support.
Definitely says no trade.
I think you bring him down, let him learn behind Levante, and then you bring Smith back to safety, and I think we've got a solid lineup there.
Yeah.
So if we do go safety, I prefer Eman Wari. Starks is not bad. I'm not as high on him. I think
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm definitely higher on Emanwari as well. But I'm not upset if they pick Starks. I like Starks too. I think he's
if they take Starks, I wouldn't be mad about it.
Yeah,
it's not what I want, but I wouldn't be disappointed. I guess.
Take his in.
Mike Green or Ezra.
Take his in. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Just anyone but Mike Green.
I'm having an aneurysm.
I've got a pit in my stomach.
Anyone but Mike Green, please.
Jahdae Barron, please.
And we're silent in anticipation.
I know. I want to say thank you. We got a nice little spike in viewership right now. People tuning in. The entire world is looking to see what the Buccaneers will do.
Let's go, baby.
All right, last second. I think they pick Will Johnson.
I think Mike Green.
I think Jahdae Barron.
Johnson
Jahdae
or
Barron.
Barron? Please, Johnson or Barron.
I'm so sold on Barton.
Johnson.
I'm so
I'm
sold
very
on
high
Jahdae Barron, man. Come on, baby.
Did they just add time to their clock? It's kind of weird.
Oh,
Oh, the
There
pick
are
is now
so
in.
many
Okay.
people.
I'm
in Green
super
Bay.
behind.
Amika Egbuka.
What?
Shut the hell up.
seriously?
Amika
No.
Egbuka. Buccaneer select Amika Egbuka.
Wow.
Are you fucking with me?
No, that's the pick. The Broncos are on the clock. I'm not
Wow.
joking. That's the pick.
Wow.
What
Wow,
a
wow,
trash pick.
Okay.
Oh my God. I thought I wouldn't be mad. How could you possibly go at Buka when Golden is on the board?
Wow. That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
That's a tough pill to swallow.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm not super excited about that one.
Wow.
What's the heat? What's the heat on that?
Not feeling good about that.
Yeah,
Damn.
I'm not feeling good
Yeah,
about
what
it
the hell, man? Yeah, I mean,
because he's essentially like sort of a Chris Godwin light,
Okay.
and you can't like you're not going to put Chris Godwin outside, like that's not his strength, but that's also not Egbuka's strength either.
wow.
So now they have two slot wide receivers essentially. Yeah, I'm not digging this. This is not super fun.
That is such a trash pick. Like,
What a left turn.
Yeah, that was weird. That's like literally every. Wow. Okay.
he was not projected to go in the first round in anybody's mock draft.
He's got the most touchdowns
what's the
slot from
ceiling?
college receivers
What's the
since
ceiling?
2022.
The
Well-
ceiling, maybe Chris Godwin.
Okay.
Maybe. Chris Godwin's not a wide receiver one. I stand on business with that. Like,
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, is he? I mean, when he was in college, was he injury pro? Did he have any injuries or anything like that, or no?
I mean, he was really productive in college. Like he had some really, really good seasons in Ohio State.
Yeah,
he is really
good.
On every single team, he was wide receiver 2.
Mm-hmm.
He always had.
I mean, remember I told you, like, should we take a wide receiver? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, that
like
we called it.
I'm so
like.
Yeah,
I just don't understand. You re-sign Godwin and then you draft someone like Jalen McMillan, and then now you're getting Egbuka.
Are they expecting Evans to retire this season? Like
It says here, instinctive, strong through contact, and Jackson.
Even if he does retire after the season, he doesn't. Buka doesn't replace Mike Evans.
Right.
At all. Like all he does is take snaps away from Chris Godwin.
Yeah, it's weird.
This guy better be like
he's got the most
level,
catches in Ohio State history.
Well, because he's played all 4 years.
I know.
Yeah. And he plays at he played at a big school. You know what I mean? It's Ohio State. I mean, so it's like.
Yeah, but with that being said, he was always the number 2 receiver at Ohio State. He was never the number 1 receiver.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. Man. I hear you. But, we have to have faith.
Was kind of
that this is going to be like a
like,
good pick.
I'm not saying I don't have faith in this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think he could be a very good football player.
Mm-hmm. But I understand how high he went. You don't agree.
0 cents for Tampa at 19. If we would have traded back and gotten him, I would have been more okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we could have gotten him, legitimately could have gotten him. His player comparison is James Jones. He ran a 4.5 40.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a weird pick because he's not really. He spent like if you look at like where he lined up, 81% of his snaps were taken from the slot this past year.
They better not drop another offensive
was
player
a weird
for the
one.
rest of the draft.
So who do you want in second round?
No one now. We can chop this season up.
Dude, I'll take, man. Just give me Jackson Dart, second round, third round.
I think we definitely need Omarion Hampton. Trade back into the first round and draft Omarion Hampton. And while we're there, there's probably another good left tackle we should take. Let's go ahead and take him. We're good on corner, linebacker, and edge, though. We don't need any of them.
No, our defense is a
So
loss.
Nick in the chat says your biggest weakness was the defense. Could this guy be good? Sure, but you needed a defensive player. What was that?
100%, Nick. That is exactly what I was trying to say. This guy could be great. I'm not going to take that away from him. He could be a great football player.
Yeah.
But
I'm looking at some of the mocks back in January, February. He was going 20, 22, 20,
Right.
22, like, and then for some reason dropped off like right before, like 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Just all of a sudden,
He tested well at the combine too.
Yeah, I don't know that the frustration is with the spot as much as the position that he plays.
We talked about it in the beginning of this show when Tet got drafted by Carolina. That eliminated us outside of maybe Tyler Warren taking an offensive player in the first round. And then for them to come out and take an offensive player that would have been their second round.
I also don't understand taking a wide receiver first round this season because he's not going to have room to develop or even see the field.
That's what I'm saying. Who's he taking snaps from?
McMillan.
And look, respectfully, I like McMillan more than I like Egbuka. I think McMillan has more potential.
I don't know if I'd go. I don't know if I'd go that far. And see you, Santiago, Mr.
Yeah, see you, Santiago. Thanks for kicking it, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he can't take snaps away from McMillan because McMillan's going to be our outside guy, one of our outside guys. He would have to take snaps from Godwin, unless this is a sign that Godwin's not going to be ready this season.
Yeah, that's the other thought.
Right, that's the other thought. Or maybe they have faith that this guy can line up on the outside. Maybe they saw something in the tape. Yeah. Maybe Grizzard is really
give me very much hope that he can line up outside and beat somebody deep.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's no track record of that happening. Absolutely.
But thank God he was a 2022 second team All Big Ten wide receiver.
I mean, he did have 2,000-yard receiving seasons at Ohio State, but like you're saying, he doesn't fit what the Bucs were needing at this spot.
I mean, unless he's going to play safety.
Or can he play two ways? Is he Travis Hunter?
Yeah. Man, this was kind of a letdown. I'm not going to lie. I was getting excited. I was like, oh man, things are falling the Bucs
Everything fell the way we wanted it to. We had every single option.
Right, and then
I mean, maybe seeing how this first round went, they're confident it continues to be that way through the second round.
What if they trade back into this first round, guys? Like,
if you trade back into the first round and get Will Johnson or Barron or James
all
Pearson,
forgiven.
The only three I'd be okay with.
Yeah. All is forgiven if they do
see.
That.
I'm not cool with that because then you have to give up some significant draft capital to do that.
I don't know that you would at this point.
Because they're picking 53rd in the second round. So you have to make a massive jump back into the first round. Like they're not the Browns or the Giants who are like 33 or 35.
Yeah, but with this draft class, I don't think it would take much. Maybe to get like, let's say 28, 29, between 28 and 32, I think you could probably give up your second. Maybe give up
on Twitter. They're looking long term, but they like their ability to address linebacker and corner in the second and third rounds.
Yeah.
And that's
Matt Miller says that his Egbuka's pro cop is Lad McConkey, and says the Bucs have a great duo at wide receiver, but both Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are nearing the ends of their careers. Adding a proven slot receiver in Egbuka rounds out the trio for 25 and gives them a future with Egbuka and McMillan forming the nucleus of the team's passing game
for years to come. McMillan.
With Godwin missing 10 games last year and entering his age 30 season, this pick could be about the present and the future.
Yeah, I mean, Godwin is turning 30 this season. And you know he's gonna.
There's Tammy.
Significant lower leg injuries.
Tammy's positive.
I like it. Tammy likes it, guys.
So positive.
You know, if Tammy's cool with it, I'm cool with it.
Yeah. You know what? I take back everything I've said.
Yeah. Tammy does have a good finger on the pulse. I'm actually. Thank you, Tammy. We needed some positivity. We were getting kind of dark on this show. So
I am. Tammy, I appreciate you. And I like it more now, but I still don't like it.
Here's the justification as far as I can think about it. Godwin is going to be 30 this season. He's coming off of a broken ankle. and he has another. Was it a torn Achilles in the past as well?
Yes. Last season, I think.
Yeah. So the question I think that the Bucs are probably asking themselves is, when Godwin comes back, does he look anything like the receiver he was before the first injury, much less the second injury? And then the other thing is, Evans is 32 now. He was 31 last year. He was really good last year. When does the fall off start for Mike Evans?
So my argument to that is, why give Godwin $100 million or $66 million contract then?
That's fair.
If you're worried about it, let someone else overpay for him, and then call it a day. If you already plan on drafting his replacement, like, let's not forget, we have Godwin for another 3 years now.
Right.
If this were if it were Matthew Golden here, I'd be more understanding, because he's got the speed to play outside. It's just the fact that
he's taking Jade Barron.
Chris Godwin, carbon copy.
Thank you, babe.
Barron.
I got my noodles and co. I might be a little bit happier now.
The Broncos are going to have the best defense in the league. Jesus.
Oh, wow. Look, someone who knows how to freaking draft.
Yeah.
I don't know what you say.
And Godwin are the
has lost
same
so many
size.
The last 2 years. The Emeka Egbuka draft pick is something I see the Cowboys doing. Like, that is solely drafting somebody based off, he's a good player who played at Ohio State.
Man, that Broncos defense. Shoo. They were the best team in the league, and then they added Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga, and now Jade Barron.
I love it.
Didn't Surtain win Defensive Player of the Year last year?
Wow. All that anticipation. I feel like this is almost as bad as waiting the whole day or the whole night and then only for us to trade back and then get Logan Hall in the second round as well. I mean, that was also.
I remember watching that as a fan being mad.
Yeah, man. I was
like, seriously, dude. Sending you dirty pictures all day and being like, tonight's the night, and then going to bed.
Oh, yeah. Come home and it's a man.
Mm-hmm. And she goes to bed at 8 o'clock at night.
And you were yelling at me about cussing.
I wasn't yelling at you about cussing. I was just yelling you were doing.
I wasn't even yelling.
Wow.
I was sitting over there quietly to myself saying, fucking bitch.
I said the F word on stream, babe.
Yeah, come on, guys.
You could talk about screw and do.
What? I didn't say that.
Ma'am, we're going to have to mute Zach here in a second.
Wow.
So disappointed. I was going to go to bed.
Yeah, you guys are flat right now, buddy. You guys are this hurt you.
I'm not feeling good.
This hurts.
This is an awful draft pick. Like, I don't even know what else to say. It killed the whole mood because it doesn't fix anything that needs to be fixed. Our offense was top 10 in everything last year. Why are we trying to add more to that when our defense was bottom of the barrel in every aspect?
Shadur Sanders does not go to the Steelers.
Wow.
Derek Harmon, Oregon.
Oh, so Shadur's falling out of the first round without a doubt in my mind now.
Wow.
I wouldn't be shocked to see him go to Cleveland first pick around 1 or round 2.
Campbell, Minwari, Johnson, Green, Starks, all still on the board. All guys I would have been cool with in 19.
Just anyone. Honestly, at this point, is anyone on defense? You know, it's like
somebody.
Oh, wow. This was a big letdown.
Don't worry. Todd Bowles will correct the ship for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Musab, we'll get your butt in. He just has to turn on his video and then.
No worries at all. Yep. Okay. He says he can't because I think he said he's driving right now and it's kind of dark.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah.
Let's not drive and stream at the same time, boys.
He's somewhat of a multitasker.
Yeah.
Well, we here at RBL are all about safety, so
yeah, buddy. If he pulls over, we'll get him on. let me know when you're all pulled over.
Right now with Asante Samuel Jr. signing him.
All right, I think he
Boy, oh boy.
he's working on maybe making a little traffic stop.
There you go.
Yeah, because he's definitely got some things to say, I'm sure.
I love it.
Really
I
great
can't wait to
guy.
hear it.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Oh yeah.
Will Johnson going to reunite here with Harbaugh in LA?
Oh, I could see it. They need a corner
Yeah.
with Samuel not being back.
Yeah. I thought they were going to move up for Warren. That seemed like a very Harbaugh pick. I could see them taking Scadaboo too and surprising people. I'm sure they love him over there. And they could use a running back.
The Eagles are going to take Will Johnson or someone that would have been perfect in Tampa, and are going to make him an all-star and then just have him sit on the bench for 3 years.
Yep.
An all-star, a Pro Bowler. I'm talking basketball now. I'm so heated.
Well, this was a bummer.
Yeah, this was wow.
You know what's not a bummer, though? RBLR merch.
Let's go.
Shop.rblrsports.com.
You know what?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's great.
yeah.
It's definitely not a bummer to get 10% off your entire order when you use promo code Cannons, CANNONS. You'll feel 10% better about the draft pick we just did because you got 10% off your order.
And that'll make you negative 90% happy about this pick now.
Every little bit helps. So shop.rblrsports.com. We've got merchandise inspired by your favorite Tampa Bay teams. The Bucs, the Lightning, the Rays, the Rowdies, the Sun, you name it. We try to celebrate the fandom of Tampa Bay at shop.rblrsports.com.
How many people do we have watching right now?
We have 66 people right now.
66 people. First one to guess the number I'm thinking of between 1 and 10, I'll buy a shirt for.
Oh, let's go. Let's drop these comments. Drop let's go.
I got my number on my phone.
They won't do it, but we'll see.
If they don't, if they do, then they're gonna get a shirt. If they don't,
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, you might as well just throw a number out. You got it.
Oh man, yeah.
I know. Just throw it out.
A small one. It'll go quick, but somebody should get it. I hope it's Tammy.
Come on, Tammy, you got it.
All right. I think Andy's ready. I think we're gonna get him in here.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Mr. Musab, if you could introduce.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, we got Andy Villamarzo in the house. It's a friend of mine, and he is also a big time high school sports reporter. He works with high school on SI. But Andy, I'll let you take the floor now. The mic's all yours. Tell us how you feel, man.
Well, first off, thank you guys for having me come on and kind of just touch on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers draft pick. Yeah, I mean, I in reading a lot of mock drafts and where the Buccaneers could go with this pick. Obviously, I mean, being a fan, just kind of knowing the defense, like you guys said, I mean, I think they were around 24th, 25th in points allowed, yards. I mean, really, the only category they were at all good was against the run. I think 4th in the NFL. So, I mean, to me, I think the move would have been Jaheed Campbell all the way from Alabama, just because you have Levante David you brought back on a 1-year contract. I feel like this is his last year. I really feel like Bowles and the staff brought him back to, because they know the linebacker situation is dire. So I just didn't quite understand why they would go offense. But, I mean, I think Daniel Jeremiah of NFL.com had Matthew Golden to the Bucs at 19. I mean, I guess they're trying to find that tandem after Evans and Godwin. If you pair McMillan and I can't say his last name, but if you pair them two up, maybe they're the next tandem for in Tampa Bay. But I mean, for a team that excelled, like you guys said, on offense, I don't really understand why you need to boost it because you do have McMillan. I mean, what the heck are they going to do with Trey Palmer? I mean, I feel like that's a guy who's kind of, probably on his way out. I don't know if they're going to try to bring back Sterling Shepard at all.
He's already back.
I just feel you got a very loaded wide receiver room, and you didn't. Yeah, I was disappointed just because when you go back and you think of that Commanders game, I mean, we just couldn't get off the field on third down. So to me, you need
Literally
to improve your front seven, especially in the linebacking core. Couldn't get to Jaden Daniels and track him down to stop him short on third downs. And then we couldn't defend on the back end with our secondary because of all the injuries. So if anything, just getting some depth would have been nice. And to really get a luxury pick of a wide receiver just doesn't, I don't know. I mean, Jason Light's made a lot of great picks, but I feel like this one's kind of, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he'll prove us, maybe he'll prove us wrong with it. But right now, optics is like, I'm not loving the pick. I give it like a C, B minus.
Oh, you're higher on it than I am.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't go D or F. I mean,
I can, because he's not going to make an impact on this team this year.
Yeah, it's like, and just to point out, he wasn't the best receiver at Ohio State. I mean, the best wide receiver at Ohio State isn't eligible for the draft, and Jeremiah Smith. So it's like, man, if you were gonna go that route, I mean, yeah, wait a year or two, but he's probably gonna be a number one, or top 5 pick once he's able to declare. I don't think it makes a whole ton of sense based on what the offense is bringing back, and Baker's obviously, and you got to think of the other options on offense. Cade Otton, started to really come on last year, so you're kind of taking away, I think, targets for him, and I think he's somebody that really needs to continue to develop and get more targets within the offense. I don't feel like you need to bring somebody in to take away targets from him, because I would like to see Cade Otton be a 50, 60 catch tight end. Maybe he's getting 800-900 yards at that position. But now it's like you gotta wonder, is he gonna see his role diminish a little bit because they're trying to bring along this rookie wide receiver? And we all know, I mean, if you're gonna bring somebody in the first round, he's got to play. I mean, unless if he's just an absolute bust, but they're gonna want to bring him along. They're gonna want to get him touches, and I feel like Grizz as a first-year offensive coordinator, he's learned a lot from Liam Cohen and other coaches he's been around, but I just feel like it's a lot. It's a lot to kind of put on his plate to try to figure this all out. Guy's a brilliant offensive mind from everything I've read and heard, but I mean, you're just kind of you're really loading up this offense, and you got a lot of mouths to feed, and I think it's going to be, it's going to be tough. You got to think, Mike Evans, you want to get him 1,000 yards once again to set the record. Godwin coming off the injury, is he going to be the same dude that he's been in years past? And then you bring in these other, you got all these other pieces that you're trying to kind of put this jigsaw puzzle together. And I'm just trying to think, like, why add somebody that you're going to feel obligated to have to play to get touches? Like, because if you sit him on the sidelines and if he's like a 10, 20 catch receiver, to me, that's like a right out of the gate bust.
Oh, waste of a
first round draft pick.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. I think part of the problem with this is that it's the pick that you make when you're scared of losing one of those top 2 receivers. There's been no indication that Evans has any intentions of leaving the team. They have Godwin for 3 more years now, injuries or not. So, you say you're building for the future, but when does the future get here? Because wide receivers are only going to have so many years to play and be productive.
Maybe not only that, but you draft a guy in the first round, you got him at most 5 years.
Yeah.
Right.
You're going to take 3 of those years, give them to Godwin. Let's just say Mike comes back for a second year.
Chargers took Hampton.
Oh, wow. Ooh.
Wow. Didn't see that one coming.
Yeah,
don't like that for him.
Yeah, I don't like that either. I'd be curious if Ibuka fell to the Chargers, if he would have gone to Los Angeles.
I don't think he would have.
I don't know, because like McConkey's great.
Take the receiver. Ibuka is a slot guy. You already have Ladd, who's kind of a slot guy.
Yeah.
I think if they were to take a receiver, it would have been Golden.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird, man. I don't know what to make of this.
Wait, the Chargers drafted Hampton and they signed Najee Harris this offseason?
Right.
Yeah. This to me would have
ever.
Yeah, seriously.
I
like him a lot. But I think mixing up like the play styles, it would have been smarter to go with Henderson here. But if you were really sold on a running back, but I wasn't sold on the Chargers picking a running back to begin with. Like they could have gone a lot of different places with that defense, especially. But who knows? I don't know.
Whoever gets Jahad Campbell at this point.
Seriously, I mean,
somebody at the end of this first round is.
That would have been great. That would have been a great pick. I mean, you would have got the heir apparent to Levante David. Obviously, if Devin White would have panned out, I mean, that probably would have been your, I mean, if he would have panned out, I don't think Levante probably returns. I think he feels like he can go.
Right.
They have somebody in the middle. Like, then you build around Devin. Devin goes because obviously he wasn't, to me, he wasn't a great hustle guy. That to me, that was his biggest problem. Was just you saw so many plays where he's just like he's jogging, he's not going full speed. I mean, to me, the politics that probably went behind the scenes was we need you back one more year because, I mean, who do we have behind you? Like, I mean, Dennis, I like Dennis. I mean, he got hurt, so you got to figure, like, is he going to be somebody that's going to be consistent this time around? Because I like some of, I like some of the stuff he did last year, but then he got hurt, and then it's like down the stretch. I mean,
we brought in Anthony Walker too.
Yeah,
and I think
he's better.
I think Walker could be very good, and he's young enough that if he plays good or he produces, we can sign him again. I wasn't 100% sold on Campbell being the pick there. I would have liked it, but I wasn't totally sold on it. I fully expected us to take Johnson or Barron there because that, in my opinion, corner is our biggest need.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
I saw a stat, and I think I was talking to you about it, Tyler, a while back, where Tampa was actually really, really high on the pass rush rate.
Yeah, top 10.
Yeah, we just couldn't get sacks, which that happens. Like, there's. I don't know what else you could do about it. If you're top 10 in pass rush rate, then you're doing something right, and everyone's like, oh, we're going to take an edge. I don't think edge is as a big a need as people say it is because we've got so many young guys on the edge. Like, if you keep drafting young guys on the edge, you're not going to give them any time to develop because you're taking snaps away. So why not fill a need at a position that you know you need? You have a guy who can't stay healthy for a full season. You have a guy in McCollum that looked really good the first half of the year and okay the second half of the year. Why not fill that position with a first-round guy instead of going after what, in my opinion, Ibuka is round – he's wide receiver 4 on the team right now.
3 or 4, yeah. So
I'm not putting him up McMillan. McMillan's got a year in this offense, and he produced at a high level last year.
That's true. He had, 7 touchdowns in the last 5 games of the year?
Yeah, he dominated.
Where do the Bucs go from here? I think you have to count on drafting a corner in the second round.
Oh, you got to at this
point. I mean, it depends on who's there.
Who's there now? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. But at this point, you're praying that you're praying that Dennis is good because what we've seen is limited. You're praying that he's good, or Walker, either one of them. You're praying that those two add up to one good linebacker at least, and then you're praying that Braswell develops because I feel like I've barely seen the guy play, and he was a second-round pick.
I'm high on Braswell.
He has the physical tools.
And that's another reason why I say I don't think we needed edge. My concern is, let's get into the second round. Let's say we've got pick 53. That's 19 picks down, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The corners that I would take round 2, if Will Johnson is still there, I would take him. I don't think he will be. I think Green Bay takes Johnson right here.
I had Darian Porter from my
Darian Porter.
Yeah.
Javon Ravel.
Darian Porter, Ravel, and Maxwell Harrison. I don't know if any of them are there at our pick.
What about Morrison?
I don't like Morrison.
Really?
I'm not a fan of him. Another injury history with him.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm pretty sure that he also.
Oh yeah, he had the hip injury, right?
Yeah. So my issue there is outside of really Harrison and Johnson, Rebel has an injury history. Granted, they've not been the same injury, and like some of them are not even football related.
Right.
So I kind of take that out. I really like Rebel. I'm high on Rebel. I think he's
me
going to be
too.
very good. Darian Porter, to me, I like him. He's an athlete. I don't know how good he's going to be able to play corner in the NFL.
Right.
He is a raw corner.
We've
but
seen
he's got that athletic upside, though. That's what I like.
He was a wide receiver who transitioned to corner his last year of college, if I'm not mistaken.
He's like 6'3".
Yeah, he's massive. Like he's uber athletic, but not enough experience to go, hey, you know what?
Right.
NFL, you're our starting guy.
Yeah, you're gonna play nickel this season.
Yeah, well, and he's too big to play nickel anyway. He'd have to be an outside.
Oh yeah, you'd have to play outside. So the other question is, do they go safety in the second round and move Tyke Smith back to nickel?
I don't think so.
No, you got to go. I was saying cornerback or linebacker.
If Schlesinger is there, you take Schlesinger. If he's not there, you take a corner.
Yeah.
There's some good safeties in this class.
There
Even
are
outside the Warrior Starks.
I think we're already good at safety. I think Tyke Smith / Christian Izien are good safeties.
Yeah,
yeah.
I would love to see some depth there. You know.
Yeah, me as well. I mean, Kevin Winston will probably be there from Penn State.
Yeah,
I think he'll be there into round 3, though.
Think so?
Yeah.
Maybe.
With no safety being taken yet, I think there's a high
And
likelihood.
you talked about Bowman as well from Oklahoma. He'll probably be there 3-4.
Bowman is my pick, who I want them to draft at safety.
Yeah. This definitely obscures the path here for the Bucs.
This
really clear
has
where they
made
go.
things really weird. Yeah.
Yeah,
Even more reason to hate the pick.
Yeah, it would have. This could have very easily been a draft where like the Bucs sort of reset things on their defense and turned a potential weakness into a strength. But now they're just, I don't know. They're playing for the future with a quarterback that, like, I love Baker, and I hope he's here for a few more years. But
30-something as well.
Yeah, he's not young. You know, like Baker's not a 24-year-old rookie on a quarterback on a rookie deal.
No, you've got 5 years out of him at best.
Right.
Because
Packers select wide receiver Matthew Golden.
That's a good pick for them. That's a really good pick for them.
I don't hate that at all.
Yeah. Good for them.
Man,
He's the second receiver off the board. Had we taken him, we would have been as mad.
Is Minnesota going to get Campbell? That would be kind of crazy. Because that's another really good defense already.
Yeah, and Minnesota doesn't really like.
No, Minnesota's going to take a safety, I think.
You think so?
They take Starks. They're either taking Starks or Johnson because they took a corner early last year. Kyrie Jackson, obviously, shit happened, and sad situation there. So I think that they would potentially take a corner early again. I could also see them taking Pierce here, though.
I mean, I guess at
Crazy
least
that's another guy they should have taken, and he's going to go to a contender instead.
Yeah.
Dude, Philly should just draft another edge here.
I'm using your charger.
They're going to get a shot at
that's where most people have them going because, like, they don't really have any
lean
needs
into it at this point.
Yeah. And with Josh Sweat leaving, like, they probably need to replace him.
Houston really needed an offensive lineman. I don't think they're going to get one.
No, I don't.
No, Houston could be another place where Pierce goes.
Yeah, Pierce and
although
that'd
they've got Will Anderson.
Be a crazy pass rush.
Yeah. Did they have Daniil Hunter still?
Mm-hmm. I think he resigned.
Yeah, so if Daniil Hunter's still there, I think they might because him and Anderson are like
Oh, Anderson's
it could be fun to have a rotation like that, but I think that they have such other pressing needs, especially with Stroud.
Yeah, Hunter's still in Houston, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, with Diggs going elsewhere, it's tough to. I don't know. Houston's in a weird place. I'm not sure.
Houston, I wouldn't be shocked with Luther Burden either.
Yeah, Luther Burden could be really fun. And see you, Andy. Thank you so much for being on. It was a blast having you on. The Texans could very easily draft a wide receiver because oh man, Tank Dell, he might be a mid-season return. I can't remember because he had a nasty injury and it was season ending. Yeah, so I love Nico Collins, like wide receiver 1, absolutely, but you got to take advantage of CJ Stroud being as good as he is on that rookie contract. I'm still confused as to why they traded Tunzel. It was just I don't know.
Apparently, you need 7 wide receivers to be a good offense. So.
Oh yeah, they're doing that in Tampa Bay. I heard.
Yeah, I hear that they're gonna score 197 points, but that's only because the other team's offense is scoring 112.
Right. Baker Mayfield's going to have to throw over 6,000 yards, and Buccaneers going to have to rush for 1,500 to beat all these mouths.
Yeah, it's tough because I was pretty confident they were going to go defense here. It was just such a deflating thing, but it's interesting that none of the Johnson, who's the Tex? I always forget the Texas cornerback. Barron. It's interesting that Johnson, Barron, Campbell, Starks, and the South Carolina safety Nick with the last name that I can never pronounce. Emanwari. Thank you.
They're all still there.
It's interesting that all those guys are still there. James Pierce is still there. Mike Green is still there.
Barron went to Denver.
Oh, Barron went to Denver. My apologies.
Yeah, the rich got richer there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. But still, other than him, all those other guys are still there, which is interesting to me. I don't know. Maybe we're higher on the defensive players than the NFL is. I don't know.
I think the biggest issue is draft a guy that's played wide receiver 1. Bucca has never been the best receiver on his team ever.
Yeah, that to me is less of a concern though than just the fact that he plays the exact same position as Chris Godwin.
Well, I mean that concerns me too, but I'm also I'm not as high on Chris Godwin as everyone else is. So for me, the biggest issue is that you're drafting a guy who has always been a number 2 or 3 guy.
Yeah, but he's only 6 foot tall, right? Am I?
Yeah,
I think he's 6'2". I think he's 6'2".
He's 6'0".
Yeah, he's not very tall. You can't really and he's not fast, so you can't put him on the outside.
Yeah, 4.49, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, which that's what's making me confused because they re-signed Godwin to a 3-year deal. So then
if it were a 1-year
Vikings took offensive lineman Donovan Jackson.
Oh, okay, cool.
Interesting.
Don't even know who that is.
Oh, that name rings a bell. I'm pretty sure I had him actually.
Yeah, pretty sure I watched him play Saturdays.
My offensive line draft picks.
There you go. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird because 3 of Ibuka's 5 years on his rookie contract are going to be spent playing on the same team as another guy who plays the same position as him.
Essentially a clone.
Exactly.
Eagles are looking to trade up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be because they're probably looking to jump. Maybe they're just trying to make sure that they can get probably their best edge rusher, their best guy available.
Looking at Pierce probably.
Yeah, either Pierce Green or because they've shown that they. I mean, the Bucs have shown this too. The Eagles have shown this just as much as the Bucs have. They do not care about, not that maybe they don't care is putting it too harshly, but they will take a risk on a personality guy or a questionable off the field guy, because they did it with Carter and that turned out pretty well for them, so far. So they would probably go for Mike Green if I had to guess, because that's just even though he's a questionable off the field thing, they've shown that it's not an issue for them. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But at least the Rays are losing too, 3-1.
Yeah, at least the Lightning.
L's all around Tampa Bay.
Down 2-0 and heading back to Sunrise. Ugh. Disgusting. Oh, Ice Cats, huh?
Yeah. Man, just we were really high energy going into that 19th overall pick.
Yeah.
Feeling good about it.
Yep.
And we were feeling really good.
We said all the options are available.
Yeah.
Everybody was there.
Everybody was there. Everybody
but wait, of the people that you wanted to pick, how many of them are off the board? Like still, like no one else has taken the players that you.
Yeah,
nobody else is taking these guys.
Yeah, Barron's the only one that's come off the board, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe Johnson and Campbell's injury concerns are just bigger than anyone really thought.
Yeah,
that's kind of because
obviously Morrison's too.
Yeah, obviously none of us have access to any of their medical stuff, so maybe it's just that those are playing a bigger role than maybe we anticipated. I don't know.
You don't think there's any chance we may trade back into the first? Yeah.
Well, we talked about that. What assets do we have to do that?
Right, because if they give up,
my buddy had actually asked me that.
Everybody's been floating the Rachaad White rumors for a month now, so
I don't think that Rachaad White is enough of an asset.
He's not going to get a first round pick,
and he's not, and he's definitely not. He's not even enough to like.
Giants traded back in.
Here we go.
Really? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Rachaad White's not even enough of an asset to package with like a second round pick to get back into the first round.
I'm seeing conflicting reports about whose pick they got, whether it was the Texans or the Rams. But the Giants are back in the first.
Man, Jackson Dart. It's Jackson Dart time.
Rappaport says the Rams are trading with the Giants, and Ari Meirov says
it's Sanders, isn't it?
It's got to be Shador at that point.
Got to be Sanders.
I don't know. I've heard the Giants are maybe it's Tyler Slow, whatever the hell that guy's name is from Louisville. They just get real weird.
Maybe they pull a Tampa and draft another edge or something.
Yeah, I got Giants. Texans trade with Giants.
Yeah, Texans. Yep. Yeah, they just announced it on.
Yeah, Rappaport corrected himself.
Stupid Rappaport.
Ian.
Yeah, what does that guy know?
Yeah, freaking idiot.
I don't know. Trade Rachaad White to Kansas City. Give them our second and a third next year. Get us back into the first. We take Will Johnson.
Man, that'd be a whole lot to give up for somebody.
I don't care.
Maybe if they weren't idiots, they could have just gotten Will Johnson.
The first time, yeah.
That's why we don't know what the hell we're doing. Why not? Just
I think as of right now, I'm. What I plan to do after this show is just really find out. I mean, what was the reason for this? Because I mean, I understand. Yeah, we got some older wide receivers, but it's just like, is this guy? This guy's not going to be immediate impact. I mean,
he's not going to be an impact for 3 years.
And then as you mentioned, he wasn't even wide receiver 1 at Ohio State. So this one just really threw me off. If anything, I mean, I looked a teeny bit into Matthew Golden because of the talks before the draft, but this one's coming out of nowhere for me. This is like a Michael Penix basically from last year.
Yeah, we got Michael Penix.
I was more happy about Graham Barton than I am about Egbuka here.
Oh, most definitely. Me too.
And I hated the Barton pick at the time.
Yeah, at least the Barton pick filled an immediate need.
Exactly.
There was a path to playing time. I don't see a path to playing time for Egbuka right now. Unless Godwin is just like not doing well in his rehab.
Yeah, that's my question now is how's the Godwin recovery timeline?
Maybe there's something we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, are they questioning whether he's going to be good to go this season at the beginning?
Right, and even then, like,
though you're still taking up. You
Jackson Dart. It's Jackson Dart.
It's Jackson Dart.
Not even trolling.
No shit.
Yeah, Giants looking Jackson Dart.
Holy cow!
Sanders might not even go.
Dartman before Sanders. Wow.
No, Sanders might go to Cleveland at 33.
That would be.
Holy shit!
I'd be happy because then, his dad would be really pissed off, which is what I wouldn't mind seeing.
That's what I'm rooting for.
So
I would
really matter. I don't think wherever he goes,
above Shador Sanders.
So who's the starting quarterback now in New York?
Russell Wilson.
Is it still Russ?
It's still Russ.
Oof.
Oh, Jackson Dart, dude. Are we serious?
Hey, look, I like Jackson Dart. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't like him enough to trade back into the first round.
They traded the 34th,
done all
the
that.
99th, and another third.
Wow, that is so much to give up for Jackson Dart.
For Jackson Dart?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't dig that at all.
Well, that ain't surprising. It's from the Giants.
Have faith in me, boys. I was right last year.
Poverty franchise, man.
Have faith in me. Jackson Dart actually is going to be a good quarterback.
I can rock with that, man. I hope he does, man.
Not a guy. I don't think he's a guy that gets you. Like, he's not going to be Patrick Mahomes good, but I'd put him in like.
Didn't Shadur Sanders do an extra private workout with just the New York Giants in attendance?
Yes.
Just like a week ago?
Yep.
That's crazy. He
gone
must
to
have,
New York.
flunked. He must have failed so hard.
I told you there was reports that his interviews were just garbage.
Yeah.
Tammy, have a great night.
Good night, Tammy.
Tammy. We're going to have you back on. Thank you so much.
You know what? Tell Tammy to message you. No one else guessed the number, so she gets a shirt. She didn't get it right. It was number 7, but
she would have got there eventually. She
I
just
actually was going to get 7, but I
she
didn't
just started putting numbers in the chat.
yeah, I saw that, and that's why I was like,
we're going to stop that real quick. But
once she gets it, I'd have given it to her because no one else commented. So Tammy gets a
not
shirt.
yet. Guys, don't be shy. We've got quite a number of people watching this live. We want to hear from you. Get in the comments. We are at youtube.com/@RBLR Sports.
Man. What a weird night.
I just feel my whole damn mood.
Yeah.
Corner is still my biggest concern here. The more I think about it, the more I'm okay with middle linebacker.
Oh, Tammy got it.
Okay with outside linebacker. You got it.
All right, Tammy, get with Carter and give him your information. I'll get a shirt sent over to you. Just let him
figure it out. Falcons are in.
They're trading back in?
Yeah, Rams are on the clock, but Falcons
moving into first round Ram spot.
Yeah,
the Falcons
what
have
is
made
this going to be?
Shador Sanders.
That would be hilarious.
That'd be 2. That'd be 2 for 2 for me.
So I do have a question because I think we need to try to bring the vibes up a little bit more.
Yes.
What would have to happen for you to be okay with the Ibuka pick? Like, what is there saving this?
Godwin would have to never play another down of football to make it make sense.
That and then also Ibuka would just have to absolutely ball out.
I'm not even. That's nothing against Godwin.
I mean, I mostly meant in terms of the rest of the draft.
The rest of the draft. Oh, we have to trade back into the first and get Will Johnson.
Well, I mean, a lot of guys are dropping. It seems like you just might have a number of your guys that you like that are going to be available at
like
59.
Like Zach, we were talking about.
It doesn't matter if they're available at 53. You took a position that does not fill a need for your team.
For sure. I feel you. But the guy that we were talking about before the show, or like at the beginning of the show out of Kentucky,
Maxwell Hairston,
he could be there. You know?
Yeah, no, and I like him. But it still doesn't change the fact that you took a first-round pick and used it on someone who will not contribute to a team this year.
I feel that's what I think is different. They believe that it won't take away from McMillan, that they have an opportunity to put him and play him. I mean, he's a first-round draft pick. And, who knows what
are your standards
the other
on
information that they might know that we don't, obviously. But
for a first-round wide receiver, what are your expectations year one for him to not be considered a bust?
At this point, so first-round draft pick. He's a player on the Buccaneers now. So now he's an asset that we now can use. And so I don't know what the packages they're going to use, but he has to play a considerable number of snaps. But he doesn't have to be the starter because we have starters. He can be a contributing member of the team. But I mean, and I agree with you. I would have gone corner. I would have maybe even gone edge. I would have gone a interior lineman. I would have gone a number of choices other than wide receiver. Like, I agree with you. But they picked him for a reason. It could be a bad reason. Don't
get me wrong. If we come into the season and we get a big letter at the beginning of the year that says, unfortunately, Chris Godwin's recovery is not going well. He will not.
But what if you're limiting Godwin on purpose because now you have a guy? You're like $1 million a year. Yeah, but we're raising the bottom of the barrel to say, like, we don't need Tyler Johnson. We have other guys, you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. I don't care how good the bottom of our barrel is. If we're limiting Chris Godwin, why did we pay him $22 million a year to play backup, to play a limited role?
Well, I don't know what his injury report is for the first half of the season, but
I think part of this pick is also looking at last season after Evans and Godwin went down and the entire fan base panicked because who was going to catch the football at that point?
Yeah.
I think that's where his head was.
Well, it's the same thing. Well, then when our DBs get injured, like our cornerbacks or safeties get injured, then who's going to fill those spots too?
Because
So
Todd Bowles has been adamant that the defense needs improvement and that we need to draft corner. We definitely need corner. We need an edge guy. We need a linebacker, and then we go out and take Egbuka.
No, I'm with you. I agree.
The thing is, from what I've heard is that, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure someone, I think maybe even Todd Bowles, I don't know, but they had mentioned that, you know, they're not going to pass on, you know, some offensive talent. But again, this is, I would be a little bit more understandable with Matthew Golden, but
James Pierce to the Falcons.
again, as y'all mentioned, you know,
Christ. Yep, we're not winning this year, boys.
Not it. But what did you say, Tyler?
James Pierce to the Falcons. They got 2 edge rushers in the first round.
Wow, and they got a wide receiver. Oh, beautiful.
That's awesome.
What is today? Today is April 24th at 11:01. Mark it down.
I'm never gonna forget this day.
We will not win the division this year.
Well, so here's Emeka Egbuka, relative athletic score of 9.72.
That's pretty crazy.
His 4.48 40 was in the highest percentile of wide receivers. His 2.57 20-yard split was in the highest percentile of wide receivers. His 10-yard split of 1.5 was in the highest percentile of wide receivers. His shuttle of 4.12 was up in the highest part of wide receivers. His only knocks are his height and his weight are lower for sure.
Wow. Yeah. I don't think anyone's questioning how talented the kid can be.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just
like that's not a debate. The kid played at Ohio State and is the all-time leading receiver at Ohio State.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
So
he's never been double teamed because he's never been a team's number one, which I think automatically means you're probably not going to be a number one in the NFL. And even if you are, now you're going to have to deal with double teams. 2.
Yeah, but he crosses the middle a lot. They ran him as a slot. They ran him
as that's where number 2 comes in. Is you play a position that we just paid a guy $22 million a year to play for us for the next 3 years.
Yeah, that's the biggest.
So now we've got 2 years of your contract left after Godwin leaves, if he leaves, because Tampa's got this weird obsession with signing everybody back.
Oh, James Pierce just went off the board.
Where have you been, brother?
I'm really behind. My broadcast is super behind.
Boy, oh boy.
How much
defense is going to be good?
Yeah, did y'all already talk about the Falcons giving up a future first to trade back in?
Yeah,
future first.
42 and a future first.
I didn't see future first. That's crazy.
Their next year's first round pick they traded to trade back up to number 26.
Yeah, I didn't see that at
all. Wow. Okay, that's not a good trade.
That's a crazy package.
But Pierce is very good. So I'm telling you, their pick next year might not be in the top 10 or 15. A whole year of Penix.
Oh, here we go. Bucs receiver Emeka Egbuka said Bucs receivers coach Brian McClendon recruited him out of high school. So they already have him.
There you go.
Oh, of course. It's always the connections.
About who you know, Sob. Come on.
What the hell do I need to know to get a draft?
Oh, I'm
I'll
pretty
play
sure I
long
ran
snapper. I don't
into
give a
Buca's
shit in high school.
sister-in-law,
He
in
also said that you
2007
played.
when I was at the airport in Ottawa. But you
He
don't
also
see
said
me,
that he played
wanting to draft someone
7-on-7
like him.
football with McMillan, and they've known each other a while.
Yeah, I love the fact that he's got relations. Like, that's so cool. And again, I feel bad because I'm not hating on the kid himself. It just makes zero sense for Tampa this year.
Hey, Dan Orlovsky thought it was a good pick.
Oh, yeah, because Dan Orlovsky's great at everything he does.
He is a genius.
Yo, Dano, try not to run out of the back of the end zone, man.
Yeah, exactly. Worry about where the sideline is, bud.
Dan Orlovsky's weirdo. I don't really
No,
like
I can't lie to you. I like Orlovsky.
Yeah.
I will talk shit about anyone that supports Igbokwe picks in the first round for Tampa.
Man,
I mean, I do see some people just squirting about it on social media, like, "Oh, another weapon for Baker."
Yeah, I saw someone post on X. They were like, "Oh my God, you saw what they did last year. Now just imagine that with Igbokwe. Baker Mayfield's going to put up all great numbers this season." No, he's not. He's going to put up the same numbers he put up last year because at best, Igbokwe replaces Godwin.
I think he was their guy. Todd Bowles and Jason Light insist
Yeah, I
they
think
would
that was
not
the guy
pass
the
a
whole
coveted offensive player just to hit defense. Like,
I think that was the play the whole time.
they think he's an elite offensive talent, and they're not going to let him drop. That's what they took him.
I don't know. It depends on how the rest of the draft
in his first year. That's going to be crazy awesome. Love that for us.
Well,
I mean, they better make the playoffs.
He better be in the top 5 for Rookie of the Year voting.
It is going to be really dark if they don't, if maybe they pick a cornerback in the second round or whatever. But it is going to be really dark if Jamel Dean and or Zion McCollum go down, and then you got to run
Jamel
out.
Dean's going to go down. He's not going to play more than 8 games next season.
Right. Like, I'm not trying to see Tyreek Thunderberg playing some more meaningful snaps.
We have all the faith in the world in our defensive backs. There's other reasons why they finished bottom 5 in the league last year in pass defense.
Yeah, and they didn't address those either.
I've just heard some people say, "Oh, well, I trust Jason Light and all that too," and it's like, all right.
We're talking about the
I mean, we
same
still have,
drafted-
we still got more rounds to go and all that, and maybe
Jason Light should not be above criticism. He's the same guy who drafted Roberto Aguayo.
I know.
And that's
Hargraves.
Everyone comes into this and it's like, oh, Jason Light has hit on so many draft picks. And it's like the thing with Light is that he's hit on a lot of mid-round draft picks, and that's why everyone glazes him, because they're like,
oh my God, the Ravens got Malachi Starks.
I thought they were
crazy safety duo.
Wow.
That's a crazy safety duo. I knew they were going to pick one of them.
I was expecting Imawara, and I was like, him and Kyle Hamilton next to each other is going to be so nice.
Those guys are like clones of each other.
Yeah. I'm excited to see who Washington takes, because I picked Washington in a Madden league, and we're doing updated rosters after this. So that's the only reason I'm even up and excited.
I'm excited. I'm interested to see what Detroit does too.
Detroit can take anybody here.
I think they should go after Campbell, just based on how healthy that defense was.
Campbell or Johnson here.
Yeah.
Johnson and Arnold together would be a nasty duo.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Carlton Davis, did he re-sign in? No, he went to New England.
He went to New England, yep. For $20-something million a year, I'm pretty sure.
Same amount we're paying on injured Chris Godwin, who's going to apparently already be replaced by Igbokwe.
I don't know. Maybe it'll all work out.
Yeah, and maybe pigs will fly one day.
Maybe Christian Izzy will be our quarterback one day. Yeah.
Izzy is the best outside corner out of anyone in the NFL this year.
I think the Bucs are playing with fire, but I think they've been playing with fire for several years with the defense, and I think they're counting on being able to limp their way into a wild card game again with the same crappy defense.
I don't think it happens, dude. I really don't.
I could still see a path forward there.
Yeah, the
Penix
Falcons.
sophomore slump.
Yeah, the Falcons.
Spencer Rattler is nobody
really bad again,
and the Panthers still don't have anybody playing defense. So
yeah, and the Saints are still going to be really bad. Like, there's still a road.
The Saints are bad. The Saints are still bad. I'm not taking that away. Although now I'm thinking it's more and more likely the Saints. It's either the Saints or Browns get Sanders at this point. With that being said, I think that Carolina is going to surprise people next year. And
they just have such an awful like the Bucs defense is bad. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's not going to be great. I think the Panthers defense might be worse. Like,
I don't think so. I think they're right on par with each other, bro.
Because J.C. Horn, really good cornerback, but he's just as injury prone, if not more so, than Jamel Dean. And then, like, up the middle, they got that Derek Brown is really good, but like he got hurt last year. You know, who's to say that he stays healthy? And then, like, after that, like, I can't name another Panthers defensive player. Like, I'm not trying to hate. Like, I genuinely just none come to mind.
No, I agree with you.
So it's tough. I don't know. Carolina's in a tough spot.
And Bryce Young looked really good at the end of last year. I'm still not really sold though.
Yeah.
I think he benefited from a couple of trap games, and I think they ultimately got a little bit lucky. And ultimately, it's still Dave Canals over there, so anything's really possible.
Yeah, Falcons got a first this year, a third this year, for a second this year, a seventh this year, and a first next year.
Sheesh.
To me, that trade doesn't look as bad, in my opinion, now. Adding that third for a future first, not knowing how good that future first is going to be.
I don't know. It seems rash to me to trade back in the first round for a 26th overall. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I know we talked about Pierce character issues earlier, but
right. And what are the odds? What are the odds that the Falcons pick is worse than 26 next year? I'd say slim to none. Like,
oh no, I don't think it's going to be lower than 26, but I think it's going to be between 15 and 26.
But see, that's what I mean. Like, pretty much 90% chance that it's higher than 26. So you're automatically off rip losing value there. You know what I mean? Like, pretty much off the cuff. Like, you're not going to recoup the value that you just.
Well, how much is that value though currently this year? That's how you look at it.
Right. Yeah, I definitely get you. Like, there's
But imagine a third this year is probably equivalent to like a second next year.
Yeah, no, I get you. And there's that plays into it. But
I get your point. You're spot on. Like, it's probably going to be a better pick next year than it.
Right. Yeah, because it's the uncertain, like the reason that current value picks are always valued higher than next year's value is because there's certainty. Like, you know where you're picking.
You know exactly where it's at and who you're going to get. Yeah,
for sure. Next year, you don't know where you're picking, but like the likelihood of that, you know what I mean? It's super low. Like, they'd literally have to make it to the divisional round in the playoffs in order to even equal the value that they just gave up. And I don't see that happening.
Unless it's 60.
Yeah, Malachi Starks over it wouldn't. Oh man, I'm never gonna get his name right. Yeah, I thought Malachi Emanwari.
I think.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of expecting him to go over Starks. I'm not gonna lie.
I think a safety room with Emanwari and Kyle Hamilton would have been absolutely disgusting.
The thing is, Starks is really good.
Yeah, Starks is also really good
on tape.
They're both
Starks is I think he's a good like partner with Hamilton, because I think they do two different things. Where I think Emanwari and Hamilton are, like you said earlier, essentially clones of each other. They play the exact same style, the same position. So it would have been hard for them to both be out there at the same time.
Yeah, maybe they were looking for some variety.
Which is partially why I was kind of leaning towards Starks as the pick for the Bucs at 19. Just because he plays the opposite game of Winfield, and he would have been a nice compliment.
The only difference is that Winfield is for lack of better terms, kind of a midget when it comes to
Yeah,
the height in the NFL.
5'10" or something like that.
Yeah, 5'10", 5'11", like he's small.
I think if the Bucs would have drafted Starks, they probably would have tried to move him to nickel. Honestly, they might have tried.
Yeah,
because I think they have told Tyke Smith, like, under no uncertain terms, you're going to be our starting safety. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think they've sort of committed to not having him play nickel this year. But it's still like, especially in Todd Bowles' defense, like you still need a good nickel player in his defense. So like it would have been perfectly fine to draft one in the first round. But yeah, I don't know. This is a weird one.
Lions are taking a defensive tackle, Tyleik Williams from Ohio State.
Oh, that's cool. That's a good pick.
Not really a first round guy in most mocks.
I didn't think he was going to be a first round guy at all.
I don't remember whatever happened with DJ Reader. Is he still with? Yeah, he's still with Detroit. Okay, well
I'm pretty sure he is.
That's
Like,
interesting.
kind of fell off a little bit last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because him and Levi, last name starts with an O. Both of them are pretty, they're well entrenched as a starter. So yeah, maybe they see this as like a long-term move on for Reader after this season or after next season.
So it looks like, I don't know if the Lions, I don't know if y'all know, the Lions looks like they've selected Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle.
Yeah, we
we said that.
Sorry, I missed that. Yeah,
no, it's all good.
We forgive you.
I'll be curious to see where Washington goes. Maybe because I'm still shocked that Will John. I mean,
they need a corner. They need a corner. The corners are terrible against the Bucs.
Hey, look, if they take Will Johnson, that means I've got him on the new league that we start tonight. At least I can get a little bit of happiness out of my night.
There you go.
Because Tampa has completely ruined my whole night.
So there's no way to recoup this draft at this
We
point.
go through this every single year.
Yeah.
The last 2 years, we've gone through this bullshit.
I'm having like a deja vu moment.
You are. I was a little less upset about Graham Barton, but
I don't know. You were pretty upset about Graham Barton.
I was annoyed as hell at Graham Barton. I'll be honest with you. I'm more annoyed at this pick.
See, I'm glad I wasn't there for that because I was pretty excited about Graham Barton.
Oh, so was everyone else. I was the only Debbie Downer that episode.
And it turned out Graham Barton's pretty good.
Look, and I've
all right.
Very good. Oh yeah.
Granted, he didn't grade out very well last season.
He was starting caliber.
Yeah, what do those nerds know, huh?
Yeah,
Well,
numbers
I
are
mean,
fake.
you guys seem to be real high on the nerds.
Yeah, I'm taking the Zach position here. Numbers are fake. Stats don't mean anything.
Well, the numbers only are telling the truth when it fits my narrative, Zach.
That's exactly
So
right.
that's my issue with stat nerds is that they will use it only when it matters, and then they'll be like, "Well, if the numbers don't mean everything."
That's not true. That premise is false.
Zach, the numbers never lie.
No, I would like to, like their running game took such a massive step forward.
No, and I am a fan of the Barton pick now, and I have admitted to maybe being wrong.
Yeah,
Why are you going to be wrong on this pick, Zach?
I will not be wrong on this pick because Bucca will not make an impact on this team without Godwin being out.
Yeah, I'm going to clip
If
this.
that's the case, if Godwin's out, we're paying $22 million for an MFR to sit on the bench. And we
It'd
could
be
have
pretty cool if they had 3 1,000-yard receivers next season.
Go.
That's not possible.
Anything is possible, Zach.
Are you doubting Baker Mayfield?
That's
Dude,
fact.
he ends up with 7,000 yards next season.
Zach Blaine doesn't think he can distribute the ball to 3 wide receivers?
He's hating, bro.
Wow.
He's going to throw
hating
for
on Baker.
7,000 yards next season.
He's
man.
hating on Baker. You don't think
Wow,
Baker
hey,
can throw
Baker
for
hater
3,000
here.
yards?
No, I think Baker Mayfield could throw for 9,000 yards, but not to Bucca.
Oh man,
And Bucky Irving's going to break the rushing record, dude.
that would be hype. That would be pretty fun.
I don't know. I think wide receiver is one of those positions where you can't necessarily have too much talent. Obviously, I know that like they should have gone other places, but
It's not even necessarily about having too much talent. I think Bucca is a good wide receiver, and I think he is a good pick. But you have to, for a first-round player is expected to make an impact day one.
this is true.
9 times out of 10. Obviously, Penix wasn't expecting to make impact day one. Like,
But that was also an objectively bad pick at the time.
exactly. So you look at it and you go, all right, well, what else could we do there then? Because now you've just wasted a first-round pick on someone who maybe has 500 yards for you this year. And I don't think he even gets that.
We got a comment here, Beers and Bets. What's good, buddy? On X, thank you for this comment here. So we're set on cornerback in the second round, or just best available of linebacker, edge, cornerback, or safety?
I think it might be best available, whatever position is there.
Okay.
Yeah,
At this point, I thought we would have been locked in at defense.
When you say whatever position, you're talking about any position, Zach?
Any position that's there. Whatever name has the biggest school attached to it. Apparently.
All right, you heard it first on RBLR. The Bucs are drafting Shedeur Sanders in the second round.
Washington Commanders select offensive tackle Josh Connerly.
Well, that sucks for my draft.
Come on, dude. Your offensive tackle.
Your offensive line's gonna be good,
set, bro.
I'm striking out so hard tonight.
Hell yeah. This is my Super Bowl right
that
here.
sets us up for a corner in round 2. But like I said, I expected us to go defense round 1, and
I'm feeling. I mean, obviously, I was feeling pretty confident about other things tonight, but feeling relatively confident that one of Hairston or Ravel or Porter are there in the second round.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's what I'm just banking on at this point now.
I'm not sold on Darian Porter. I want to be. I like him. His skill set is there. He's played 1 season of corner ever in his life.
I'm with you on that. How would you feel about moving him to safety?
A second-round pick for 1 year of production scares the living hell out of me.
I don't know. He's got enough upside to where it makes sense, since he's not going to be like starting immediately.
But he'll be starting halfway through the season because Dean is getting hurt.
Sure, but he would still be. I know he wouldn't be as good of an option as Will Johnson, but we're moving. We're past it. It's happened. The Cardinals
I will
might
not
be there at
53 next year when we again fail to adeptly fix our defensive backfield.
Here's the thing: if they pick Harrison, I can't remember.
Harrison,
yeah. That was the guy that you wanted in the first round anyway, Zach.
I like Harrison. If we get Harrison, my mind will be a little bit more at ease. So
there is a path to
a little bit more at ease. I'm not going to be happy because then we could have taken James Pierce round 1.
Okay, I feel you. But here's the thing:
because I didn't want him, I would have liked him more than what I'm saying.
I feel you. But it's at least a way to salvage this a little bit.
It's a way to make me a little bit temporarily happy until I look back at today's until Bucca's name again.
Until you get cranky again.
But I mean, who knows? Honestly, I mean, I'm trying also not to be a pessimist either, Zach. I am
full pessimist.
I'm on the same train as you, but right now I'm maybe thinking about jumping ship or something because. Who knows? You never know when you need a role player. He steps up to the plate. You don't take a role and gets injured again. But I still need to do more deep diving because this was a head scratcher for me.
Will Johnson still sliding.
Because you're in your fucking yellow.
Sorry, I'm very upset.
Well, it's 11:30 and she's yours now.
It's 11:23. It's not 11:30. I will go get her. I'll be right back. I got to get the baby real quick.
How about Washington beefing up the offensive line this season?
Yeah.
They traded for Tunsil, and now they got Connerly in the first round. 2 sacks allowed on over 1,000 pass block snaps in college.
I like what the Commanders are doing, not going to lie. I mean, they're definitely, I don't even want to say up and coming. I mean,
top offense of the NFL.
Oh,
what you remember is that as bad as the defense feels to us, they still held that Washington offense to 23 points in the playoff game.
Yeah.
And then we saw Washington drop 60 or whatever on Detroit the next week.
Right.
So,
yeah, I'm coming around on it, but I am still a bit confused as to how it's all going to play out with Ibuka. Like Zach was saying, he's a really great, like he is a good receiver, but it's just it is just confusing to go pick a guy that plays the same exact position as the guy that you just re-signed to a 3-year deal. That's not cheap. So it's weird. It's weird, but there's still a lot of draft left, like there's still ways that the Bucs could turn this into a fun draft. Like,
there's 6 other guys in this draft that have a chance at making the roster. At least a chance of making the roster.
Yeah, if they get Hairston or Ravel or Will Johnson, if he falls all the way to 53, or the UCLA linebacker in the second round. Yeah, and then if they maybe get like Kyle Kennard or Kevin Winston or a fun safety in the 3rd round, I think that could do a lot to sort of bounce back with this draft. The only other position I would see them taking on offense would be center moving forward, honestly. But once you get later into the late rounds, it starts to get sort of like it doesn't really matter who you pick because there's going to be a bunch of undrafted. It's all sort of a formality. So I don't know. There's a lot left, obviously, but this is definitely a bit of a weird way to start the draft for sure. Oh, well, the Bills pick is in. Does anyone know who they're picking, or have y'all already said it?
Nope. I just have Bills on the clock.
Will Johnson.
Let's see what we got. Bills.
They should take a quarterback.
I'm thinking
they could take Jahad Campbell.
Jahad Campbell or Will Johnson or
I don't know, guys.
Green.
I'm thinking Shedeur Sanders here.
It's downstairs.
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders. Someone who is going to get good playing time in the 1st round.
You want to eat some of Mommy's macaroni?
I mean, the Bills have a really that guy.
Bills need defense.
Khalil Shakur, their wide receiver. He was really good last year.
And they got Keon Coleman, who was not great, but showed potential.
Yeah, he could be better this year. So yeah, I think they'll probably go defense too, but you never know. You never know with these things.
Pretty funny that the Rams had their first round pick in 7 years this season, and then they traded it again.
Yeah.
And now they've got 2 first-round picks next year.
Yeah, because now they have 2 first-round picks next year.
You should always trade.
Yeah, and I think that their thinking is Staff. Who knows what's going to happen with Stafford? Like he's kind of not. I don't want a ticking time bomb is dramatic, but he could retire next season. He could be gone.
I mean, I thought he was going to retire this year.
Next year, a much better quarterback class.
Yeah, I mean,
to be Arch Manning.
Yeah, Arch would be like the golden boy, obviously. After him, it gets a little dicey. I always hate trying to, rank players before the college football season even starts because there's so much time for crazy stuff to happen. Theoretically, they could maybe, even if they're bad this year or if they're good this year, or whether the Falcons are bad or good this year, they could potentially package 2 first-round picks in that season to move up to try to pick Arch Manning or something. So yeah, I really like what the Rams did. I think that's pretty darn good. That's really
good.
Yeah.
Buffalo's number 1 need, according to Bleacher Report, is cornerback, D-line, wide receiver, edge, and safety.
Maybe they pick Mike Green.
It's going to be a Mike Green or a.
Good Lord, can you imagine him here on the same line as Ed Oliver? Good Lord,
nasty.
It's disgusting.
Him and Von Miller's still a Bill, yeah.
I don't know if he came back this year.
Yeah. Von Miller was the player comp for Mike Green for most people. So that would be interesting as well.
Oh no, he's a free agent.
Yeah. You were talking about him coming back to Denver.
I think he retires.
Yeah, Eagles are trading 32 and 164 to the Chiefs for number 31.
Bills select cornerback Maxwell Hairston.
Well, Mama, there goes that man. Well,
Mama, there goes that man. Is nuts. That's crazy.
Tampa's a fucking joke. That's what happened, babe.
That's crazy.
My night is just miserably ruined forever.
Is that funny, Carter?
I don't know why that
Look,
got
I need a hug so bad right now.
Maybe it's because we're like almost 4 hours deep, but that was
Yeah,
Jump.
that is true.
And then jump.
Hey.
Well,
It's so
Philly
high.
traded to get it. Philly
So,
traded
Hazel,
for
what are your
Kansas
thoughts
City
on
to get
Ekbuka? Yay or nay?
Why is your dad overreacting?
Egbuka. Can you say Amika Egbuka?
Can you say Ekbuka is the future of the Buccaneers, and you are so excited?
She literally just farted on my chest at the name Amika. Get off me. Go ahead and jump.
Well, now we know how she feels.
That's facts.
Oh my god. Oh, that's not even a joke. She literally just farted on me when I brought up his name.
Appreciate that.
So Mike Green is the pick here for Philly. Is that why they moved up?
Yeah, just go ahead and throw another great defensive player at him. Oh, wow. And imagine that. They have good offense, too. That's what happens when you have good offense and good defense. You win Super Bowls.
Yeah, so
Egbuka pick, stupid.
don't mind the numbers. Philadelphia moved up one number, so they're on the clock at 31, and then Kansas City is on the clock at 32. I think you guys will give me a pass 3 hours and 42 minutes into the stream.
So, okay. Wow.
My Photoshop, I closed
Eagles
it.
has moved up a spot.
Yeah, they were probably worried about somebody else moving up.
Not Tampa.
It's Mike
the
Green.
Bucs have done that in the past. They moved up one spot to get worse.
Yeah,
Pretty interesting to be swapping with your opponents in the Super Bowl, but
Yeah, but
I
they're not
wanted
division.
Maxwell Harrison so bad.
My dad bring her.
You
Yeah.
guys all promised me he would be there round 2.
I don't think anybody promised.
I heard it. I heard it.
I remember specifically them promising you that. Yeah.
Tyler said, you know that Maxwell Harrison, Darian Porter, and
You're going to be there, yeah.
John Rebel will be there around 2.
I think he said
That's
one.
what he said.
On.
Yeah.
I said if.
They're already asleep.
Well,
Accused me
okay,
of
here's
using the
another
wrong
question.
clause.
How far does Will Johnson freaking fall? Like,
Kansas
good
City.
lord.
So what? It's his knee, right? This is a knee problem.
I guess I didn't think it was that bad. That like if it's this bad,
Yeah, he's got the knee, and then Morrison's got the hip,
Over here and sit down.
and those are.
I
Thank
knew
you.
Morrison. Yeah, I knew Morrison had some weird stuff, but
Thank you, beautiful.
it's also weird that Campbell's still there. Like people were mocking Campbell to the Falcons.
I
Like,
told you Campbell was going to fall, though. I didn't expect Johnson to fall.
yeah, it just shows like every year, like we don't know anything.
Yeah.
Like none of us know anything.
We're all talking out of our butts.
You know
Yeah,
what I
we're all
know is that Tampa will disappoint me every draft for the next 30 years. Until hopefully I have more than 30 years, but every draft for the rest of my life
Zach.
continue to disappoint me. Don't push buttons, please.
You're going to be all right.
It's gonna be
Oh
okay.
yeah, no, I'll be fine. I'm not.
You're going to buy an Amika Egbuka jersey.
No, I will never. I don't
2
care if he becomes
Within
the
2
best wide
years.
receiver in
You're buying
franchise.
a jersey.
I will never wear an Abuka jersey the rest of my life.
there's only
Ever.
one Amika that's in my heart, and that's Amika Okafor.
That's Miko Okafor.
Crazy.
Bro, he was nasty on the new
That's-
one.
I know, dude.
Crazy.
Charlotte Bobcats
That's
legend.
legend, yeah.
Yeah. He was a
Eagles
great player.
selected Jahad Campbell.
The Eagles?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh my God! Who said that? Who said that earlier in the
Wow.
draft?
I think
Damn.
I'm going to take credit for that one. I'm pretty sure that was me.
It was you or Carter. You said, "What if they get him?" And then we were
Oh, no,
talking
that was Carter.
about Zach
Because he was talking
Bond.
about Zach Bond, yeah. Oh, boy.
Black and white on.
So the Eagles are going to win another Super Bowl, is what I'm seeing.
wow.
But where do they play him? Because they've already got Walker and Bond.
They play him wherever they want. The dude's an athlete.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you,
It's a
but he's not
beast.
like he's not a pass rusher.
I mean, we
No,
ask this
he's
every
playing
year when they draft another pass rusher.
He's
but
fast enough. He could almost play a nickel spot. He could cover the tight end
he
for
was
you.
crazy.
Yeah. Sounds like the Bucs should have drafted him, huh?
Oh my God! Imagine,
Yeah.
imagine if
crazy.
that guy was available when the Bucs picked.
Yeah, no. Thanks for
We got an
Shout
Eagles
out to my
guy.
boy Faraz. Yeah, he couldn't.
Shout out to my
He
boy
couldn't make it on the
Faraz.
live. He really wanted
Yeah,
to.
come
but
on, Faraz. Go ahead
My
and
boy,
rub it in a little bit
my
more,
boy's got a
pal.
big med school exam tomorrow, so he's
Hey,
already. I
go
think,
get
Hey,
it.
good luck tomorrow, Faraz.
But
Hey,
huge
let's
Eagles
go.
fan, huge
Do
Eagles
better than
fan,
Bucks,
and
man.
yeah, much
Well,
love for us.
Congrats, buddy. I'm glad you're
Fly
happy.
Eagles fly. type.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, big guy.
We don't do that here.
I was trying to show some support for Musab's friend. You know, he's
No,
got.
I support his friends and telling him good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, he's got a medical exam tomorrow. Come on now, let's not.
No, good luck. Yeah, fly.
Hey, well, yeah, a little tie is, Jihad Campbell, University of Alabama. My boy Faraz is at the Alabama College of Osteopathic Medicine. So
That's
I guess there's a little bit of that special Bama connection going on.
Heck yeah. I'm surprised.
Wait, don't the Eagles have like every
Georgia
they only
player
draft
SEC
Alabama
defenders.
guys? Yeah.
Well, it's
or Georgia.
It's Georgia
Alabama
because
and
they've got
Georgia.
Ringo,
Howie Roseman is a sick
Walker,
We'll get him
Nolan
for us.
Smith, Chris Carter or Jalen Carter. Heck yeah.
Man, Jalen Milroy's not going to get picked either, huh?
Oh, I didn't think Jalen Milroe had a shot.
I mean, they still invited him.
That was kind of rude of them.
Yeah, setting them up for failure. I just realized the Cowboys have 3 offensive linemen named Tyler now.
Oh, yikes.
Nick
Yes.
Guyton and Booker.
I just realized the Bucs have no corners or no defensive help coming in. Actually, I can't lie to you guys. I'm excited about the Reddick signing.
Yeah, I'm still pretty hyped about that one.
Yeah, and they could still pick some good players in the second and third.
And Walker was really good in Cleveland before he went to Miami, and absolutely.
So the Walker pick, I think, has the potential to be like a sneaky good pickup.
I agree.
I think he's very good.
And I mean, we're still talking about Trey Amos as well, is still on the board as a corner.
Yeah, I'm not high
I
on
don't
him.
know if he falls, but he's still there.
Get your cat, Hazel.
My cat.
She's behind the thing.
Again, for all of you that have been rocking with us for over 3.5 or almost 4 hours now, we thank you. We thank you. Thank you for this. This is one of our best nights of the year. If you could do us a favor, and that is to go to whatever social media you're on, go ahead and give us. We are at RBLR Sports, but also at youtube.com/@RBLR Sports. We're on our way to 1K, and we would love you to be part of that. I would like to bring in a special guest. This is a man you've seen on TV. This is a man who just got off his show right now, but he's doing his part to hang out with the boys. Kenny Morales, my friend, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, man? How y'all doing?
Well, we were really psyched. We were really psyched at pick 19, and we were the quote that Mr. Blaine used up here is, we have all the options available to us, all the corners, all the edge, everything we wanted to boost this defense was right there, and they picked a wide receiver. So one, I want to know your overall thought on that, and who knows if there's any insight. We've seen the team say this was our guy. We always wanted this guy. There's been some connections through recruiting and things like that. But what's your overall take?
Yeah, my overall take is, anytime you think Jason Light's going to zig, he's going to zag. Right? you can't predict with this guy. I will say this: he did mention when we were at the owners' meeting, Todd Bowles had talked about the fact that, look, obviously he's a defensive-minded coach, and they know they need to bolster that defense. But if you're going to win in the NFL, you got to score points. And the Bucs, we know that Mike Evans is on the, I can't even really say the back nine of his career. I would say maybe the last 3 holes. Or maybe it's a couple more, hopefully. And Chris Godwin, while he's only 29 years old, I believe, he's very injury prone. So we don't know how long his career realistically is going to last. So you drafted Jalen McMillan last year, who turned out to be really good. And I think you feel confident about his prospects moving forward. Now you got your next guy. So I think Jason Light had mentioned it in his presser here just a few minutes ago. It's a pick for the future, obviously. You kind of see maybe Jalen McMillan and Ibuka as your next Mike Evans, Chris Godwin duo, if you will. But it's also a pick somewhat for the current. I'm not going to totally agree with them there because, like you guys said, there were a lot of holes you could have filled in that defense, and you had Will Johnson on the board. You had multiple edge rushers. The kid from Boston College was still there. Mike Green from Marshall, who was phenomenal, I thought, was right there. And instead you got a receiver. And now, I mean, it's another nice weapon for Baker, and it's certainly good depth. I mean, if Evans, God forbid him or Godwin get hurt again, you feel pretty good about McMillan and maybe Ibuka. And, if you need another guy, you throw Sterling Shepard in there as well. But yeah, it's a little head scratching, but I'm not totally shocked by it.
Yeah, fair enough. I had a question about the fit in terms of in college, especially this past season. Ibuka played over 80% of his snaps in the slot. Obviously, that's what Chris Godwin plays a lot of the time. And with Godwin re-signing that 3-year deal, what are your thoughts on sort of how they're going to work that out? Like, or maybe they're thinking Ibuka could play outside or Godwin can play outside. How do you think that's going to shake out?
Yeah, I mean, assuming those guys like Godwin stays healthy, I mean, he is going to be your primary slot receiver. I don't think Ibuka will see the field as much, but I think it's a wonderful opportunity for him to learn from Godwin, who I think when he is healthy is one of the better slot receivers in the NFL. And I think he's certainly got the hands for it. He's the Buckeyes' all-time leader in receptions. He's second, I think, all-time in school history in receiving yards. I like the fit offensively. I am curious to see like what the offense also looks like now that Liam Cohen is gone, and we have the now how his name escapes me. I forget now. The passing coordinator. Yes, Grizzard. Grizzard the Wizard. Now that he's been promoted there to OC, I'll be curious to see what kind of things he kind of changes offensively from a schematic standpoint for the receivers. But I think it's a good fit. I personally we saw McMillan last year. He really didn't come on till like the end of that season. And it was really mostly by necessity, right? Because Godwin and Evans got hurt. I could see a situation here where the hope is Godwin and Evans and McMillan stay healthy. Ibuka probably doesn't see the field a ton, which obviously Bucs fans don't want to hear right now, because that means you drafted a guy that isn't going to have a whole lot of impact in the first, this first season, his rookie season. But again, like Jason Light mentioned, it's a pick, I think, mostly for the future.
I'll let Zach get in here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, you're good. I was going to say, so as someone who, we've all kind of assumed that he's just going to be a pick for the future, he's not a pick for right now. Why, in your opinion, why does it make it so much of a better pick than picking someone who could have made an immediate impact outside of the offense?
I think it probably just goes back to what, in terms of who they saw in the combine and their scout department and everything like that, maybe the guys that they wanted defensively were already gone off the board. I know for a while there, Bucs fans were crossing their fingers that Jalen Walker was going to fall to 19, and he did slide quite a bit. But I think, was it the Falcons that took him? Of course, that felt so fitting. The Falcons ended up getting him. That's a nice pick for them. Yeah, I think it probably just goes back to how they kind of looked at their draft board and said, hey, we have this certain number of defensive players that we really like, but if they're off the board, we're going, next best option here. And for them, I mean, if you can go, if you're going offense, I mean, I guess receiver would probably be the best option because you're set at quarterback. You don't really need another offensive lineman. Tight end, Tyler Warren was off the board. If he fell, maybe that's an interesting pick. But yeah, I can understand Bucs fans' frustrations. I totally get it. It is a head-scratching move for this current season. But I will say Light did mention in that presser, he likes their depth at edge rusher. I think that's kind of the big one here for Bucs fans, right? Edge rusher and cornerback would be the other one. They still have an opportunity to address this. They can go out and sign somebody or trade. Maybe they make trades here and later in the draft in day 2 or 3, and they can still address those needs in day 2 or 3. I know Light did mention also in the owners meeting, he did mention he was like, there's probably not going to be a lot of trades in this first round, which there weren't. I think they ended up being 2.
There's a few, but
2 or 3. Yeah, 3.
Yeah,
okay.
One was a 1-pick swap at the end.
Yeah. Okay. So 3. Someone on that broadcast mentioned 3 is the fewest first round trade since like 19. I don't remember. It's like 20 years ago or something like that. It's been a while. Wow. I think it's because they feel like that first like top tier crop of talent was like really elite. And then Light had kind of mentioned once those guys are off the board, all that talent kind of evens out. Like you feel pretty, they really like some of those guys in those later rounds 2, rounds 3, some of those day 3 guys. And, we have to give a little bit of credit to Light here. They certainly have had a knack for finding some of those, late round gems. Obviously Bucky Irving being the big one last year. you're not going to bat 1,000 like they did last season, or last draft. That's once every so often. But let's see what he's cooking in day 2 and 3. I think you could certainly still find those pieces, whether it's a cornerback to, for example, replace Jamel Dean, who I think is probably not going to be your cornerback, or at least one of your starting quarterbacks moving forward.
Yeah.
So just to follow up on that, and I apologize, this is the last question I got.
You're fine. You're fine. I'm good, man.
Realistically, who is Igbokwe here to replace? Because he played 80+% of his snaps at Ohio State as a slot guy.
Yeah.
Which would, in my mind, mean he's replacing
Godwin.
But Godwin's got 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the conventional thinking would be, I think you're right. At some point, he would be the Chris Godwin replacement. But like you said, Godwin has 3 more years in that contract. But again, we don't know what ends up happening with Godwin in terms of his injury history. That's a very murky situation. I mean, love Godwin. He's an amazing guy. He's a terrific football player when healthy. But realistically, that on any given Sunday, it could be the season's over again, and he's right back to rehabbing. And there's unfortunately there's the life shelf on football players like that. It's pretty short. So he may not play out that entire 3-year contract. There's a chance he doesn't, maybe 1-2 years. And so it'd be nice to have a guy like Igbokwe ready to go, and then you're good. You could just step right in. But I think also too, like you mentioned, him playing 85% of slot, I think there's still a chance to move him to the outside. I mean, I think he still has some ability there. I'm not saying, making him your primary guy on outside the numbers or anything like that, but I think there's a chance you can work with him, move him around, experiment a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to see how they play out the rest of the draft. I mean, we mentioned sort of cornerback, edge, linebacker, and those obvious needs, but are there any positions that you think that maybe Bucs fans might be surprised that they address throughout this draft that come to your mind?
Man, well, the receiver one was probably my first.
Yeah, that was the gigantic.
That was the number one. Yeah,
right.
Because they kind of hinted it a little bit, and I don't know if they necessarily hinted at it, but somebody had asked Light and Bowles about maybe going offense or receiver, and they were like, "Yeah, we're open to it." I didn't think they'd actually do it. I think they'd pull the trigger on it. Yeah, I mean, I think the number one has to be edge rusher, linebacker, that position. You can't go into this next season. I like Hassan Reddick. I thought that signing was a good signing, just because I think he's 30 years old. He's not, I think he still has a couple good years in him. And the whole contract situation with the Jets was just a weird thing. I don't think the guy suddenly forgot how to play football. And, he has a pretty good resume when it comes to getting after the quarterback. And but I don't think that's enough. I think you need someone else, unless you really believe that Yaya Diaby can bounce back. That's kind of the guy, right, that we all expected last year to take that big next step forward after a pretty good rookie season. I think he led the team in sacks, if I'm not mistaken, 7.5 the year prior. But then to only get whatever he got, 4 or 5 this past season. And I understand he got double teamed a lot. He got chipped a lot. It's him kind of learning how to adapt now that teams are making him part of their game plan and focusing on him. We can't let this guy get off. But I still think one more edge rusher, I think would be a really, really nice get for them. And then cornerback. Yeah. Did Will Johnson end up getting drafted or no?
He's still on the board.
He's still on the board. See, but I don't know why. Why is that? I was watching.
I wonder if that's because of the injury history.
I know he didn't have a great 40 time. Wasn't that something as well?
Did he even run his 40?
I don't know. I thought I saw somebody say they clocked it
I'll have to check that real quick.
5.8 or something. So that's kind of high.
I didn't know that he ran his 40, but I knew the injury history, and I expected him to slip a little bit. I didn't expect him to slip this far, though.
All the way out of the first round. That is pretty surprising. Because at one point he was considered one of, if not the best corners in the draft.
There was talk that he was better than Travis Hunter at corner.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. That injury history must have scared some teams, clearly.
Yeah, he had one of the slower 40s. It was a 4.56.
Yeah, that's slow. And I think I remember watching some of those
25,
guys.
Yeah, 25.
I saw some of those guys, those analysts break him down and say, this is a good fit, though, for the Bucs, because Todd Bowles likes to go zone quite a bit. And that's kind of where he would thrive, is in a zone type. He's not, because of that 40 time, he's not the best, straight up man-to-man coverage dude. So maybe this is, if he keeps falling, maybe this is a second round pick, which in case, boom, you're set.
If we get Will Johnson in the second round pick, I take back everything negative.
See, exactly right.
I
think everybody does.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's a shot we get him in the second round.
No, I
think we're now looking at Siobhan Revel, Darian Porter. My favorite guy just got picked up. Tyler, sorry about that.
Oh,
That Tyler told me he was going to be around in the second round, and he lied. So I fear that we've now fallen out of corner in the second round.
Yeah.
So it fell out of starting caliber corner in the second round.
Right. That's fair. No, I can understand the concern there. Like I absolutely do. It's tough. From what the way Light and Bowles talked about Jamel Dean at the owners' meetings did not give me any confidence in their belief in him. I understand you paid the man, but like, he's injury prone, and when he has been healthy, he hasn't been great. And it stinks because he's a great guy. I like talking to him, but the production just hasn't been there. And Will Johnson does solve like their biggest issue, which is turnovers. Like he is a ball magnet. That's one of his best qualities as a DB. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if maybe they view Johnson as sort of just another Jamel Dean, and that like he kind of gets hurt. Like his injury history is so concerning that like, oh, you want to have one injury prone guy and then have another one backing him up.
Yeah. So do you want to go through that movie all over again? You kind of seen it before.
Exactly.
I signed Chris Godwin and Jamel Dean at one point. I don't think they're worried about injury prone players.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Are there any?
Go ahead, Carter. You go first.
Okay, fair enough. Are there any like maybe favorite targets of yours that the Bucs could go after? And it doesn't have to be like second or third round. It could be a later round. But are there any players that stick out? Maybe other than Will Johnson, and maybe the other guys you mentioned. Maybe someone we haven't mentioned yet.
Oh man, did the edge rusher from Boston College get taken?
Nope.
What's that young man's name?
Donovan Ezraku.
I like that kid.
Yeah,
I think that kid would be a nice pickup. I'm guessing he'll be gone here in the early second round. Did Mike Green get taken? I'm sorry. This draft, they had us do hits in the A block and my typical sports hit because we had the lightning going on and the draft. So I missed like 20 picks.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I know he's got some alleged character concerns.
The old character concerns. Don't like that. I mean, if there's one thing to push the Bucs away, it's that they haven't really been.
And then Donovan Ezraku, he's still there, but I don't think he lasts long. I don't know. I have this fear of small school guys. Not that Boston College is like super small, but
but it's the ACC.
Anytime they played anyone relevant, he wasn't really that disruptive, and that's kind of my only fear with him. But I do think he's he's an athletic freak for sure.
Yeah, I like that kid. Trying to think. I can't think of anyone else at the top of my mind. The only guy I'm thinking of that I'd want from the Bucs is because I'm a UCF guy. That's where I went to school, and I'm like, whoever drafts RJ Harvey, you're going to get a steal at running back.
Yep, I agree 100%.
I've heard that.
Yeah, he's a terrific back. But
I'm
afraid
I'm wearing the wrong shirt for you then.
Yeah, we don't hold it against you, Kenny. Yeah.
Hey, Kenny, I'm a UCF guy when I'm back home.
Oh my God.
I'm from Orlando, so
there you go. Love it. Yeah, I'm all Orlando everything. So
my other question was, oh no's right. Yes. Thank you. My other question was Anthony Walker. What are your thoughts on him potentially being why we maybe shied away from Jihad Campbell?
Oh, that's the other guy I'm thinking of. I'm like, I know there's another dude that was mocked like almost. I don't know how many times to the Bucs.
Yeah, he got to the Eagles.
What? Did he fall out of the first round?
He got to the Eagles.
He got 31, I think.
Dang. Yeah. That one's surprising to me because
the Eagles traded up to take him.
Yeah, that's surprising to me because Anthony Walker, I mean, we basically did like a swap with the Dolphins. It wasn't technically a trade, but it was KJ Britt and Anthony Walker being released, I think, and then signing with the other team, right? Is that what ended up happening? I don't know. He's a nice piece, but like, do you want him as like your full-time starter playing majority of your snaps? I personally don't. He doesn't have a ton of production. He's not a particularly great linebacker. He's fine as a backup. Like if he's a backup, great. Like that's fine and dandy. yeah, I personally, I don't think that's enough to be like, yeah, you know what, we're good on Jahad Campbell. We have Anthony Walker at home. I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one either.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you because Walker was kind of good with the Browns. Like he was a very serviceable starter there, but man, he really
kind of did pretty quick. Yeah, I mean he's not that old either, right? He's in his late 20s.
Yeah, I don't think he's 30 yet.
No, he's like 28 or 29 or something. But he's never been particularly productive. Or I mean, you mentioned the Browns years. He was good with the Browns, but Miami,
Yeah, it was a tough year last year for him for sure. I know you mentioned that you missed most of the draft, but we've been on for 4 hours.
I know. That's good. Props to you all.
Yeah, we
4
appreciate
hours
it.
is nuts.
So we've been watching this whole draft. Are there any picks that really raise your eyebrows or anything from anywhere else in the NFL?
I loved Jacksonville's move to trade up for Travis Hunter. I thought that was awesome. And Liam Cohen, man. I know Bucs fans obviously are probably a little salty still about that. I totally get it because I like Liam. I got a chance to talk to him one-on-one a couple times, just shooting the after training camp and whatever. And super personable guy, really easy to talk to. And I agree with Bucs fans. I hated the way he handled it.
He probably lied to you the whole time.
I was going to say
maybe
snakes charm a lot,
Yeah, maybe I fell for it.
I need to leave that conversation early because his kid is sick, right?
Yeah. So but I love that pick for Jacksonville. I think now you give Trevor Lawrence a legit number 2 receiver to go play along Brian Thomas Jr., who is awesome.
Yeah.
And you get a quarterback out of it. So that's pretty sweet. I mean, most people, it's kind of weird. I feel like going into the draft, a lot of people said Travis Hunter is a better corner than he is a receiver. But I've seen maybe it was just the Browns who originally had the number 2 pick. They talked about playing him more at receiver than at cornerback.
Size is the issue, I think.
Yeah, size. Yeah, I could see that. But either way, I thought that was a really interesting pick, or I thought it was a really good pick. I like the move. Did the Giants take Jackson Dart?
Yes, they traded up. They traded up to get him.
I don't particularly like that pick for the Giants, and I feel bad for Giants fans. I get the completion percentage is high, but that offense that Ole Miss runs is not exactly an NFL. And I understand the NFL is changing. It's not like the old school pro style offense. It's adopting a lot more of what the college is doing now, a lot of more motion stuff and whatever. But he seems to struggle after the first read. So I don't know. And I know he's mobile. That's great. He seems to be a little more mobile than Shedeur.
Yep.
And I'm not in love with Shedeur, but
neither is the NFL apparently.
Apparently,
Right.
Yeah. Did he did not
fell.
get
He's
taken?
still on the board.
Yeah, he's still on board.
Wow.
He'll play
I was
next year.
I was going to go to Kansas City. No.
He's going to go to the Browns. I think he'll
Browns. 33rd pick. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my guess.
Yeah, that'd make a lot of
Browns
sense.
will get a quarterback, I guess. That's nice for them.
I'm guessing it's one they didn't expect to be there at 33.
No, probably
Right.
not. I thought the Steelers were going to take him. That was shocking to me. I thought
while we were watching the draft, that's exactly where I had him going. I was like, there's no way he slips past the Steelers.
Yep.
Yeah. And I do love the Genty pick to the Raiders. I just like Genty. Genty's awesome.
Genty is fun.
So much fun to watch.
Yeah.
Incredible balance. Awesome speed. He's going to be, and with Pete Carroll, the way he loves to run the ball, he's going to be a great fantasy pickup. Oh my God.
Yeah.
For sure.
I got to
Yeah,
check. I don't know how good the Raiders O-line is. I imagine not very good, but I got to do a little investigating on that. But either way, Genty will be
it's a little
good
suspect.
investment.
Loveland over Warren.
That was weird. Yeah. Wasn't Warren pretty much the guaranteed top tight end in the draft?
Yeah, I think he was consensus best tight end in the draft.
Yeah. And he falls to the Colts, right?
Mm-hmm.
He went to the Colts.
Yeah.
Colts. I don't know who's throwing him the ball, but
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Tyler Warren's gonna. I mean, Warren took a lot of snaps at quarterback at Penn State. In the
it's
wild.
true. Yes. Yeah. Maybe he can bring that little those little packages that ran at Penn State for him into the Colts offensive scheme. Can't be any worse than letting Anthony Richardson play quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see if they run any Wildcats. Because they're both athletic enough.
Yeah.
Richardson's goofy, but he's definitely an athlete.
Oh, he's an incredible athlete. I just don't. And a cannon for an arm.
Absolutely.
I just don't think he's an accurate thrower.
Yeah, definitely
not.
Definitely not. I'm trying to think. I mean, Jackson Dart to the Giants was definitely really surprising for me.
That one was surprising, yeah. The
And
Falcons trading back in is the other one, I think. That was pretty shocking as well.
yeah, the Falcons, they gave up a future.
Really?
Yeah, they gave up next year's first-round pick to get the Rams 26 overall, and they selected James Pierce out of Tennessee.
Oh, they got Tennessee kid. Okay, that was another one I thought the Bucs might go after.
Yeah, they are.
Interesting.
All of us.
There were many people, on the defensive side that
Yes.
we had going to the Buccaneers. I can't tell you. I feel like I saw countless of mock drafts. With us drafting Jihad Campbell.
Oh,
hell,
that
I even
was like
saw.
90%
I
of the
think
ones.
we all saw a couple of sources talking about Matthew Golden, and then only to end up with.
Emeka
I don't even know how to Egabuka. I got to start working on how to pronounce.
I think it's a silent G.
So.
Yeah,
It's a silent G. So Emeka Abuka.
Yeah,
Abuka. Okay.
So like you guys have probably been on Twitter and kind of seeing what Bucs fans are saying. Are Bucs fans pretty much like agreement? Like, what are we doing here?
Kind of a mixed bag.
It's
yeah. Seen a lot of.
I know
heads
Zach's
being
not
scratched.
happy, but
yeah.
Some
I
people
get it.
are obviously like, oh well, I guess this guy is gonna the replacement for Godwin or Evans. But
Yeah, you can read one tweet and it'll say, Baker Mayfield's going to have the best season he's ever had.
yeah.
Break records because of Emeka Ibuka. And then you read the real ones where like this pick made no sense. Like I don't understand.
Unless the Bucs decide to play 5 wide every single play, I don't see how much Ibuka is going to be on the field.
That's where my head's at, and that's what I was telling the guys. Like, I don't think Ibuka is a bad receiver.
No, he's not. He is a first-round talent. It's just that's a crowded receiver room.
Second round, just because of the teams that needed wide receiver.
Yeah.
I did not have Tampa in that list at all. I thought the only receiver we would have taken was Tet McMillan because he's the perfect replacement for Evans.
He went high.
Yeah,
he
went
high because I thought I remember I saw some of the mocks had him going to Tampa Bay, and I was like, whoa, he went top 10. Like he's a good receiver, but he's not particularly great at separation. Which I mean, it's the whole Mike Evans argument. Like out of college, like who cares? He's 6'4". Just throw it up.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, Tet would have been a really fun. I would have been okay with Tet. Like I would have been perfectly cool, got it. He's gonna replace Evans next season.
It would have made more sense because Evans, you got 1, maybe 2 more years if we're lucky. Whereas Godwin, you just signed him for 3, so Tet could have played a role some this season and all of next season.
Right. Yeah, it's tough, but well, that's how the dice roll sometimes.
Yeah.
So what was the vibe? You were in the press room when they were doing the interviews tonight, or
no? So my coworker Eileen, she was there at One Buck, grabbing Jason Light, his sound bites. I only got a chance to hear the one we showed in the show. I was here back to anchor because prior I was at Amalie for some pregame live shots for Game 2.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't want to talk about that, dude.
No, unfortunately, that was a tough one. I watched the first period from Thunder Alley just as a fan because I had my dinner break, so I was just grabbing a drink and hanging out. And I was just like, oh my God, they're really it's gonna be this kind of night, isn't it? And I was just like, damn, they cannot find the back of the net.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned your coworker was there. Did she give you any indication of what the vibe was? Like, were other reporters kind of pressing Light about the defense, or was it kind of everyone's just in a jolly mood because it's draft day?
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of both. I think people were excited. It was like, oh, national champion, and he was the captain of the team, and it's like, I mean, all the typical Bucs, all the off-field qualities seem really, really good, which is great. It's nice to have a good locker room guy, and the talent's certainly there. But yeah, I think Light had just mentioned something along the lines of, we feel good about our depth, at certain positions. I think he specifically mentioned edge rusher. Now, that being said, this is him talking. That doesn't mean we can't address those needs later in the draft or later in the offseason, whatever the case may be. So
sure.
I could see them. I still think they're going to add something there. They're going to add something to the secondary. What that is remains to be seen.
Yeah, I feel like they thought it was best player available. They thought this is our guy. This is not just now, but in the future, more importantly, and we don't want to lose him. So, now we'll see if that pans out, but I don't know. Kenny, I guess before we let you go, Orlando Magic, how you feeling right now? Yeah, we got a bunch of basketball guys in the chat. So
yeah, I watched them last night. Oh my God. Somebody help poor Paulo Banchero and Franz Wagner. I just feel awful for those guys.
They need a point guard bad.
They need a point guard. I would really love a stretch 5 for them. That'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, point
You guys
guard.
want Bam?
Absolutely not. Get that man away from my team. No, I'm just kidding. He's a good player, but he's not a good fit because he can't shoot either.
I am so done with him. I want him gone so bad.
I get it.
I'll defend Bam out of
I would want Tyler Hero, but I know you guys aren't moving him.
No, Tyler Hero is. It's funny because last offseason we were all, Tyler Hero is going to be the one that gets traded.
Mm-hmm.
And now after this season, it looks like this is Khalil Ware and Tyler Hero's team.
Yeah, I like Hero a lot.
Davion Mitchell.
He turned it up quite a bit.
Too,
yeah. No, I mean, I knew this series was probably going to be a sweep or at the best like a 5-game series, gentleman sweep. Just because without Suggs, like this team just has no offense, like no self-creation other than Paulo and Franz. And I'll say this, I feel really good about them moving forward, like better than I did, because Paulo just continues to step up in the postseason, despite the fact that he gets to work in like the same amount of space as like a phone booth. Like teams are clearly double teaming him, shading towards him because they don't have to worry about any of Orlando's other players because they can't shoot open threes. Oh my God, KCP being one of them, which is crazy because he was supposed to be one of those 3-point shooters. We signed him a 3-year, $66 million deal, and he goes 0 for 6 last night from 3-point, and I just crushes my soul. But it is what it is. We'll see if we'll get one tomorrow. Fingers crossed.
Well, I think this is a good place to wrap up our coverage. 4 hours and 19 minutes in.
Well done to you guys.
Come on now. It's thanks to all I mean, there's a lot of people that are watching us right now. We appreciate you for sticking around this entire time. We thank you for following us at RBLR Bucs, at RBLR Sports, and of course on YouTube at youtube.com/@RBLR Sports. From all of us at One Buck Place to in our living rooms waiting for the future to come in the next couple days. Let's give us a go Bucs.
Go Bucs.
Go Bucs.
Go Bucs.
Go Bucs.
Thank you for tuning into this presentation by RBLR Sports. On your way out of the stadium, please remember to like and subscribe.